She was the only precious daughter of the Su family. She was kidnapped right after birth. A Taoist priest raised her. Not only was she incredibly strong, but she could also tell fortunes. She appeared at the police station entrance, able to eat 5 bowls in one meal, saying she wanted to find her father. After eating all of Officer He's food supplies, she took out a portrait, saying it was her father. Father Su received a call from the police station. He rushed to the station without even shaving, seeing a miniature version of his wife. Father Su, teary-eyed, wanted to acknowledge his daughter but was rejected. The girl took out a simple sketch, saying she looked nothing like him. How could his dignified image be shattered? But before he could explain, a shrew interrupted, pointing at the girl saying she was bought with money, she was her property, and no one could take her away. Even at the police station, she wasn't afraid at all. As her evil hands were about to reach for the girl, Father Su pushed her away with a loud smack. No one could touch the daughter he just found. His frenzied appearance frightened the woman. Father Su ignored her, gently picked up the girl, saying, "Baby, let's go home with Daddy." The girl, flying for the first time, was very curious. Why couldn't she open the window? Father Su held the girl close, telling her airplane windows couldn't be opened. This sparked more curiosity in the girl. "Daddy, are we in the sky now? But why can't I see Mommy and Master?" Thinking of his deceased wife, Father Su's eyes instantly welled up. Before he could think of how to comfort his daughter, she pouted and slumped in her seat. "Master lied to me again. He said deceased people become stars in the sky to keep me company, but I'm in the sky now and can't find Master or Mommy." Father Su held the girl in his arms. Not knowing how to explain, he changed the subject, asked what she gave to Officer He before leaving, being so mysterious, and why she told him to avoid less crowded alleys in the next few days. Mentioning this, the girl's eyes sparkled like stars. She said it was a talisman her master taught her to draw. It could ward off evil and ensure safety. Father Su thought it was just child's play, lovingly praising her. "Baby is so amazing. You can even draw talismans?" The girl proudly stated she had learned a bit of physiognomy from her master and demonstrated her talent by reading Father Su's face. Full forehead, high nose bridge, Daddy is blessed with great fortune. 3 hours later, the plane landed. Father Su holding hands with the little girl in Taoist robes was a striking sight wherever they went. The girl who had been obediently following her father, upon seeing an old man with white beard, let go of her father's hand and ran towards him, but was taken hostage by a criminal halfway. Her father and grandfather were terrified. 1 car and 1 million in cash within 30 minutes, or I'll die with her. The Su family's beloved daughter, kidnapped at birth, was finally found, only to be taken hostage upon landing, demanding a car and 1 million in cash, or he would die with the girl. Father Su hid his trembling right hand behind his back, forcing himself to stay calm, trying to find a chance to save his daughter. The girl looked at the criminal with tears in her eyes. The unnerved criminal roared ferociously. "What are you looking at?" The girl said more pitifully, "Uncle, you're about to have bad luck." She raised her small hands to her chest, telling the criminal that laying down the knife would lead to instant enlightenment. The criminal felt inexplicably anxious and hastily interrupted the girl's preaching. The girl put her small hand on the criminal's hand, looking regretful. "Not listening to my words. Suffering is imminent. Then I can only—" The girl's small hand exerted force. The entire arrival hall echoed with the criminal's screams. The knife instantly dropped. After kicking the knife away with a flying kick, she turned and performed a shoulder throw on the criminal, muttering, "Uncle." Master said, "You reap what you sow." The criminal instantly lost consciousness, frightening her watching father. He rushed to check if the girl was okay, wanting to carry her away. Before leaving, the girl looked back at the subdued criminal, shaking her head and sighing, "I told you to listen to children." The girl fell into a deep sleep in the car. She suddenly woke up when the car stopped. Jumping out of the car, she saw the entire villa shrouded in dark energy. Grandfather noticed the girl standing stunned. He angrily roared, "I told you to cut down that tree long ago, Su. Now look what's happened. You've scared my precious granddaughter." Master said, "Don't plant mulberry in front, willow in back, or ghost trees in the middle." The girl's thoughts were interrupted by grandfather. He wanted to carry her inside. She instinctively looked back and saw grandfather surrounded by dark energy. She decisively applied powder. 2 dots on grandfather's brow, and the dark energy suddenly dispersed. Only then did she let grandfather carry her inside. "Have you been having nightmares lately?" Grandfather was surprised how his granddaughter knew. The girl didn't answer, jumping down from grandfather's arms. She started searching in her little pocket. The Su family's precious daughter was finally found. Though cute, she was quite formidable. Not only could she tell fortunes, but she was incredibly strong. She subdued the criminal who held her hostage in one move. Not just that, before entering, she noticed problems with their villa. After confirming grandfather's nightmare troubles, she pulled out 2 talismans from her little pocket. Learning his granddaughter was raised by a Taoist priest, grandfather felt even more sympathetic. He promised to carry them with him. After putting his daughter to sleep, father went to grandfather's study. Now that baby's back, you should settle down. Return to the company tomorrow. Father scratched his head and agreed embarrassedly. As for Li Chunmei, before grandfather could finish, father interrupted. He had already contacted lawyers on the way back. He wouldn't let go of someone who bought and mistreated his daughter. Grandfather played with the talisman his granddaughter gave him. The child is finally back. Let's call her Wan Wan. His stubborn wife was called Wan Qing, and now his recovered daughter would be Wan Wan. Father was delighted at this. His daughter had finally returned. Even his sleep improved, though he felt something watching him. Opening his eyes drowsily, he saw a cute face, pouting and calling, "Daddy, I'm hungry." Father instantly became alert. He carried his daughter energetically downstairs. Seeing his daughter drooling at the buns but not eating, he was puzzled. She seriously said she wanted to wait for grandfather to eat together. Father was touched and pushed the buns toward his daughter. Grandfather is old and still resting. He'll eat when he wakes up. Her eyes instantly lit up. She took a big bite of the bun, hearing father say she could eat as much as she wanted. She didn't hold back and ate everything. Father saw his daughter contentedly burping and gently said, "Baby, from now on, let's call you Wan Wan, okay?" She was excited. That's what master called me. Father suddenly felt that whoever raised Wan Wan must be a great person. Daddy only has Wan Wan as his daughter. Wan Wan felt proud being patted on the head. No, Daddy has other children. Father mysteriously asked, "Did Wan Wan calculate that?" Wan Wan pointed. There's a family photo there. Daddy should believe in science. Father was embarrassed but proudly pointed to himself. Asked if Wan Wan wanted to go to work with him. The precious daughter, lost for 3 years and just found, disappeared again. This worried the old father terribly. He hadn't worked for 3 years while searching for his daughter. Now that he'd found her, he wanted to show her off everywhere. When he appeared at the company with the little girl, he didn't act like a CEO at all. The man in tie quietly asked his colleague, "Whose child is this? How did you know this is my daughter?" The CEO personally came to inquire, frightening the colleague who just wanted to gossip. Wan Wan's polite greeting melted the Thai man's heart. Before he could recover, the CEO asked him to show Wan Wan around the company. The moment Lin Dainan's hand was held by Wan Wan, he understood the power of human cubs, making him unconsciously develop a girlish heart. She was so cute he wanted to introduce her to everyone. Suddenly, he heard someone greeting him, asking what he was doing with his delicate gestures. Lin Dainan scratched his head embarrassedly. "I'm watching the CEO's child." Just as he was about to introduce Wan Wan, he found the child beside him had vanished. Meanwhile, the man glared darkly at the little girl before him. "Who are you and how did you get in here?" After calculating with her fingers, she said, "You're Wan Wan's biological big brother." Looking at the little girl climbing onto his wheelchair, the man angrily told her to get down. "I don't have a sister." Seeing the child wouldn't listen, he grabbed her by the collar. This little furball was quite strong. Wan Wan flailed in midair, asking Big Brother what it would take to make him believe. As they remained at an impasse, the company intranet alert caught the man's attention. A missing child notice posted by the chairman himself appeared. The description said, "Cute little girl." He turned to see Wan Wan's pitiful face. "See? It must be from Daddy." The man placed Wan Wan on his lap, tears in his eyes. "It's good that baby is back." Wan Wan sympathetically wiped her big brother's tears, telling him not to cry, that she wouldn't leave again. But despite how much he cherished Wan Wan, when asked to come home together, he still refused. He had been the Su family's only precious child, but unexpectedly, his grandfather brought back an aunt younger than him. But what could that change? Su Yuqing, with memories from his previous life, believed no matter how favored this little aunt was, the Su family would eventually be his. But truly, after meeting Wan, he felt different from his previous life. When Big Brother heard Wan Wan asking him to return home, he immediately refused, saying he'd be busy for a while. Wan Wan angrily jumped off his lap, crouching in the corner saying Big Brother was lying. Having just found his sister, how could Big Brother bear to make her sad? He immediately called Father, saying he'd come home for dinner tonight. He just hoped that mother and daughter wouldn't be an eyesore. They've been home for half a day already, Father. Father carefully observed his eldest son's expression changes, only breathing a sigh of relief when he said, just this once. Ching Ching is still young after all. Big Brother ignored this defense. Wan Wan curiously asked Father who that was. Ching Ching is Father's granddaughter. Her full name is Su Yuqing. She's your third brother Su Yanqing's daughter. Ching Ching and your big brother have some conflicts. Big Brother gets unhappy seeing them. Wan Wan, could you help persuade your brother? Wan Wan innocently asked Father why not let Su Yuqing and them go out. Father patiently explained, they're our family too. Wan Wan thought this made sense. She turned to look at her gloomy big brother. She obediently sat beside Big Brother, telling him not to be unhappy. Wan Wan will have my favorite steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, roasted duck, roasted goose, roasted chick, braised duck, braised chicken. Wan Wan listed dishes while drooling, successfully making Big Brother and Father laugh. Big Brother lovingly said whatever Wan Wan wanted, the kitchen would definitely make it. Su Yuqing watched them get out of the car, her eyes full of calculation. Just like in her previous life, Su Wan Wan had returned at exactly this time. To assert dominance, she rushed to Su Jizhou, expressing how much she missed him. Su Jizhou didn't know how to respond, only telling Su Yuqing, who was hugging his leg, to go inside first. Su Yuqing shook her head like a rattle drum. Grandpa, carry me inside. In front was the granddaughter wanting to be carried. Behind were death glares from his son and daughter. As Su Jizhou hesitated, he saw Su Yuqing's hopeful eyes. After much deliberation, he still refused. Though Su Yuqing was dissatisfied, she didn't throw a tantrum. Instead, she obediently ran to Big Brother's side, wanting to push his wheelchair. Big Brother wouldn't even maintain appearances. Not only did he wheel himself away, but he also told her to stay away from him. Su Yuqing followed them with a pale face. Entering the house, they saw Su Wan Wan flying straight into grandfather's arms, performing a rapid-fire speech. After listing dishes, she expectantly asked grandfather if the kitchen had prepared them all. Whatever our Wan Wan wants, we have it. As grandfather and granddaughter were surrounded by happiness, Su Yuqing felt out of place and was confused. Su Wan Wan was different from her previous life. Hearing grandfather introducing Wan Wan's identity, she hurriedly came forward with a gift box, saying it was a welcome home gift she and Mom had specially prepared for Wang Lang. When Wang Lang saw the bracelet she gave, something felt off, but Su Yuqing still smiled innocently, asking him to wear it. Wang Lang put the bracelet on his wrist, noticing something. He secretly vowed that no matter who it was, he would catch the bad guy. Big Brother, who had witnessed everything from the side, gripped his armrest tightly, vowing in his heart to protect his only sister. Wan Wan noticed the change in Big Brother's aura. Her small hands rested on his knees. Why isn't Wan Wan playing with Su Yuqing? Wan Wan gently massaged Big Brother's legs. I think Big Brother needs Wan Wan more. Are your legs numb, Big Brother? Let Wan Wan massage them for you. Big Brother was shocked. Why did he feel like he had some sensation in his legs? The fleeting feeling disappointed Big Brother. It must have been his imagination. The old master noticed Su Yuqing's jealous gaze beside him. He sighed and asked the servant to call her mother down for dinner. The sound of high heels hitting the floor caught Wan Wan's attention. She looked up to see a purple-haired beauty, but strangely, she couldn't see this Annie's facial features. The 3-year-old girl grandfather brought back from outside was said to be her aunt. Looking at the girl who was even younger than herself, Su Yuqing snorted coldly. In her previous life, she had returned at exactly this time, timid and weak, allowing herself to be bullied. This life wouldn't be any different. The Su family would eventually be hers. But she didn't know that this life's Su Wan Wan had returned stronger, with incredible strength and the ability to divine. She immediately noticed something strange about the bracelet Su Yuqing gave. She also noticed her mother's abnormality. Her master had once said, unless someone was a practitioner or reincarnated deity, it was impossible not to see their facial features, unless deliberately hidden. So what was she hiding? Wan Wan stood before her, holding up the recently received bracelet, asking where it was bought. Su Yuqing's mother hesitantly said it was from abroad, further confirming her suspicions. Su Yuqing lectured like a little adult. Little sister, you should call me mother. Sister-in-law Wang Wan shook her head in denial. My master said marriage requires a certificate. Auntie doesn't have a marriage certificate, so it doesn't count as my third brother's wife. And why do you call me little sister? By generational order, you should call me Aunt. Su Yuqing darkly called her aunt. She hadn't expected to be lectured by a 3-year-old child. A bold guess surfaced in her mind. Could Su Wanwan have also been reborn? But she firmly believed that the foolish Su Wanwan from her previous life couldn't amount to much in this life either. The family would eventually be hers. Wanwan didn't care about any of this, happily eating at the dinner table. After eating and drinking her fill, she insisted on resting with Big Brother. "Oh right, father, my 7-star sword." Su Jizhou was quite embarrassed. These past 2 days he'd been so focused on doting on his daughter. The 7-star sword was still at the security gate. Before bed, Su Jizhou worriedly reminded Big Brother, "Don't sleep too deeply at night. Your sister needs water at midnight. She often kicks off her blanket. You need to watch out for that." After finally getting rid of father, Big Brother turned to see Wanwan crying while hugging the 7-star sword. "I'm sorry, Wanwan. I forgot about you these past few days and made you suffer." A child crying while hugging a sword taller than herself looked completely out of place. Big Brother didn't know how to comfort her. Wanwan heard the sound of the wheelchair. She immediately stopped crying. "Big Brother Wanwan will help you." The little niece was cute and well-behaved. Why did Big Brother dislike her so much? The story goes back to 2 years ago. At that time, Big Brother wasn't in a wheelchair. He was originally driving to an out-of-town meeting. Halfway through, he discovered that both the brakes and steering wheel had failed. At the same time, a large truck happened to be speeding towards him. When the rescue team found Big Brother, though they saved his life, his legs were paralyzed. But doctors said his legs had no fractures. He thought it was just an accident, but a few days later, in Su Yuqing's room, they found the missing parts from his car. Big Brother checked the accident footage and found that Su Yuqing had been to his car before this. Big Brother told the police, but they said there wasn't enough evidence to prove it. Everyone thought he was misunderstanding Su Yuqing. Such a small child. Even if she did it, it couldn't have been intentional. "Big Brother, Wanwan believes you." Big Brother, who had been lost in his emotions, was suddenly awakened by Wanwan. He hadn't expected anyone would believe him. Before he could feel touched, the little ball of energy ran to the bedside and emptied out her little backpack. She quickly drew a safety charm and handed it over. Big Brother held the charm, deeply moved, but Wanwan proudly continued massaging his legs while saying haughtily, "Master always praised me as the most talented. If Big Brother wears this, you'll be able to walk and accompany Wanwan soon. Let Wanwan massage your legs some more." "Big Brother, can you feel something now?" Big Brother didn't believe a 3-year-old child could cure him, but her thoughtfulness meant more than others. Big Brother held Wanwan tight with tears in his eyes. "You're truly Big Brother's lucky star. Such an adorable sister." He vowed to protect her for life. At midnight, the 7-star sword by the pillow began humming. Wanwan suddenly opened her eyes in her sleep. "Bullying my family. Wanwan is really angry." The 3-year-old girl grandfather brought back from outside was said to be her aunt. Looking at the girl who was even younger than herself, she noticed how different she was from her previous life. No longer timid and weak. She even dared to embarrass her about not having a marriage certificate. They weren't even family to begin with. Could she also be reborn? To verify her suspicion, Su Yuqing cornered Wanwan in the bathroom early in the morning. Seeing how unrefined she was, nothing like a proper young lady, she felt extremely superior. Indeed a country bumpkin, but Wanwan completely ignored her mockery. Su Yuqing was angry. How dare this little girl ignore her? "I'm talking to you. Where are you going?" The captured Wanwan was very impatient, covering her face, asking to be released, but was held even tighter. The sound of footsteps approached. Su Yuqing revealed a sinister smile. "Su Wanwan, you still can't beat me in this life." When Su Jizhou arrived, he saw Su Yuqing lying on the ground with a pitiful face. "Sister, I'm sorry. Did I make you angry yesterday?" Before he could understand what happened, Wanwan spoke, "Stop pretending. I've seen through all these tricks before." Wanwan ignored her and went straight to her father for a hug. But Su Yuqing's mother wasn't going to let it go. After helping her daughter up, she scolded Wanwan for being inconsiderate. "Qingqing just wanted to be your friend. You know what?" Wanwan showed no respect, shaking her head like a rattled drum, saying, "I don't know." Qin Lu tried to reason gently, didn't Qingqing give you her favorite bracelet yesterday? You liked it too, right? If it's Su Youqing's favorite, then I don't want it. Wanwan pulled off the bracelet. The beads scattered across the floor with a patter. I don't want a bracelet made from dead people's bones. Su Youqing had given Wanwan a bracelet as a gift. The 18 beads were made from the ashes of 18 evil people. The gray bead in the middle was made from a Western monk's bones. Whoever wore it would die in the streets within a week. Su Youqing thought her plan was perfect. But, unexpectedly, Wanwan exposed it publicly. Wanwan took out a talisman and chanted. The prayer beads on the ground were surrounded by golden light. Su Youqing collapsed in fear, at a loss for what to do. Su Jizhou was also angry. His precious daughter had only been found a few days ago, yet someone was already plotting against her. Qin Luyu, what's going on? Qin Luyu struggled to explain. She said she didn't know about this. The bracelet was just something they picked up from an emperor's tomb. The mother and daughter were stunned at being exposed again. Now that third son is in a coma, let's put the marriage on hold. As for Qingqing, we'll raise her. But you both need to move out today. Don't come back. Expelled from the family, Qin Luyu didn't dare show anger to her father-in-law. She directed all her fury at Wanwan. As the door closed, Wanwan turned and made a face at Big Brother. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, realizing the little one had done so much to avenge him. Qin Luyu, her wealthy family dreams shattered, walked dejectedly on the street. Qingqing's mom, what should we do? Mom, you think I can't handle a 3-year-old country girl? Several days later, Su Jizhou looked at the trending topics on his phone, burning with anger. That bastard better not come back. Wanwan, watching cartoons, looked up confused. From her tablet came a roar. I will definitely return. Wanwan hopped off the sofa with effort, standing on tiptoes at the table, very curious. Daddy, where did you get a puppy? Su Jizhou snorted. It's your good-for-nothing second brother's scandal news. Wanwan was more confused. What scandal news? Does it have lace patterns? This simple question made Su Jizhou think deeply. Especially seeing Wanwan holding his phone, unable to read complete sentences, Su Jizhou felt his precious daughter should start kindergarten. But who would have thought that in just one day, some punk would try to steal his precious daughter? His precious baby ran crying into his arms, saying Daddy was bad and didn't want her anymore. Big Brother didn't understand what happened. Dad frantically denied bullying her. After all, he just thought Wanwan was old enough for school. She should go to kindergarten. Big Brother picked up the little dumpling and asked why she was afraid of kindergarten. Wanwan's mind was full of big tigers chasing and biting her. She cried even harder in anger. The auntie who bought Wanwan said kindergarten was full of big tigers that eat children. Big Brother hated that woman who scared Wanwan, but kept a gentle face. Other kids her age were all going to kindergarten. Kindergarten has many friends. Really? Big Brother, don't lie to Wanwan. Seeing her interest, Big Brother continued. Of course. Wanwan, you're not scared, are you? Sure enough, Wanwan immediately bristled. Wanwan isn't scared. Big Brother, you're slandering me. Early the next morning, Wanwan walked into school with determined steps, leaving 3 anxious adults waiting at home. Grandfather sat at home, restlessly waiting. Dad was clearly distracted during his meeting, constantly checking his phone, afraid of receiving messages from teachers. Even the usually calm Big Brother was extremely nervous, worried that Wanwan might cry at kindergarten. Little did they know Wanwan was thriving at school. As soon as she entered, she made many friends. She had already eaten 5 bowls of rice and still wanted more. The teacher was afraid she might get sick and dared not give her more rice. Said she could have fruits after nap time. Wanwan reluctantly nodded. Then her attention was drawn to a little boy who suddenly appeared at the door. Not because he was handsome, but because he was surrounded by golden light and purple aura. This was what Master called a person of perfect virtue. Such a person, Wanwan must become friends with. I'm Wanwan. What's your name? The boy politely answered that his name was Bufangqi, but his voice was too soft. Wanwan didn't hear it. At that moment, she was staring at Bufangqi in admiration. Wow, you're so pretty. You're so fair. You're a pretty boy. You're so tall. You're the tallest in our class. And your skin is so nice. Gufangqi couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Enough! I said, I'm Gufangqi. Wanwan wasn't fazed. She wasn't scared by the boy's shout. Instead, she didn't understand why Gufangqi had death energy, despite his protective golden light. Just one day in kindergarten, and their precious daughter was already being pursued. This angered all 3 generations. Wanwan didn't understand why they were angry. This was just her new friend. She just couldn't understand why Mu Fangxi had death energy, despite his protective golden light. Gu Fangqi also realized his temper was bad earlier. He awkwardly apologized, saying he just didn't want to be disturbed. Wanwan rubbed her little chin, asked, "Are you not feeling well?" Seeing Gu Fangqi look over, Wanwan excitedly said, "Don't worry, you're now Wanwan's 26th friend in class. Wanwan will protect you." Gu Fangqi was speechless. The entire junior class only had 18 children. How did she count to 26? Wanwan searched in her little pocket for Master's talisman, but found she had used them all. She apologetically told Gu Fangqi that she gave the last one to Big Brother. But don't worry, she would draw one herself and give it to him tomorrow. "I want your snowflake crackers. I'll trade you building blocks for it." Wanwan looked at the snowflake crackers at the bottom of the bag, but didn't want to trade. These were for Gu Fangqi. She negotiated with the chubby boy, saying she'd bring him one tomorrow. Wanwan would rather give it to a limping boy than him. The chubby boy became angry with embarrassment. He threw his building block hard at Gu Fangqi's head. There was a dull thud. The innocent Gu Fangqi held his head, then saw Wanwan spread her arms in front of him protectively. "His name is Gu Fangqi. Why are you calling him names?" The chubby boy was intimidated by Wanwan's presence. Though scared, he still stubbornly insisted he wasn't wrong. "Gu Fangqi limps, so he's a limping boy." Wanwan was really angry now. Pointing at the chubby boy's nose, she yelled, "If one day you suddenly became lame and walked like this, what would you do? Also, you can't use violence." The chubby boy was frightened. He wanted to argue with Wanwan, but couldn't find the words. "You could become lame too. Would you want to be called a limping boy?" The chubby boy couldn't hold back anymore and ran crying to his mother. Wanwan put away her serious face and acted cute to Gu Fangqi. "Master said, don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself. We can't mock others' shortcomings." Fangqi's cheeks turned red as he pointed to Wanwan's head. "Your hair is messy." Wanwan raised her chubby hands trying to fix it, but found she couldn't reach the top of her head. Their daughter was only in kindergarten for one day and already got pursued. The 3 generations glared fiercely at the little boy before them, scaring him speechless. Wanwan didn't understand. Gu Fangqi just helped her tie her hair. Why were Grandpa, Dad, and brother making such a big deal? They even stuck to her when she went out shopping. Wanwan was quite troubled. What to do with a clingy dad and brother? Urgently seeking advice online, Wanwan was at her wits' end, being escorted by bodyguards. The streets were full of pretty clothes and dolls, but none of what she wanted. The bodyguard asked understandingly what Wanwan wanted. Before Wanwan could finish listing cinnabar, Huang Ji, Huang Qi, the bodyguards exchanged glances. Were these things little girls should like? But Wanwan's blinking big eyes, asking if they had any, were too cute. Even if they had to climb mountains of knives, they'd find them. Wanwan was carried to the antique street. Before finding Huang Ji, she first found a fortune teller at the entrance. "Madam, you're so blessed. Your marriage line is long and straight. You must have a happy marriage and filial children." Wanwan stared at the aunt's hand for a while. With disapproval, she said, "Uncle, this isn't how you should make money. You'll face divine punishment." The fortune teller was angry. How dare this tiny child lecture him? He pushed Wanwan away. "Whose annoying kid is this? Take her away." But Wanwan, caught by the bodyguards, wouldn't let it go. Hiding behind the bodyguards, she continued, "Palm reading follows left for nature, right for nurture." This aunt showed her left hand, yet you spoke about her current life so confidently. Aunt's palm is wide and thick, showing family harmony. But her marriage line broke 3 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, Aunt's husband passed away 3 years ago. The aunt, with tears in her eyes, nodded repeatedly. She kept nodding. Aunt wants to know how long she'll live. The aunt found this child amazing and believed her words even more. But then she heard, "Aunt, fate isn't unchangeable. If you trust Wanwan, please go get a medical checkup." The fortune teller saw his potential customer leaving without paying and held a grudge against Wanwan, but was scared away by her 3 bodyguards. He grabbed his belongings and ran fast. "My bad luck. Hope I never see you again." Wanwan showed a sinister smile. "Don't run. The more you run, the worse your luck will be." The fortune teller just wanted to make some money to support his family. But Wanwan intercepted, not only exposing his pretense, but also read fortunes for his client without charging. Furious, he wanted to teach this naive little girl a lesson, but was instead taught a lesson by her 3 bodyguards. Instantly cowering, he fled while trying to save face. "My bad luck. Hope I never see you again." Wanwan smiled eerily, telling him not to run, or his luck would get worse. But the old man thought she was exaggerating and ran even faster. Suddenly his foot caught on something. He fell flat on his face, and if that wasn't enough, a passing garbage truck swerved to avoid him and tipped over. A whole bin of garbage dumped on his head. Wanwan stepped away in disgust. "Uncle, don't deceive people next time." Wanwan finally remembered her errand. But before she could enter, a Taoist priest rushed in first. "Boss, give me 500 yellow talismans." Wanwan felt the priest's robe looked familiar. But before she could enter, he rushed out like riding on wind and fire wheels. The shopkeeper, seeing customers, smiled fawningly at the bodyguard. Learning it was a 3-year-old wanting talisman drawing tools, he felt fooled. "What's a kid doing with these? These aren't for children to use." The bodyguard angrily said, "You're running a business. Just prepare what our young miss wants." The boss recognized the globally limited black gold pagoda. He quickly went to prepare what Wanwan wanted. Her eyes sparkled as she danced with joy. She must stock up on such good items. The shopkeeper was excited after selling everything. He'd found a big spender. "Boss, 300 more yellow talismans." A breathless voice appeared at the door. Everyone turned to see the earlier Taoist priest. The boss was confused. "He just bought 500. Why more?" The little priest looked desperate. This batch of disciples was too incompetent. They couldn't even draw calming talismans. The old master was about to die from anger. The boss sympathized but couldn't help. Today's yellow talismans were sold out. He'd have to wait until tomorrow. He heard Wanwan had bought them all. He thought of his incompetent junior disciples at the temple. After much hesitation, he approached Wang Wanwan and asked, "Fellow Taoist, could you spare some talismans?" His 70-year-old master had a 3-year-old junior sister who could draw talismans effortlessly. A true genius. The young Taoist thought his master was exaggerating, but unexpectedly met the real person while buying yellow paper. The junior disciples at home were too incompetent. They couldn't draw a single calming talisman from 500 sheets. But Wanwan had bought all the yellow paper in the store. The young Taoist sheepishly asked if she could spare some. He would pay for them. He regretted asking immediately. Such good yellow paper was rare. Why would she share? Wanwan held the papers and saw the dejected young Taoist. She quickly grabbed him and said she could give him the papers, but she wanted to know if drawing talismans was difficult. The young Taoist proudly said, "You're too young to understand. Drawing talismans is the hardest." Though my master often brags about his 3-year-old junior sister, saying she can draw them effortlessly, but I think he's mostly exaggerating. "Is your master named Xiangdesho?" The young Taoist was surprised that even a 3-year-old knew his master's name. Then Wanwan shyly said she was his master's junior sister. The young Taoist was shocked. He ran back quickly, and before entering heard his master's angry roar. Young people these days are getting worse and worse. He appeared at the door panting. His master immediately turned on him. "I sent you to buy talisman paper. You're gone for hours. What use are you? You say they're sold out. Then what's that in your hand?" "Master, I met someone claiming to be your junior sister. She said we had a connection and gave these to me." Xiangdesho thought his disciple was talking nonsense. Little Wanwan was his precious treasure. How could she be in the capital without telling him, without informing him? The young Taoist thought he was clever, having seen through the child's trick. "But master, she knew your name." Xiangdesho suddenly became anxious, grabbing his disciple's collar to confirm. As cute as an angel, with a tear mole at the corner of her eye, carrying a small backpack full of colorful papers. If not their little junior sister, who else could it be? Meanwhile, at the company where her father took her, Wanwan was surrounded by sisters being cute one moment, but the next moment, she changed, staring anxiously at the elevator. His daughter, whom he had just found, hadn't been cherished enough by him before others rushed to be her godfather. Su Jizhou somewhat regretted bringing Wanwan to the company. Taking clients upstairs, he heard Wanwan call him Papa. Unable to contain his joy, he proudly showed off his daughter. President Bu awkwardly greeted Wanwan, but Wanwan was terrified because she saw the eerie female ghost on President Bu's back. Wanwan calculated quickly and thought, "This is bad. Uncle Gu, have you been particularly unlucky lately? Do you experience sleep paralysis?" Seeing President Gu's shocked face, Sujizho put his arm around President Gu's shoulder, smoothing things over by saying he might be too stressed from work. They should hurry to the meeting. Wanwan watched the female ghost follow President Bu, arrogantly telling her not to meddle. Wanwan couldn't help warning President Bu not to be alone recently, especially in enclosed spaces. But President Bu didn't take it seriously, thinking Wanwan was being superstitious and ignored it. When he went to the bathroom alone, he was possessed by the female ghost, walking towards the rooftop. "Papa, your company's employees are too enthusiastic." Sujizho looked at his daughter's face covered in lipstick marks lovingly, saying it showed how lovable Wanwan was. Wanwan said no, she'd be kissed bald. She wouldn't be Papa's little cutie anymore. Sujizho stroked his chin and said if Wanwan couldn't take it, he'd notify the whole company not to kiss her. Wanwan protested that wasn't what she meant. They liked her, that's why. Her words were suddenly interrupted by the Yin energy from behind. She turned to see President Bu flash by. She rushed out hurriedly to confirm what she saw. President Gu was indeed possessed by the female ghost. Without hesitation, she chased after him, remembering to tell her father to bring her 7-star sword, then catch President Gu on the rooftop. Sujizho didn't understand the situation, but his daughter's tone wasn't joking. Looking at the 7-star sword on the table, he made up his mind. Wanwan, with her short legs, couldn't climb the stairs fast enough. She barely made it up through sheer willpower. "Uncle Gu, Wanwan is here to save you." Wanwan burst through the door. She saw President Gu giving her a clean smile. Wanwan immediately took out the yellow talisman and started chanting, but found it ineffective. President Gu came to discuss cooperation, but ended up on the rooftop, wanting to jump. Wanwan noticed he was possessed by the female ghost. She threw talismans, but they all failed. Just when she was out of options, her father handed her the 7-star sword. Still catching his breath, he looked up to see President Gu standing at the edge. "Hey, old Gu, what are you doing here?" Getting no response, he was pushed behind Wanwan. With a leap, she swung the 7-star sword at President Gu's face. She wouldn't allow the female ghost to harm her Uncle Gu. Suddenly, golden light filled the entire rooftop. The female ghost's miserable screams echoed. Wanwan wiped the sweat from her forehead. Good thing she made it in time. Otherwise, something terrible would have happened. President Gu suddenly woke up in a hospital bed. Sujizho's assistant was by his side, excitedly wanting to report the good news to Sujizho, saying Wanwan and Sujizho were very worried. President Gu held his throbbing head, only remembering seeing Sujizho and Wanwan before losing consciousness. Meanwhile, when Sujizho learned President Gu had woken up, he excitedly hugged Wanwan, giving her a loving reward. Wanwan saving President Gu had helped him greatly. In a few days, it's Uncle Gu's birthday. Wanwan, shall we go together? Birthday means cake. Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly, saying she must go. Besides, Uncle Bu's death crisis isn't over yet. I should check on him then. This scared her father. Will President Bu experience something like today again? Wanwan shook her head. Not necessarily. Could be different, like drowning. President Gu spat out his water and coughed violently, still unable to believe this wasn't a dream. He couldn't believe he wanted to jump, and even more incredibly, was saved by a 3-year-old. Still dazed, he received a protective charm, told it was from Wanwan, with instructions to carry it always and never take it off. President Gu was deeply moved, thinking for the first time how nice it would be to have a daughter, while feeling disgusted enough to throw away his own son. But to get such a thoughtful daughter like Wanwan, he'd need his annoying son to win her over. Girls grow up so fast, Supapa sighed. His daughter had only been in kindergarten for 1 day, and already liked another boy. She was eager to go to school every day, just to see him early. But today, Wang Wanwan had searched every corner of the classroom without finding the handsome Bu Fangqi. She asked the teacher sadly where he was. The teacher stroked her head kindly. Bu Fangqi is sick. He'll be back tomorrow. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by movement at the door. Wanwan turned to run. Who else could it be but her beloved Gu Fangqi? Wanwan shouted Gu Fangqi and pounced towards him, frightening him. With a thud, Wanwan knocked Gu Fangqi to the ground. Are you sick? Wanwan knows some medicine. I can help you. Gu Fangqi yelled with a red face. Get off me first. The teacher mediated, calling Wanwan to play inside. Wanwan nodded in agreement. Turning back to bring Gu Fangqi along, she found him gone. Maybe he wanted to play hide and seek? Wanwan excitedly ran to the yard to search but found nothing. Kicking stones in frustration, she thought Gu Fangqi was so annoying. Suddenly, rustling sounds from behind the bushes caught her attention. Hee hee, found you. She tiptoed closer, planning to surprise Gu Fangqi, but was shocked by what she saw: two men carrying an unconscious Gu Fangqi away. Remembering her master's warnings about child traffickers in the mountain village, Wanwan finally saw them for real. She trembled in fear. But how could she watch Gu Fangqi being kidnapped? He was her good friend, but she was really scared. Watching Bu Fangqi being loaded into a car, Wanwan hesitated no more. She picked up a stone and threw it at the kidnappers. "Let go, you bad people." The two men turned to see a little girl, as delicate as a porcelain doll. Without thinking, they knew she must be some rich family's precious child. What unexpected luck. Two birds with one stone. Kidnap one, get one free. What a deal. Witnessing her good friend being kidnapped, the justice-minded Wanwan stepped forward. But she forgot that in the kidnapper's eyes, she was also a little lamb. She had barely finished her opening words when a kidnapper snuck up behind her with a drugged handkerchief. Wanwan fell unconscious. Both children were taken away. Only when the teacher counted heads did they notice. Su Jizhou and Gu's father arrived at the kindergarten one after another. One wept bitterly to the teacher about having just this one daughter, finally found. She couldn't be lost again. The other showed leadership, immediately demanding to check surveillance footage, only to learn it had been deliberately cut off. The two fathers exchanged glances. This was a premeditated kidnapping. Meanwhile, a van sped down the highway. The younger kidnapper was nervous. "Boss, we kidnapped an extra little girl, afraid it might cause trouble." The boss was much calmer. "We already got Boo's only son. Why worry about this small trouble? It'll take them at least 3 hours to check external surveillance. That's enough time for us to leave the city." In the van, Wanwan slowly opened her eyes. Hearing someone say they'd stop for food, she felt hungry too. Slowly sitting up, she saw the unconscious Gu Fangqi beside her. Then she remembered their kidnapping. Was Gu Fangqi killed by them? Wanwan used all her strength trying to wake Gu Fangqi. The commotion caught the kidnappers' attention. They turned to see Wanwan moving around actively, breaking into a cold sweat. How was she awake? Didn't old Yao say it would last 3 days? Seeing Gu Fangqi also woken by biting, they thought the drug had worn off. They didn't think a little girl could cause any trouble. Stopping to open the back door to tie them up, they were questioned where they were taking Gu Fangqi. "Are you going to sell me? Why aren't you answering?" The kidnapper ignored her, thinking one slap would quiet her down. But surprisingly, his big hand was caught by a small one, and even more incredibly, he couldn't move. Wanwan looked serious. "No hitting," the kidnapper whimpered. Who was really the captive here? They thought they'd struck gold getting 2 for 1. But this little troublemaker they'd caught, he never imagined that he, an adult, would be completely controlled by a child. Unable to move, while Wanwan acted like nothing was wrong, as casual as if she were handling a porcelain doll. Suddenly he was freed. Gratefully looking up, he saw Wanwan being pulled away by Bu Fangqi. "Don't get so close to kidnappers. It'd be trouble if you got hurt." He held Wanwan in his arms, saying, "She doesn't know better. Please don't mind her." Wanwan stayed dumbfounded in Bu Fangqi's embrace. So this was what it felt like to be protected by a handsome boy. The kidnapper felt insulted. What did he mean by, "if you got hurt"? Who was hurting whom? But looking at the innocent little girl, remembering how he was completely overpowered earlier, he could only wave his hand and threaten, "You too won't get any food later." Wanwan immediately protested loudly, "Everything else can be taken away, but not food. I'm hungry. I want to eat." The kidnapper threatened to kill her if she kept crying. Wanwan cried harder, not worried about her safety, but sad that they wouldn't even feed her before killing her. The younger kidnapper returning with food was bewildered. Why was this little troublemaker crying again? The boss was helpless. He couldn't hold back when hearing about no food. The younger one thought something serious had happened, calmly sat in the driver's seat, threw Wanwan a rice ball, and continued driving. The boss looked at him with contempt. The child finally stopped crying. He could sleep, but before he could eat the pork knuckle in his dream, he felt his sleeve being pulled hard. Suddenly waking up, he found Wanwan pulling his sleeve. Looking pitiful, "Is there more food?" Wanwan's still hungry. The boss looked down to get more but found the bag empty. The driving younger one was more shocked. "You ate all our food for the next few days." Then Wanwan and Bu Fangqi were dragged out of the car. "Can't stand it anymore. Kill them. With her around, we'll go broke." Wanwan, trying to help, got kidnapped too. Before getting any ransom, the kidnappers wanted to abandon them just because she ate too much. The two kidnappers feared going broke feeding her. Wanwan wasn't scared until Gu Fangqi explained that killing meant she wouldn't be able to eat anymore. Finally understanding the gravity of the situation, just as she was about to cry, they gagged her with threats. "This isn't up to you. I'm warning you both to be smart from now on. If you dare make trouble again, I'll beat you to death." To ensure she could continue eating, Wanwan nodded obediently and stopped talking. She only spoke again when her hands were being tied. "I can't eat snacks like this." The kidnapper was furious. Wanwan had eaten everyone's dinner. He hadn't even settled that score, and she still had the nerve to ask for food. Suddenly, 3 knocks on the door. "Hello, this is the police conducting a population census." The kidnappers were startled. Why were the police here now? Had they been exposed? For safety, they gagged both children. "If you make any noise, I'll kill you immediately. We'll all go down together if we have to." The boss hid the 2 kids while the younger one opened the door with a fawning smile. He was questioned about why he took so long. Scratching his head, he apologized sheepishly. "I tripped while coming to the door. Sorry." Officer Xiaohe looked past him. He noticed children's snacks scattered on the sofa inside. "Do you have children here?" The younger kidnapper was startled, stuttering, "These are for myself? That's not illegal, right?" Xiaohe felt something was off, but Hongji thought he was overreacting, saying maybe the man just wanted to try them. Xiaohe didn't probe further and left after making a simple record. Just as the door closed, a muffled sound came from behind. Gu Fangqi was kicked out. He had tried to call for help from the police. If the boss hadn't reacted quickly, they would have been exposed. Wanwan broke free from the boss's restraint, kneeling before Gu Fangqi, crying bitterly. "Gu Fangqi, are you hurt?" To avoid worrying Wanwan, Gu Fangqi showed a weak smile, telling her not to cry, saying he was fine. The boss, looking at the bite mark on his arm, grew angrier. He wanted to beat Gu Fangqi but was stopped by his younger partner. That officer wasn't ordinary. "I'm afraid he might come back if he realizes something. We must deal with them now." Witnessing her best friend's kidnapping, she couldn't just watch him being taken away. She righteously stepped forward to stop it, and ended up being kidnapped too, and taken out of the city. The kidnappers thought an extra 3-year-old baby wouldn't cause any trouble, but they didn't expect this girl would nearly eat them into bankruptcy. To cut their losses, they planned to dispose of her early. But coincidentally, they encountered a police officer doing a census who wasn't easy to fool. To avoid complications, the kidnappers planned to deal with the 2 children quickly. Wanwan and Gu Fangqi sensed the danger and stopped playing weak. They showed their true abilities and freed themselves from their restraints. The younger kidnapper was the first to discover they were free. Wanwan protected Gu Fangqi behind her, saying, "Master once said, put down the butcher's knife and become Buddha immediately. But uncle, you definitely can't become Buddha. They would surely reject you. But since you're so evil, King Yama might invite you to tour the 18 levels of hell." These provocative words angered the younger kidnapper, who approached with a knife. Gu Fangqi quickly pulled Wanwan behind him, telling the kidnapper not to take it to heart, saying Wanwan was just speaking childishly. "If you want money, my father is very wealthy. If you let us go, we promise not to talk about this." The younger kidnapper was tempted. Gu Fangqi secretly instructed Wanwan, "When I distract them later, you run out and call for help." But Wanwan wouldn't listen. She saw Gu Fangqi's death aura growing stronger. If she ran, Gu Fangqi would die. The younger kidnapper noticed their small movements. This was open defiance. Even if he didn't want money, he had to kill these 2 kids. Wanwan knew he truly wanted to kill them. That made her even more determined not to leave. "Don't worry, Wanwan will protect you." Wanwan again shielded Gu Fangqi. Form and image reverse heaven and earth. As the curtain falls dramatically, an incantation left Wanwan's lips, accompanied by bursts of golden light. The younger kidnapper found his body no longer obeyed him. He watched helplessly as his knife flew from his hand. Gu Fangqi seized the moment and hit the younger kidnapper's stomach with a mop. Wanwan also grabbed a nearby broom and hit his legs. The younger kidnapper was subdued by 2 babies. The boss regretted being too careless. He had underestimated the 2 children's abilities. He loaded his gun and aimed at Wanwan's forehead. "Weren't you quite tough? Come on, why aren't you making trouble now?" A gunshot rang out. Xiaohe regretted not investigating further. That man had clearly been suspicious. When he rushed upstairs, he discovered a surreal scene. The kidnappers were kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy, while the kidnapped children were imposingly ordering them to raise their hands above their heads. "Why are you crying?" "I'm 3 years old and I'm not crying." "How can a grown man like you be crying?" That familiar tone caught Xiaohe's attention. Wasn't this Su Wanwan, whom he had escorted home just 2 days ago? Hearing the familiar voice, Wanwan turned around and sweetly called out, "Brother he," no longer showing her previous domineering manner. The most excited were actually the kidnappers, begging to be arrested. Xiaohe even heard tears of joy in their voices. This was his fastest case resolution ever, with the kidnappers crying, not the hostages. "This girl isn't human. How can someone so young be so strong? I was being thrown around by this girl. If you hadn't come, I would have lost my life. My bullets seemed possessed. They couldn't hit this girl at all." Xiaohe patted Wanwan's head awkwardly. They made it sound like they were tortured by Wanwan. What exactly happened? Gu Fangqi, afraid Wanwan would be taken away, quickly told Xiaohe. He was the kidnapper's real target. Wanwan was just caught up in it because of him. Officer Xiao asked Wanwan if this was true. Wanwan didn't answer, but took Gu Fangqi's hand. "I wasn't caught up in it. I fought willingly, and I'm not unfortunate. Today I protected Gu Fangqi's safety. I feel very happy." Gu Fangqi's face turned red with pain, finding Wanwan even more adorable. Xiaohe understood the situation. The two were taken back to wait for their parents. Sitting in the hallway, Gu Fangqi felt deeply guilty for putting Wanwan in danger. When he saw the gun pointed at Wanwan's head earlier, his heart almost stopped. He didn't want Wanwan to come to harm because of him, but all his complex feelings could only be expressed as a simple thank you. Gu Fangqi waited for a long time but received no response. When he gathered courage to look down, he found tiny Wanwan asleep on his shoulder. Wang Lang and Gu Fangqi were kidnapped. The police heard gunshots. When they rushed in, they found the hostages holding guns while the kidnappers knelt trembling. Though bizarre, Xiaohe still took the two children to the police station. The two sat side by side in the hallway waiting for their parents. Gu Fangqi awkwardly expressed his concern and guilt for involving Wanwan. He thanked her with a red face, but found the little girl hadn't heard anything, sleeping soundly. His clothes were wet with her drool. Gu Fangqi poked her cheek in disgust, trying to wake her up, but Wanwan kept sleeping soundly. Xiaohe came out to see sleeping Wanwan, knowing she was truly exhausted. Gu Fangqi stiffly asked if they could leave, but was told to wait a bit longer. Just then, Wanwan woke up rubbing her eyes. Seeing Xiaohe, she excitedly called out, "Brother." Pushing Gu Fangqi aside, she asked if they had caught all the criminals. Xiaohe awkwardly said it might take more time. According to the kidnappers, a woman called them a week ago about kidnapping a child in the capital. 5 million as down payment, with the rest to be transferred after completion. Xiaohe felt the case had many suspicious points needing further investigation. So he approached Wanwan and Gu Fangqi. Gu Fangqi pushed Wanwan off his lap before agreeing to cooperate. Unexpectedly, the first question was about the dagger embedded in the wall. Wanwan excitedly said she knew about it. It just went whoosh into the wall. This description frightened Xiaohe, who quietly asked Gu Fangqi if that's what happened. Though shocked, Gu Fangqi nodded. He knew it was Wanwan's work, but he couldn't betray his teammate. He hoped they could gloss over it. Xiaohe wasn't so easily fooled. He fixed his gaze on Wanwan. He had always felt this child was extraordinary. He brought up the blessing pouch Wanwan had given him before leaving last time. "Wanwan, can you tell me? Why did the blessing inside become like this?" Wanwan got angry seeing the empty pouch. "Because brother, he didn't listen, so Wanwan's blessing helped block a deadly crisis for you." These words startled Xiaohe, as he recalled a recent mission. During a chase, he had nearly been shot. Strangely, the bullet seemed to curve around him, barely missing. It said Wanwan's elders were from a legendary special department. His abilities weren't surprising then. Chong from Lushuan stopped digging deeper. He let the two children go find their parents. But just in those few steps, Gu Fangqi suddenly fell. He suddenly lashed out at Wanwan. Due to an accident, 1-year-old Gu Fangqi's leg was injured. Useless, disabled. These were taunts he heard constantly. Gradually, he learned to ignore them and even learned to walk slowly to hide his disability. But when Wanwan discovered his leg condition, he couldn't help feeling inferior. He took his anger out on innocent Wanwan. He knew she just wanted to see him quickly. But when he fell and saw Wanwan's furrowed brows, he couldn't help but think she was mocking him. Like other children, down, thinking he was useless. Gu Fangqi turned away, not wanting to see Wanwan. "It's none of your business," he said coldly, frightening Wanwan. Why did he suddenly become so fierce? Was he angry, or did he think she looked down on him? Wanwan calculated quickly and understood the truth. She grabbed Gu Fangqi's hand, telling him not to be sad. "I don't look down on you. I was just thinking about how to heal your leg." Gu Fangqi looked at her in disbelief. Wanwan firmly told him, "I have great abilities. I really can heal your leg." Like a mystic, she told him that in just 1 month, she could make him jump and run like other children. Gu Fangqi didn't believe Wanwan. He thought she was joking, but facing her bright, sincere eyes, he couldn't voice his doubts. Gu Fangqi nodded. Wanwan excitedly danced around, vowing not to betray his trust. Suddenly, they heard her father calling. Wanwan turned to see her worried father. Her earlier confidence vanished as she ran crying into her father's arms. "Dad, I missed you so much." While this father and daughter were tearful, the other father and son remained composed, as formal as if at a business meeting. He Cheong's appearance broke the awkward atmosphere. He assured both fathers that they would continue investigating the kidnapping. While Wu's father listened seriously to He Cheong, he noticed an intense gaze. Looking down, he asked Wanwan what was wrong. Wanwan looked serious. "Uncle Gu, I see your forehead is still dark. Weapons surround you. Your life is in danger. Just a piece of cake to become godfather." Su Jizhou covered his face. His daughter was too easily fooled. Wanwan said she would help Uncle Gu avoid death and ensure his longevity. She only hoped that on his birthday, he would share an extra piece of cake with her. Uncle Gu laughed heartily at Wanwan's behavior. "Zhou, your daughter is too adorable. I happen to need a daughter. Why not let me borrow her for a few days?" Su Jizhou immediately flared up. "Borrow my foot? I haven't had enough of her myself." He pulled Wanwan close, glaring at Uncle Gu. "Go have your own. You couldn't have one this cute." Uncle Gu was also angry. How dare he say he couldn't have a cute daughter? The two argued like roosters, leaving Wanwan out. Gu Fang only thought of Wanwan's earlier words, worried. Wanwan patted her chest, promising Uncle Gu would be fine. "We're friends. I'll definitely protect you." Uncle Gu heard Wanwan's words and immediately stopped the endless argument. Since he couldn't take her home, he decided to try another approach. He kindly told Wanwan, "Chi-Chi is already 5 years old. From now on, you should call him brother." Seeing Wanwan nod in agreement, he continued, "And you can't call me uncle anymore." Wanwan politely asked what she should call him. Gu Fangqi suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Uncle Gu pointed to himself excitedly. "Of course, call me godfather." Su Jizhou couldn't believe Uncle Gu's shamelessness, making decisions without asking. But most importantly, it was his precious daughter's choice. Wanwan thought for a long while, rubbing her chin. She tiptoed to whisper to her father, saying if Uncle Gu would buy her cake every time they met, she would be willing. Su Jizhou poked his daughter's forehead, helpless. She could be won over with just a piece of cake, such a little foodie. Uncle Gu, who had been eavesdropping, immediately rushed over, expressing his complete willingness. Wanwan held out her pinky to make a promise. Uncle Gu excitedly tried to hug Wanwan, but was stopped by his son, telling him to calm down and not frighten Wanwan. Wanwan understood he meant well. She sweetly called him Brother Chi-Chi. Gu Fangqi instantly blushed, not believing she was calling him. Wanwan called him again and kissed his cheek in gratitude. "Hee, Brother Chi-Chi is the best." Gu Fangqi blushed furiously, even stammering as he spoke. Uncle Gu, seeing his son like this for the first time, immediately took a photo, planning to save it for his future daughter-in-law. Gu Fangqi rushed over to make his father delete it, but being too small, he was completely overpowered. Wanwan understood what it meant to hide something obvious. After sleeping all afternoon, she came downstairs to see a table full of delicious food. Her little stomach immediately growled twice, making her feel embarrassed. She covered her stomach with her small hands and asked her father, "Are you hungry?" Wanwan's stomach doesn't growl. Su Jizhou burst out laughing, patting her head teasingly. He asked if Wanwan knew what it meant to deceive oneself. After having afternoon tea with his daughter, Su Jizhou hurried to work, telling Wanwan she didn't need to go to kindergarten today and could stay home with Grandpa. Hearing Grandpa was going fishing, Wanwan found it interesting, wondering why he was so addicted to it. She excitedly said she wanted to go with Grandpa. Though appearing mature and steady on the outside, Grandpa was crying tears of joy inside. Usually, his time was monopolized by either his father or Sue's eldest, but finally, he had time to bond with his granddaughter. At the riverside, Grandpa's old friends complained that he had declined yesterday's invitation but showed up eagerly today. Grandpa proudly said his granddaughter came to fish with him today. Making a dazzling entrance, her sweet, "Hello, Grandpa," stunned the three old men. They couldn't believe such a cute granddaughter belonged to old Sue's family, as their sons only had boys. Seeing their envious looks, Grandpa became even more proud. While being patted repeatedly, Wanwan was more concerned about catching fish. Suddenly, there was movement by the river. Wanwan was the first to notice and loudly told Brown. He stepped forward to pull up the rod, revealing a 7 or 8 pound fish. The river made Grandpa envious. Wanwan looked into the river twice, telling Grandpa to cast his line. She said he would catch an even bigger fish. Grandpa excitedly prepared to cast, but an old lady watching nearby mocked them, saying they shouldn't believe a child's words. But Brown smiled and said he believed her, as Wanwan was clever. He then moved to another spot to continue fishing. Grandpa didn't argue, planning to let actions speak. Soon the float trembled. Grandpa pulled hard, and a big fish came up. The old lady immediately changed her attitude, asking if his granddaughter might be a lucky koi incarnate. But before she could flatter further, they heard Old Goose cry for help behind them. To save Grandpa, who jumped in to help, Wanwan painfully cut her finger to draw a blood talisman. When Grandpa jumped in to save Old Goo, she had calculated that Grandpa would be safe though scared. But suddenly dark clouds covered the sky, and Wanwan sensed something unusual. Looking down, she saw the river full of energy. There was even a trace of killing intent. Wanwan immediately ran with her short legs towards the suspension bridge, trying to get closer to Grandpa. She saw him struggling to save the person. Something was clearly pulling against him. Wanwan hesitated no longer, held the yellow talisman, and began chanting. The moment the talisman touched the water, the waves calmed, but soon the surface became turbulent again, even more violent than before. Wanwan clenched her fists. This was the only way now. She took out a fruit knife from her pocket. Squinting her eyes, showing fear mixed with determination, she cut her finger. Crimson blood immediately flowed from her skin. With tears in her eyes, Wanwan drew a talisman in the air. Her will transformed into silence, commanding wind and water. Follow my command. The talisman emitted golden light, gradually expanding. The moment it covered the entire river surface, the previously restless water suddenly stilled. The killing intent surrounding the river instantly vanished. Feeling less resistance, Grandpa quickly swam to shore with Old Goo. Only after Old Goo was taken away by the ambulance did Grandpa relax, wiping water from his body. He heard Wanwan crying out, "Grandpa." Turning around, he was tackled by Wanwan. "Are you cold, Grandpa?" Knowing she was frightened, Grandpa quickly apologized, saying it was all his fault. He asked her not to be angry. Sujijo heard Grandpa sneeze. At the doorway, Dad asked, "Weren't you going fishing today? Don't tell me you fell into the water?" Wanwan ran to her father to explain for Grandpa. It wasn't just Grandpa being reckless, he was a hero. But thinking of that dangerous moment today, Wanwan's eyes filled with tears again. "But Dad, I'm afraid Wanlan feels useless. He doesn't want anything to happen to Dad, Grandpa, or the brothers, but it seems he couldn't protect any of them well." Dad, watching Wanwan crying like a child, felt heartbroken. Had he noticed something? Why would he suddenly say this? Wanwan, hiccuping through tears, said she saw the house full of black mist and energy, but she didn't know what to do. At this point, Wanwan cried even harder, feeling she had let down her sect and master. Grandpa told Wanwan it wasn't her fault. After all, she was still a child. But Wanwan couldn't let it go, saying if she had known life outside the temple would be so treacherous, she should have paid more attention during her senior disciples' lessons. Today when Grandpa was saving someone, everything was fine at first, but suddenly the river filled with killing intent and energy. Grandpa was shocked. He had thought the pulling sensation in the river was his imagination. Now hearing Wan Wan's explanation, he realized it was Wan Wan who had saved him. Wan Wan dejectedly said she was useless, only able to temporarily resolve the crisis. But Dad thought Wan Wan had done very well. He rubbed her little head, telling her it was only because she was too young. When Wan Wan grows up, she'll be able to solve the family's problems. Wan Wan nodded vigorously, seriously promising that she would protect everyone. Then she ran to the study room with high spirits. She drew dozens of safety talismans at once and gave them to family members. She didn't even forget about the brothers who were away. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated temple in the suburbs, two men were facing a corpse curse. The red smoke from the incense burner between them formed a blood-red talisman. It floated in midair. Suddenly, the incense burner in front exploded. The white-bearded old man was struck by backlash and fell to the ground with a thud. The young man couldn't believe it. The Su family was supposed to be at their weakest. Why would Master still suffer backlash? The old man's face darkened. He hadn't expected the Su family to have such ability, actually finding a capable Taoist priest. But that wouldn't matter. Within a year, none of the Su family members would survive. In his sleep, Big Brother felt like he was run over by a truck. He suddenly woke up, only to find Wan Wan climbing over him. He sat up and greeted his little sister, naturally putting on his shoes to go wash up. After a few steps, he belatedly realized he could walk. He looked down at his legs in disbelief. Although Wan Wan knew Big Brother would stand again, seeing it happen still filled her with joy. She ran to congratulate him, but was embraced by Big Brother, who called her his lucky star. Wan Wan was also happy, pulling Big Brother along to tell Dad and Grandpa the good news. Their father, hearing Wan Wan's calls, couldn't believe it and rushed to the stairs, where he saw his son standing straight. "Chi-Huai, your legs are healed?" Big Brother smiled and told Dad he could walk. During breakfast, Wan Wan couldn't stay still, asking, "Dad, can Big Brother walk? Can he take Wan Wan for walks now?" Dad wiped Wan Wan's face, which was messy like a little cat's, gently coaxing, "When your big brother gets better, I'll let him carry you on his back." Wan Wan turned to Big Brother expectantly. "Can you, Big Brother?" He immediately agreed. Wan Wan exclaimed, "Wah!" and hugged her big brother, happily saying she loved him the most. Their father became jealous right away, asking if Wan Wan didn't love Dad anymore. Wan Wan quickly balanced things out, saying she loved Dad the most, and Grandpa too, making everyone laugh. After breakfast, the three family members took Wan Wan to kindergarten. The worried father stuffed her backpack with snacks, and still concerned, told his daughter if she was still hungry, she should ask little Chi to take her to buy food at the neighboring elementary school. Wan Wan quickly agreed and urged them to leave, not wanting to delay playing with Brother Chi. Gu Fangqi, not wanting to keep Wan Wan waiting, had his father drop him off at school early. Hearing Wan Wan excitedly calling his name, he turned to see her running towards him. Gu Fangqi focused, took a horse stance, ready to catch Wan Wan. To see Brother Chi, Wan Wan came to love going to kindergarten. Since being marked by Wan Wan, Gu Fangqi had developed a deep bond with her. She knew Wan Wan liked to pounce on people, so she was determined to make herself stronger. But when she tried it, she still ended up being Wan Wan's cushion. The teacher was startled and quickly helped Wan Wan up, telling her not to do such dangerous moves next time. Wan Wan scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was all because she was too strong. Gu Fangqi was very indulgent with Wan Wan, willingly telling the teacher he wasn't hurt from the fall. Wan Wan excitedly shared her chocolate with Gu Fangqi, saying it was his favorite. Hearing Gu Fangqi say he liked Wan Wan, she broke off another piece and fed it to him. A chubby kid watching nearby envied Wan Wan. "I want you to feed me too." Before Wan Wan could respond, he was scared to tears by Gu Fangqi's death stare. The clingy snake eats the small one. Gu Fangqi, who was called Clingy Snake, once again accepted Wan Wan's pounce, feeling quite pleased. The teacher, receiving the chubby kid's complaint, was also confused about how Gu Fangqi scared people with his eyes. But the chubby kid was crying so hard he could barely breathe, and it didn't seem fake. When asked why Gu Fangqi scared him, the chubby kid couldn't speak through his hiccups. Wan Wan spoke up first. "Because Chubby called Brother Chi a clingy snake." "Chubby is lying." Gu Fangqi was once again protected by Wan Wan. He felt surprised yet touched. Dumbfounded, he was pulled away by Wanwan, hearing her say she would never play with Chubby again. In the evening, Wanwan was still angry, stabbing the steak in her bowl as if it were Chubby. If Master hadn't said not to misuse talismans, she would have drawn a circle to curse him. Sujijo didn't understand what was wrong with his daughter. When asked, she said nothing was wrong, but her frantic eating speed scared Sujijo. He quickly tried to distract Wanwan. When Wanwan heard she could go to her godfather's house for cake tomorrow, she instantly forgot her troubles. She jumped down from her chair in one go, wanting to prepare a birthday gift for her godfather. Sujijo breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have distracted her. When her favorite little brother was bullied, Wanwan's fists were hard. To distract Wanwan, Sujijo told her she could go to her godfather's house for cake tomorrow. Sure enough, at the mention of food, Wanwan was easily distracted and stopped dwelling on Brother Chi being tattled on by Chubby. Sujijo understood the principle of being grateful for food and thought it was fine for Wanwan to prepare a birthday gift. But taking out all the clothes from the entire wardrobe just to look pretty for Brother Chi tomorrow, Sujijo couldn't stand how the Gu family, both old and young, were trying to steal his daughter. The next day, as soon as they got out of the car, Wanwan was stunned by Chi's house. Sujijo's competitive spirit rose, saying their old family house was also very grand and impressive, and he'd definitely take Wanwan to see it sometime. But Wanwan wasn't interested. As soon as she entered, she launched herself like a rocket towards her godfather. Her godfather graciously caught her and was about to dote on her when Wanwan asked where Brother Chi was. He had barely said the location when the little one in his arms jumped down. She tossed him a box, saying it was a carp, then rushed off like a whirlwind. Her godfather curiously opened the box. After a flash of golden light, he suddenly felt much better all over. Meanwhile, Sujijo, who had witnessed all this, was going crazy on the side. That despicable Gu Yuan was competing with his son to steal his daughter. So despicable. Wanwan, unaware of her father's impending breakdown, only wanted to quickly see Brother Chi, wondering if he would be touched to see her coming to find him. But unexpectedly, she witnessed a bullying scene. Gu Fangqi, you must apologize to Xiao Yin today. Otherwise, I'll tell Aunt Xiao that you bullied Gu Yin. You really think you're the young master of the Gu family? A little cripple like you deserves to be the Gu family's young master? That's laughable. Gu Fangqi, my mom said if she were you, she would have died already. Gu Fangqi was very restrained, not wanting to ruin his father's birthday party. Then they heard a childish voice shouting, "Sword come," with great force. Everyone turned around to see an angry little girl. They thought she wasn't worth worrying about and might even be easy to deal with. But unexpectedly, she taught them a lesson instead. Apologize to Brother Chi now. Wanwan had just wanted to come for some cake, but some people kept challenging her limits, making her want to get physical. How could they bully her precious Brother Chi, whom she cherished so much? She quickly dealt with the bigger kids, making them question their life choices. They all doubted whether Wanwan was really a girl. Wanwan put her hands on her hips and said, "I'm just a baby." The boys were scared but still tried to shift blame, saying Gu Fangqi bullied Gu Yin. That's why they bullied Gu Fangqi. Wanwan was a bit confused and quietly asked Gu Fangqi who Gu Yin was. Gu Fangqi, with coldness in his eyes, said it was his stepmother's child, but he hadn't bullied Gu Yin. This made Wanwan even more confident. Did you hear that? Brother Chi didn't bully him. The beaten boy disagreed and accused Gu Fangqi of lying. They all saw that Xiao Yin just wanted his safety talisman. Not only did he refuse to give it, but he also pushed Xiao Yin to the ground. The boy looked at Wanwan, his eyes growing fierce, making cowardly gestures while saying the cruelest words. Indeed, my mom was right. He's just a motherless, disaster-bringing star. Gu Fangqi saw Wanwan about to fight again and quickly held her back, saying to let it go. They're right. I am a disaster star. Wanwan was stunned at first. Then she excitedly said, "That's not true. Brother Chi, you're not a disaster star. When Annie passed away, Brother Chi was still so young. How could it be your fault? His mom is wrong to falsely accuse others like this. We're all children. Why should the older ones always give in to the younger ones? Remember this, Gu Fangqi is under my, Su Wanwan's, protection. If you dare bully him again, you'll regret it." Seeing them flee in panic, Wanwan snorted coldly. She turned around and asked Gu Fangqi worriedly if he was hurt. Hearing Gu Fangqi say no, Wanwan was very happy and pulled him to go play. But after just a few steps, she was stopped by Gu Fangqi. He wanted to thank her but couldn't find the words. Seeing Wanwan's innocent expression, he told her, "Don't pick up branches from the ground anymore. It's too dirty." Mentioning this, Wanwan's temper flared up again. "It's just because I didn't bring my precious 7 stars sword. Next time, Wanwan definitely won't let others bully you." But Wanwan's pure kindness made Gu Fangqi feel unworthy. He gathered courage to tell Wanwan, "Brother isn't as good as you think." As a boy, Gu Fangqi was repeatedly protected by Wanwan. He was moved. Besides his father, no one had ever firmly stood by his side. But he felt he didn't deserve Wanwan being so good to him. "Brother isn't as good as you think." Gu Fangqi had already prepared for Wanwan to leave him. But unexpectedly, Wanwan took his hand again. She firmly told him, "Brother Qi is the best person Wanwan has ever met. Someone with purple aura and moral light. If this doesn't count as a good person, then there are no good people in this world." Although Gu Fangqi didn't understand what Wanwan was saying, he knew he would protect Wanwan well in the future. Wanwan unconsciously followed Gu Fangqi forward. Suddenly, she was frightened by the scene before her and trembled. She instinctively hugged Gu Fangqi and asked where this was. Gu Fangqi, almost suffocating from Wanwan's tight grip, weakly said that recently they hadn't hired anyone to fix it yet. "Why don't you let go first? I'll take you back." Wanwan embarrassedly released her grip, but after walking a few steps, she stopped again. "Brother Qi, this wall seems strange." Gu Fangqi looked at the wall in front and frowned. These days, he had learned quite a bit about Taoist knowledge. He couldn't see anything unusual, but Wanwan grew more alarmed as she looked. Gu Fangqi was being entangled by the black qi on the wall, about to be consumed completely. She pulled Gu Fangqi away. She asked if this wall was newly built. Gu Fangqi nodded. Recently, the old house had a mysterious accident. This wall was burned down and later rebuilt. Wanwan's little face was unprecedentedly serious. Master said that any residents must consider feng shui. First fate, second luck, third feng shui. This place faces east for life. Doors cannot be 6 or 7 qi high when built. This wall is clearly over that. Do you know what this means? Best case is losing wealth. Worst case is losing life. Brother Qi, your house's feng shui has been tampered with. Gu Fangqi was shocked. Wanwan, would you like to check inside the house? Just 1 qi too high in the wall can lead to loss of wealth or even life. Wanwan said their house's feng shui had been altered. Gu Fangqi was immediately alarmed and wanted Wanwan to check the interior arrangements. Hearing Gu Fangqi's words, Wanwan remembered that she came to the backyard to find him for this very reason. She had forgotten after the distraction with those little bullies. But when she heard her godfather calling her for cake, Wanwan put this matter out of her mind again. She was pulled back by Gu Fangqi. She scratched her head embarrassedly and told her godfather she had to do something important first. Wanwan led Gu Fangqi into the house, but grew more alarmed as she looked around. The terrain of Gu Fangqi's house was wrong. In feng shui, the main door shouldn't face the balcony. Windows shouldn't face the back door. Fish shouldn't be kept between the cutoff door and the fire door. Walking through, Xiao Qi's home violated every major feng shui principle. This couldn't be a coincidence. Brother Xiao Qi, has any elderly person in your family recently had an accident or gotten sick? Gu Fangqi was surprised by how accurate Wanwan's guess was. He mentioned his grandfather had fallen into the river while fishing recently. Wanwan finally understood why the golden light around Gu Fangqi would fluctuate. She jumped up, grabbed Gu Fangqi's hand, and solemnly told him that their house's feng shui had been altered. Most importantly, the old house was no longer suitable for living. Hearing this, Gu Fangqi worriedly asked if there was a solution. Wanwan assured him there must be one, but she needed to go home to prepare. She didn't want brother Xiao Qi to know she was just an amateur. She still needed to go home and check her books to solve this. Suddenly, Wanwan felt someone push her from behind. Her body fell forward uncontrollably. She fell flat on her face. The man stood arrogantly, saying, "Oh, it was just a little mouse." Gu Fangqi hurriedly helped Wanwan up, his face full of anger. "Gu Yin, you're asking for death." Gu Yin backed away in fear, as if seeing a ghost, but still kept taunting, telling the crippled Gu Fangqi to get away. Gu Fangqi ignored the words and stepped forward to grab Gu Yin. He used all his strength to throw him away. Gu Yin cried like a 200-pound child, "I'll tell Mom. I'll make her starve you." His stepmother's 5 years of pretending to be good were ruined by her own son's mouth. Gu Yin was just habitually bullying Wanwan, not knowing he had touched Gu Fangqi's reverse scale. When Gu Fangxi threw him, he hadn't realized the severity of the situation. He fearfully threatened Gu Fangxi, "I'll tell Mom. I'll make her starve you." But Gu Fangxi wasn't afraid at all, walking towards Gu Yin with a vicious look. He stepped on Gu Yan's ankle. With a crack, the whole room echoed with Gu Yan's screams. Wanwan watched in shock, but didn't try to stop it, because she discovered that although Gu Yin was young, his hands weren't clean. Madame Chow heard the noise and came. She pushed Gu Fangxi away, held Gu Yin in her arms, and glared fiercely at Gu Fangxi. With his backup arrived, Gu Yin became unrestrained, crying and clinging to his mother. "Lock this disaster star in the dark room. Don't give him food. Don't give him water." But as soon as he spoke, his mother covered his mouth. Madame Chow looked back anxiously. Sure enough, she saw Gu Tingyuan, who had come hearing the noise. She immediately put away her fierce look. Tears flowed like opened floodgates. "Shao Qi, I know you don't like Auntie, but you shouldn't take it out on your brother. Go ahead and hit me." Gu Fangxi was angry that his father doubted him without asking why, and shouted that Gu Yin deserved it. Wanwan couldn't bear to see Shao Qi wronged and stood unconditionally on his side. "That's right, he deserved it." Su Jizhou, who had followed, quickly called his little ancestor over. This wasn't a situation where Wanwan could act recklessly. Wanwan obediently ran to Su Jizhou. She also had someone to rely on. Wanwan showed her scraped palm. "Gu Yin pushed me first. That's why brother Shao Qi got angry. He tried to steal the safety talisman I gave to brother Shao Qi when brother Shao Qi wouldn't give it to him. He brought people to beat him up." Gu Yin kept calling him a cripple, and he told his mom to lock up Gu Fangxi, not give him food or water. "Godfather, is this how your family punishes children? No food, locked in dark rooms?" Gu Tingyuan never knew they had such punishment methods. He had always thought his son was a well-behaved good child, and his wife was a gentle and beautiful stepmother. He thought he was life's winner. But on her birthday, his goddaughter informed him that his eldest son was being bullied by his younger son and locked in dark rooms by his stepmother, and he had doubted his son without asking why. Gu Tingyuan glared at Madame Chow, waiting for a reasonable explanation. He had married her because of her scheming. He hadn't minded much since she treated Gu Fangxi well, but he didn't expect her to be two-faced. "Chow, why would Xiao Yin say such things to his big brother?" Madame Chow didn't understand how things suddenly got out of control. She didn't mention anything about Gu Yan's behavior. She only blamed Gu Fangxi, saying she saw him beating Gu Yin as soon as she arrived. Even if Xiao Yin did something wrong, as an older brother, he shouldn't be so violent with his younger brother. Then why can Gu Yin be violent with small animals? Wanwan's words were like a bomb. Gu Yan's face changed immediately, saying Wanwan was talking nonsense. Madame Chow also threatened the child with a dark face. "Hasn't your mother taught you that children should be honest and not make up stories?" Wanwan didn't understand the implication and innocently said her mother hadn't taught her these things. This struck Su Jizhou's pain point. He picked up Wanwan with a dark face. "I'm sorry, my wife passed away years ago. Indeed, I couldn't teach my daughter properly." With this backing, Wanwan became even more unrestrained. "Auntie, why did you help when Gu Yin was killing animals? Aren't you afraid they'll come for you at night? You're Gu Yan's mother. You must know what he did. But as a mother, you didn't stop him. Master says this is called." Wanwan scratched her head, unable to remember the term her master used. Beside her, Gu Fangxi's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but prompt, "Aiding and abetting evil." Wanwan nodded excitedly. "Yes, yes, yes. Aiding and abetting evil." Gu Yin knew he couldn't admit it, so he shouted fiercely, "You little girl, you're lying. I never killed them." Wanwan fought back. "Then how do you explain the animal corpses under your bed? How do you explain the animal corpses hidden under your bed?" Wanwan's righteous words made Gu Yin panic. "You're lying. I clearly hid them in the wardrobe." Madame Chow realized what her son had just said and immediately covered his mouth, but it was too late. Wanwan looked at Madame Chow's murderous eyes. She shrugged, indicating she actually didn't know where they were hidden. Gu Tingyuan strode towards Gu Yan's room. The moment he opened the wardrobe, despite being used to seeing major scenes, he was startled. Gu Fangxi quickly covered Wanwan's eyes. Gu Yin trembled in fear before Gu Tingyuan. "Dad, someone is framing me. I didn't do these things." Gu Tingyuan sneered and asked him to say who did it. Gu Yin immediately targeted Gu Fangxi. He said it must be Gu Fangxi who did it. After all, he had always been jealous of him. These words, Wanwan was confused. What would brother Shao Qi be jealous of? Gu Fangxi is jealous that my legs aren't disabled, so he's always disliked me. Madame Chow knew letting her son continue would make things worse. To avoid being implicated, she slapped Gu Yan's face. At a time like this, why won't you tell the truth? Gu Yan, never having suffered such humiliation, burst into tears. But Madame Chow didn't soften. Her warning to Gu Yan was also telling Gu Tingyuan that this must be a misunderstanding. It definitely wasn't done by Gu Fangqi. Madame Chow wanted to clear herself, but Wanwan didn't want to let a bad person go. Auntie, weren't you the one who brought these animals to Gu Yan's room? Madame Chow wanted to deny it, but Wanwan told her not to hurry. Everything has its cause. These animals died innocently. They will follow you until you receive your due karma. There is justice in this world. Heaven's principles are clear. Karma goes in cycles. Retribution never fails. As Wanwan's words fell, Madame Chow felt a chill down her spine, but still stubbornly said she didn't understand Wanwan's words. Wanwan turned back with a smile. It's okay if you don't understand. You'll know what I mean later. Gu Tingyuan seriously doubted if Gu Yin was his own child, capable of such cruel acts. Madame Chow tried to explain several times, but was scared off by Gu Tingyuan's glare. Madame Chow, take Gu Yin back first. He looked at the corpses on the ground with a headache, not knowing how to handle them. Wanwan jumped down from Su Jizhou's arms and started rummaging through her bag. This action scared Su Jizhou. Wanwan, what are you doing? Although they're animals, they died full of resentment. Now the whole house is filled with yin energy. To disperse it, we need to help them transcend. Su Jizhou was still worried. After all, Wanwan was only 3 years old. But Wanwan said it was fine. She wasn't afraid, Dad. Godfather, if you can't handle it, you can go rest first. Wanwan can do it alone. How could Gu Tingyuan admit he was inferior to a child? Goddaughter, what major scene haven't I seen? But before he finished speaking, he stepped back. Wanwan carefully arranged all the small animals. After lighting 3 incense sticks, she began the transcendence ritual. Suddenly, the entire room was enveloped in golden light. The original gloomy chill gradually disappeared. 10 minutes later, Wanwan slowly opened her eyes, but she found that a little black one was still unwilling to leave. She learned it had an unfulfilled wish. Wanwan told it to go ahead without worries. Then she collapsed like a deflated balloon, falling to the ground. Gu Fangqi caught her quickly, preventing another intimate encounter with the floor. Gu Tingyuan asked worriedly if it was over. Wanwan nodded. Godfather, just find a place to bury them later. Seeing the table full of cakes, Wanwan immediately perked up. She ate with great delight. Beside her, Gu Tingyuan's face unconsciously broke into a smile. You've worked hard today, Wanwan. Why don't you stay at my house tonight? Su Jizhou left the choice to her. Wanwan blinked her big eyes and thought for a moment. I want to sleep with brother Shaoqi. Su Jizhou felt like his precious daughter was being stolen away. No wind could blow away the gloom in this father's heart. At home, his daughter wanted to stay with her big brother. Outside, there was another brother Shaoqi ahead of him. Someone was always trying to steal his daughter. He couldn't win against any of them. He could only force a smile. When Gu Fangqi heard Wanwan wanted to stay with him, he couldn't hide his smile. He even personally brought water to wash Wanwan's feet, making her laugh like silver bells. Gu Fangqi thought Wanwan's little feet were soft and extremely cute. The father hiding at the door was grinding his teeth. This hateful brat who was stealing his daughter. Wanwan tilted her head and saw Su Jizhou at the door, quite surprised. She asked what brought him here. Seeing him clutching his chest in pain, Dad, are you not feeling well? Su Jizhou tearfully said he was fine. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed throughout the villa, but Wanwan told them not to worry. It was Little Black taking revenge on Gu Yin. Su Jizhou stroked Wanwan's head. Dad's worried you might be afraid of the dark. Tell Dad if you're uncomfortable. Wanwan sensibly comforted her father. Wanwan's not afraid. Brother Shaoqi is very good to Wanwan. See how clean brother washed? Su Jizhou was stabbed in the heart by Wanwan's smile. What should have been a movie for 3 now made him feel like an extra. Su Jizhou bid farewell to his daughter with a broken heart, but didn't receive even a bit of concern. Even the corridor felt colder than when he came. Thinking of what Wanwan said earlier, Su Jizhou became a bit scared and ran back to his room at sprinting speed. Has brother Shaoqi always lived in the old house? Gu Fangqi barely said, no, when he felt a soft little bundle in his arms. Looking down, Wanwan had snuggled into his embrace. Just after saying goodnight, Wanwan's curiosity emerged again. Brother Shaoqi, is grandfather fierce? Does he eat children? Hearing Gu Fangqi say no, Wanwan proudly declared, "My grandfather isn't fierce at all. Master isn't fierce either. But the children who came to worship at the temple before secretly told me that master eats children. Neither your master nor I eat children. Those kids were lying to you." Wanwan's little head nodded as she was falling asleep. "I think you're right too. How could my master eat children? At most he just hits them with a stick." Gu Fangqi was shocked. "Your master hits you? Your master hits Wanwan?" Gu Fangqi's heart tightened. How could delicate Wanwan endure that? Fortunately, Wanwan explained that while master does hit people, he doesn't hit her. "Master says hitting me would shorten his life. He only hits my senior and junior brothers." Gu Fangqi listened to Wanwan's drowsy words. Looking down, the little girl had already entered dreamland. He helped tuck her in and lay beside her, feeling the air become sweeter. The next day, Wanwan slept until noon. While letting Gu Fangqi braid her hair, suddenly her stomach growled. Wanwan rubbed her sleepy eyes. "Brother Xiaoqi, I'm hungry. I want cake." She was even drooling. Gu Fangqi helplessly pinched Wanwan's chubby cheeks, telling her to wait a bit as lunch would be ready soon. Suddenly, a fragrant smell wafted to their noses. Following the smell, Wanwan saw her kindly-looking father and godfather holding small cakes. She politely greeted the two elders. Before taking the cake, she solemnly reminded Godfather Gu Tingyuan that Wanwan would start preparing when she got back. Godfather must be careful for the next while. Gu Tingyuan nodded in agreement, feeling that his goddaughter was so thoughtful, and handed her another big piece of cake. After eating, Wanwan eagerly asked her father to take her to the antique street. The shop owner got excited seeing Wanwan's small figure. She was his big customer. But when he heard Wanwan wanted 500 yellow talismans, he awkwardly apologized, saying they were sold out today. Wanwan was confused, saying she had calculated that they should still have talismans. The owner was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to call her little girl anymore and switching to little master. "We do have some talismans left. However, these have already been pre-ordered by the Celestial Masters Association." As if to prove his words true, right after he spoke, several young Taoist priests from the Celestial Masters Association pushed open the door. They said they wanted to get some talismans to play with. Then they turned and saw a familiar face. The young priest was also shocked to see her. The old Taoist priest was over 60 years old, yet he willingly called a 3-year-old baby senior sister, only because she had real skills and was master's precious disciple Zhang Huayu. The first time they met Wanwan, they thought she was a fraud. Their master was so wise and powerful. How could the senior sister he always mentioned be a child? But they were wrong. Thinking of their master's admiring expression, meeting master's little senior sister again, their first thought was to bring her back. Not only did they eagerly offer Wanwan the talismans she needed, they also mentioned there were roast chicken and small cakes at the Celestial Masters Association. Wanwan was extremely tempted, but she hesitated when she saw her father. Su Jizhou patted Wanwan's head and asked if she wanted to go. Wanwan nodded, expressing her strong desire to go. Su Jizhou didn't discourage her enthusiasm. Not only did he agree to let Wanwan visit the Celestial Masters Association, but he also personally escorted her. The young priests following behind were envious. As expected of their little senior sister, even her ride was a luxury car, making these devoted followers of the path extremely envious. Just arriving at the Celestial Masters Association's entrance, Wanwan was impressed by its grandeur. She hadn't expected her junior brother to have such a large establishment, and the usually mature and steady Xiang Desho, with a face like peach blossoms, shouted and ran out from the main hall. He hugged Wanwan tightly, saying, "Little senior sister, I've missed you so much." His dramatic behavior shocked all disciples of the Celestial Masters Association, but Wanwan was already used to it. She listened as he chirped like a skylark beside her. "Little senior sister, when did you come to the capital? Why didn't you call? Where are you staying now?" "I have a villa in the city center. I recently obtained Thunder Talisman," but no matter what he said, Wanwan wasn't interested. She only cared about his roast chicken and cakes. Only after eating and drinking her fill did Xiang Desho dare to make his request. Seeing Wanwan agree, he immediately spoke with a choked voice. "In our Celestial Masters Association, besides me and a few fellow brothers, there aren't many people. Master is getting old." Xiang Disha's tears came out. Wanwan immediately asked what had happened. Xiang Desho let out a long sigh. "It's hard to find people with real abilities nowadays. There are many Taoists nationwide, but those with real skill and talent are rare. especially now with spiritual energy depleting, let alone fortune-telling. They can't even draw talismans properly. When Wanwan asked what she could do, Xiang Disha's face lit up with joy. Little senior sister, you just need to come every week to teach them talisman drawing and fortune-telling. But unexpectedly, Wanwan refused firmly. Even though it concerned the survival of their sect, Wanwan refused without hesitation. Her junior brother didn't understand, but Wanwan said she still had to go to kindergarten and could only come on weekends. Her junior brother awkwardly agreed. He only remembered how capable his little senior sister was, but forgot she was still just a 3-year-old child. Without drawing talismans, despite the table being tall, she could create talismans in one stroke. The disciples thought it was impossible. To draw talismans, shouldn't one first bathe, pay respects to ancestors, and burn incense with sincerity? Wanwan said if they didn't believe her, she could demonstrate. These words terrified Xiang Desho. Before he could stop her, Wanwan had already summoned thunder. The disciples watched the suddenly darkening sky, not understanding what was about to happen. Xiang Disha's heart sank. With a thunderous boom, a large hole was struck in the courtyard. Seeing everyone's admiring looks, Wanwan curiously asked if they knew the 5 Thunder Talisman. Her adorable appearance dealt a huge psychological blow to everyone. They shook their heads like rattles. The 5 Thunder Talisman had long been lost. Even if they could draw it, it might not work. Wanwan's little head tilted in surprise, not understanding. Why? I succeed every time. Is it difficult? As she spoke, she picked up the brush and drew another identical one. Just as she was about to demonstrate again, Xiang Desho tapped her little shoulder. With a shy face, he asked, "Little senior sister, can you give me this talisman?" Wanwan didn't understand what was so precious about it. She casually gave it to Xiang Desho, who was excited despite being over 100 years old. The disciples who hadn't received anything looked expectantly. "Senior sister, can we also learn this 5 Thunder Talisman?" Wanwan smiled brightly. "Sure, let's start now." 3 hours later, Wanwan leaned against the doorframe as she came out. This sight broke Xiang Disha's heart. Wanwan said she would send over the talisman books left by Master. Xiang Desho was overjoyed but still hesitated. After all, those were given to Wanwan by Master. He thought it would be better if she kept them. Wanwan didn't understand Xiang Disha's concern. That content was usually mastered by age 2. It would be more useful for his disciples. "Junior brother, you probably didn't expect there could be worse drawings than yours." Master Xiang Disha's old face turned red. "Senior sister is right." Suddenly, they were drawn to a voice behind them. "My goodness, what happened here?" Su Jijo looked at the deep hole in the courtyard with confusion. It wasn't there when they arrived. Before he could understand what had happened, a small bundle was pushed into his arms. Looking down, it was his daughter. Even stranger, the celestial master instructed him not to let Wanwan use talismans at home. Before Su Jijo could speak, Wanwan protested first, demanding Xiang Desho explain himself. But when she turned around, she saw tears in his eyes again. He recalled that although Master's temple was small back then, it lacked nothing. Even the 3 Pure One statues in the main hall were pure gold. Ever since this little ancestor learned to write, the temple got struck by lightning daily. To avoid you becoming homeless, please don't use them. After hearing this, Su Jijo was just proud of his daughter's abilities. He happily poked Wanwan's cheeks, saying let her strike whatever she wants. "It's fine, we have many houses." The rich man's radiance blinded Xiang Disha's old eyes, but he insisted on his principles. Even spoiling children shouldn't go this far. It was already evening when they got home. Wanwan rushed toward her grandfather as soon as she got out of the car. Suddenly remembering her teacher said not to rush at people, Wanwan came to a sudden stop, saying, "Grandpa, I missed you so much." Then she ran sideways into the house. Hearing grandfather's goodbye behind her, grandfather stood frozen in place. Had he just lost his granddaughter's love? Back in her room, Wanwan wrote furiously. She wanted to quickly solve Little Chi's family's problems. After drawing an entire stack of talismans, Wanwan was exhausted. Suddenly looking up and seeing the plush toys in front of her, an idea formed in her mind. Early the next morning, Gu Fangqi stood straight at the school gate, his serious expression suggesting something important was happening. Until Wanwan appeared ahead. "Little Chi brother, why are you here so early today?" Gu Fangqi melted like a glacier, his whole person radiating warmth. But his words remained cold, denying he came specifically to wait for Wanwan, saying he just woke up early. "Little Chi brother, Wanwan has something for you." Wanwan was just expressing her usual affection for her little Chi brother when Gu Fangqi's admirers became jealous. Not only did they call Wanwan a disaster star, they also went to tattle on her. As soon as Wanwan arrived at school, she saw Gu Fangqi and felt very happy. She even gave him her favorite teddy bear and promised to bring Gu Fangqi a new toy every day. Gu Fangqi blushed and said thank you, but Wanwan stared at him. Little Chi brother, you're so handsome. Wanwan likes you so much. This heartfelt confession received no response. Wanwan asked Gu Fangqi what was wrong, but how could Gu Fangqi openly express his feelings? He just smiled and said it was nothing. Wanwan suddenly hit her head and took out a package from her backpack. These are the peace of mind and fortune turning talismans Wanwan drew. Take them back to the old house this afternoon. Gu Fangqi solemnly accepted them and expressed his gratitude. Wanwan took Gu Fangqi's hand on her own initiative. We're friends. No need to say thank you. Gu Fangqi's admirers witnessed the whole process and were extremely jealous. Walking quickly, they bumped into Wanwan, making her stumble. Then, like victors, they proudly called Wanwan an idiot. Wanwan didn't understand how she had offended this female classmate. The girl pointed at her with righteous indignation. What era is this to still believe in superstition? No wonder my mom says you're a disaster star, born to cause your own mother's death. Gu Fangqi immediately became furious, asking darkly, what did you say? The female classmate was terrified but still stuck her neck out saying, I didn't say anything wrong. Say it again if you dare. Gu Fangqi walked toward her menacingly. The female classmate was scared but stubborn. If you hit me, I'll have my mom deal with you. Little Pang, afraid of trouble, quickly called the teacher over. The female classmate, as if finding support, cried and complained to the teacher that Gu Fangqi was bullying her. The female classmate's homeroom teacher, without asking questions, demanded Gu Fangqi apologize to their class student. Wanwan stood up to expose the female classmate. Teacher Xia Zhiyu was lying. He insulted her first, and Gu Fangqi only came to help. But Xia Zhiyu wasn't afraid of being exposed. He even showed a provocative smile. Wanwan was just expressing her usual affection for her little Chi brother. When Gu Fangqi's admirers became jealous, not only did they call Wanwan a disaster star, they also nitpicked and tattled, saying Gu Fangqi bullied her. Wanwan knew Gu Fangqi was trying to defend her justice, so she stood up to explain to the teacher. Xia Zhiyu showed a sinister smile, then raised his head with tears in his eyes, his small body trembling as he said he was scared. Passing children also came forward to testify that Gu Fangqi was indeed bullying others. Teacher, I heard it too. Gu Fangqi said he would kill Xia Zhiyu. Teacher Mianmian advised Teacher Zhang not to jump to conclusions based on one-sided stories, believing there must be some misunderstanding. But Teacher Zhang was convinced Gu Fangqi was bullying others and immediately wanted to notify the parents. Teacher Mianmian didn't want to wrongly accuse any child. After checking the surveillance footage, he firmly stated, Teacher Zhang, I hope you can apologize to Gu Fangqi. The surveillance footage shows it was Xia Zhiyu who verbally insulted Su Wanwan first. Xia Zhiyu's mother immediately defended him without listening. Insulting my daughter? What insult? Teacher Mianmian tried to reason with Xia Zhiyu's mother. After all, the children are young now, at a crucial stage of growth. Guidance is very important. Are you saying I'm not a good mother? Teacher Mianmian didn't dare to completely offend the student's parent. He could only say that wasn't what he meant, but Wanwan wouldn't let it slide. Auntie, you really didn't teach your child well. Xia Zhiyu's mother showed contempt. Indeed, you're just an orphan without a mother's upbringing. Wanwan wouldn't allow this. When someone mentioned her mother, she rolled up her sleeves ready to fight. But Gu Fangqi stopped her, saying they couldn't fight. As they were at a standstill, the office door was pushed open again. Su Jizhou, Su Qihuai, and Gu Tingyuan appeared at the door. Wanwan could no longer maintain her strong facade and cried as she threw herself into Su Jizhou's arms. Dad, why did you take so long? Su Jizhou apologized to Wanwan with heartache. Sorry, there was traffic. It's Dad's fault. Wanwan wiped her tears grievously. Wanwan isn't a curse. This bad auntie is slandering me. Relying on her husband being a Gu Corporation executive, the woman arrogantly bullied children at kindergarten, saying Wanwan was a disaster star who caused her mother's death at birth. When Wanwan saw Su Jizhou, she couldn't hold back anymore and cried as she threw herself into his arms. Dad, Wanwan isn't a curse. This bad auntie is slandering me. Yoon scoffed dismissively. Some people, even with a mother's teaching, aren't necessarily taught well. You're used to being a rich madam. When have you ever faced such anger? Who do you think you are? Do you know who my husband is? My husband is the marketing manager at Fuji Group. Xia Songyang's wife was shocked, not knowing her husband was so capable. Before she could gloat, Gu Tingyuan picked up his phone. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to come to work. The person on the other end panicked. What? Chairman, what did I do wrong? Why so sudden? Gu Tingyuan cut him off. Go ask your wife. Only then did the woman realize she had offended someone she shouldn't have. Wan, still angry, pointed at the woman and complained to Gu Tingyuan. Godfather, this bad auntie also said she would hit little Ji brother. That's what Xia Jiyu said anyway. The woman hurriedly denied any connection, saying Wan was talking nonsense. Wan spread her little hands. I'm not talking nonsense. You're the one talking nonsense. The woman was furious and was about to curse more, when an awkward farting sound echoed throughout the room. Everyone's eyes turned to Xia Jiyu. Mom, he shouted with a red face, why are you looking at me? But these words seemed more like a cover-up. Just then, little Pang, standing at the door, scratched his head embarrassedly. Teacher, it was me. Sorry. The teacher gently asked him why he came to the office. Though scared, little Pang still gathered courage to stand up for Wan. I heard Xia Jiyu lying. You can't hit Wan. Before Xia Jiyu could understand what was happening, little Pang pushed him in front of the teacher. You can hit me instead. I'll hold him down. The teacher laughed and told little Pang that teachers don't hit children. Then she crouched down and asked Xia Jiyu, do you know what you did wrong? Xia Jiyu silently clutched his clothes, as if he was the one who had been wronged. But his mother showed no remorse, grabbing Xia Jiyu and preparing to leave. What's wrong? What's wrong? We won't stay in this terrible school anymore. Relying on her husband being an executive at Bu Corporation, the woman arrogantly bullied children at school. But unexpectedly, she hit a wall. Her husband lost his job, yet she showed no remorse. She thought her daughter wasn't wrong to call Wan a disaster star. Her usual pride wouldn't let her apologize. She grabbed her daughter to leave, saying they wouldn't stay in this terrible school anymore. But she didn't notice her daughter's longing gaze at Gu Fangqi. Teacher Mian really didn't expect this outcome. Thank you all parents for coming today. Please take your children home now. Before leaving, she especially praised Gu Fangqi, saying he was very brave to stand up for his classmate. Gu Tingyuan crouched down and praised his son Gu Fangqi for doing well. Gu Fangqi looked at Wan, feeling it was what he should do. Want to come to my house to do homework? Wan happily followed Gu Fangqi home, but after writing for just a while, she pitifully raised her little hands to Gu Fangqi. Little Chi brother, Wan's hands are sore. Gu Fangqi sighed deeply. She was tired from writing. He took her little hands and gently massaged them. Wan expectantly said, Little Chi brother, let's go play for a while. Gu Fangqi reluctantly agreed. Then we'll continue homework after dinner. Wan nodded and bounced happily towards the door. But she didn't notice and bumped into someone. Just as she was about to apologize, she was scared and backed away repeatedly by the person in front of her. The ghost-like Uncle Chow was furious. What are you doing in my house? But Wan didn't hear. After rummaging through her little pocket, she pulled out a talisman. Take this. Uncle Chow angrily tried to push Wan away, but missed and fell to the ground. In his embarrassment, he still demanded, Who told you to come here? Godfather sent me. Wan thought this person was stupid to ask such a simple question. Then her gaze fell on the suitcase. She innocently asked, Auntie, are you planning to run away? Uncle Chow immediately panicked and shouted, Get out! This shout alarmed Gu Fangqi inside. What did you say? What's in your suitcase? Wan accidentally bumped into Uncle Chow. Gu Fangqi was about to call the police to arrest him. Seeing Wan eyeing his suitcase, Uncle Chow nervously pulled back his suitcase. This action caught Gu Fangqi's attention. What's in your suitcase? Uncle Chow turned pale, gripping the suitcase tightly, stubbornly saying nothing. But Gu Fangqi's all-seeing eyes made him feel guilty yet resentful. Your dad kicked me out. Are you happy now? Wan stared at Uncle Chow in shock. This auntie's face is changing. Gu Fangqi sneered. You really think a crow can become a phoenix? Look at what you are. Uncle Chow was furious and raised his hand to strike Gu Fangqi. He thought if he couldn't mess with the elder, he could at least beat the younger one. But before his hand could touch Gu Fangqi, it was restrained by Wan's small hand. What are you doing? Like mother, like son? You're no good yourself, let alone your son, Uncle Chow raged. Wanwan held on to him as he struggled desperately, but was terrified to find he couldn't break free from a child's grip. Heaven's net casts wide, but lets nothing through. Did you think you could hide everything you've done from everyone? Uncle Chow's mind exploded. He thought he had covered everything perfectly. How could this little girl discover anything? Fu Tingyuan arrived with a serious face. Wanwan, what do you mean? Wanwan threw Uncle Chow aside. Your karma is worse than your son's. Uncle Chow quickly got up from the ground, making what he thought was an alluring expression. Tingyuan, even though we're about to divorce. When Fu Tingyuan instinctively looked over, he was startled by Uncle Chow's appearance. Shouting ghost, he wanted to run outside. But remembering his CEO status, he coughed and said, we're about to divorce. Why are you back? Uncle Chow, knowing his beauty plan failed, acted weak again. I came back to get some things. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Fangqi angrily shouted, Dad, call the police. Look what's in his suitcase. Uncle Chow was shocked, turning to see Gu Fangqi, holding the bid documents he had stolen. Gu Tingyuan took them and questioned Uncle Chow's intentions. With evidence in hand, Uncle Chow couldn't explain. Wanwan pointed at Uncle Chow. Godfather, call the police. Gu Tingyuan knew Wanwan could see things others couldn't. He seriously asked, Wanwan, what did you see? Little Chi brother's leg injury is related to him. He is the culprit. Godfather, please believe me. Gu Tingyuan knew Wanwan wouldn't lie to him. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were filled with determination. I'll report both Xiaoqi's incident and today's events, and all those things you've done that haven't been exposed yet. I'll investigate everything thoroughly. Uncle Chow, you better hope none of this is true. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Uncle Chow knew he was really in trouble this time. He collapsed on the ground, face pale. Wanwan walked to Bu Fangqi's side, comforting him. Little Chi brother, don't worry, Uncle Chow will definitely face justice. Hearing Bu Fangqi's thanks, Wanwan imitated her father's manner, patting his head. No need to thank me, little Chi brother. Your smile is really nice. Gu Fangqi cooperatively lowered himself, letting Wanwan pat him more easily. Then I'll smile more often. Have you heard? They caught the suspects who kidnapped the young master. Guess who it was? Our former madam. Uncle Chow? No way. Must be for the property. The two were so engrossed in their conversation, they didn't notice two little heads in the bushes. Wanwan looked proud. Little Chi brother, I wasn't lying to you, right? Little Chi brother, I actually suspect Uncle Chow also changed the feng shui of the old house. Gu Fangqi was shocked. Is he also a celestial master? Wanwan shook her head vigorously. Maybe celestial masters must be upright and have merit. Otherwise, the three pure ones wouldn't let them enter the Tao. But I heard from Master that some people aren't approved by the ancestors, so they practice unorthodox methods. Uncle Chow might be like that, or maybe someone's behind him. Wanwan felt her head hurt. Never mind, let's not think about it. The adult world is too complicated. Gu Fangqi gently patted Wanwan's head. When Wanwan grows up, you'll understand. Due to an accident, his son had been lame in one leg since he was 1 year old. Since then, he became everyone's laughingstock. Gu Tingyuan thought it was an accident, but Wanwan said it was planned by his later wife, especially when he caught him stealing and his son abusing animals. Gu Tingyuan's trust in Uncle Chow dropped to zero. He called the police immediately. They discovered Uncle Chow had done more than just this one bad deed. After everything was settled, Wanwan came to play at Gu Tingyuan's house again. Seeing her coming, calling Godfather, she happily jumped into his arms. Godfather, is everything handled? Gu Tingyuan made an okay gesture, telling Wanwan not to worry. He had handled everything properly. Suddenly noticing his dejected son behind him, thinking about how marrying Uncle Chow had made his son lame and subject to mockery since childhood, he felt guilty but didn't know how to apologize. What he owed his son was far more than just a bit of unfairness. Understanding his father's meaning, he smiled and said he didn't need any of that. I'm fine. But this understanding nature made Gu Tingyuan's heart ache more. No matter what, I will make it up to you. Gu Tingyuan composed himself and picked up Wanwan. This time, thanks to our Wanwan. Wanwan, Godfather prepared lots of cupcakes. Hearing this, Wanwan was overjoyed. Charged towards the cupcakes. Suddenly hearing a loud noise behind, they turned to see Gu Fangqi had fallen. Wanwan anxiously jumped down from Gu Tingyuan. Little Chi brother isn't feeling well. Gu Tingyuan also looked worried. Where does it hurt? Should we go to the hospital? Gu Fangqi painfully uttered 2 words, leg hurts. These words felt like a mountain weighing on Wanwan. Especially seeing Gu Fangqi clearly in pain, situation, but still forcing himself to say he was fine to comfort others. Wanwan immediately crouched down, sincerely saying, "Little Chi brother, I learned medicine from master. Let me massage it for you. After the massage, it won't hurt anymore." Gu Fangqi knew this was Wanwan's goodwill. He neither stopped her nor had hope. But after Wanwan massaged for a while, he was surprised to find it really felt better. Being praised by Gu Fangqi and Godfather for being amazing, Wanwan shyly scratched her head. Wanwan only learned a little bit of medicine from master. When it comes to medical skills, my senior brother is the best. Speaking of this, Wanwan hit her head. How could she forget about her capable senior brother? She immediately waved her hands and ran to Bu Tingyuan. "Godfather, I can cure little Chi brother's leg injury. Can I come over often to Godfather's house after?" His wife had caused his son to become lame, and Bu Tingyuan felt very guilty, not knowing how to make up for this lifelong regret. Then he heard Wanwan say she had an extremely capable senior brother. "Although we missed the best treatment time, it can definitely return to normal in 3 months." Tears welled up in Gu Tingyuan's eyes, full of disbelief. "Wanwan, you're not lying to Godfather, are you?" He received Wanwan's affirmative answer. Gu Tingyuan patted her head, showing he believed her. He hugged both children and cried his eyes out. Su Jizhou watched his daughter eating happily. He was happy too, but worried about Wanwan taking on Bu Fangqi's treatment. While wiping Wanwan's mouth, he asked about the chances of success. Wanwan confidently said 70%. Her old father felt worried, but Wanwan didn't care about these small details. Though it was only 70%, Wanwan had a secret weapon. Wanwan formally introduced her 24th senior brother, an incredibly skilled doctor, to Gu Tingyuan. He gave Wanwan absolute trust. Though Wanwan was only 3 years old, he believed in her. "Whatever the outcome, I can't accept it." Wanwan came to the Celestial Master Association wearing her little backpack. She happened to meet Zhang Huayu, who was also carrying a backpack and about to leave. She enthusiastically waved her little hand. "Huayu Sr., are you also going to kindergarten?" Zhang Huayu, who had a baby face, was often misunderstood. "Little Junior, I'm already in high school." But Wanwan only knew about kindergarten students. "What's high school? Does every child have to go?" "Yes, without a diploma, you can't get certificates later. Without certificates, you can't find work. Without work, you'll have nothing to eat." Wanwan was scared. No money meant no cupcakes to eat. She immediately urged Zhang Huayu to go to school. Xiang Desho heard Wanwan's voice calling little senior sister and happily ran out. This was the first time little senior sister had actively sought him out. But when he got closer, he realized little senior sister wasn't looking for him. "Junior brother, I came to ask if you have senior brother Mo's phone number." Although Xiang Desho was extremely unwilling, he still dialed senior brother Mo's number. After just 2 rings, they heard a mechanical voice. "The number you have dialed is not in service." Wanwan asked, puzzled, "Why did senior brother Mo hang up?" Seeing Xiang Disha's expression, she understood. "Your relationship is still as bad as ever." To save face, Xiang Desho immediately decided to take Wanwan to the hospital to catch him. Wanwan took a taxi, but the driver pulled out 2 red bills to give her. Just because she told the driver, "At 2 a.m. tonight, don't take the eastern road, or there will be great misfortune." The driver was startled and glimpsed at Xiang Desho, who had just gotten out. He thought Wanwan must have been taught by the old Taoist to say this. He despised using children to scam money, but still took out 2 red bills for Wanwan. But Wanwan refused them. "Uncle, everything has cause and effect. You don't believe me, so I can't take this money. If Uncle stays safe tonight, then please donate this money." After saying this, she turned and sent Xiang Desho away too. "Later, I'll let senior brother take me home." Xiang Desho whimpered, "Really don't want me to accompany you?" Wanwan rejected without hesitation. Meanwhile, Imo Jinchun was examining a patient. The cancer had spread to the lungs and bones. Targeted therapy might no longer work. The woman's face immediately fell. "Dr. Imo, is there still hope for my condition?" Imo Jinchun hesitated, finally saying, "Keep a good attitude. Everything will be fine." At the same time, Wanwan peeked in and saw this woman was surrounded by death energy. It was the sign of approaching death. The woman, aware of her condition, dejectedly indicated she understood. Imo Jinchun personally saw her out and noticed Wanwan's sad face at the door. "Senior brother, why can't medicine save everyone?" Imo Jinchun sighed. "Even with medical advances today, many problems still can't be solved. We're human, not gods. I once thought I could save many people, but later found everything I learned still can't defeat something called fate." After speaking, Imo Jinchun felt foolish for telling such things to little Wanwan. Even adults might not understand. It's getting late. Let senior brother take you to eat. Wanwan happily agreed. But before leaving, she suddenly said to Imo Jinchun, but senior brother, although heaven decides our fate, we still need to fight back. We can't just lie on the ground after being punched. If someone punches me, I'll definitely punch back hard. I'll even call on all my senior brothers to help Wanwan fight. Fight together. Imo Jinchun suddenly understood. Thank you, Wanwan. Senior brother knows what to do now. But Wanwan was confused by senior brother. What were they going to do? Her favorite little brother Chi had a lame leg. Wanwan felt heartbroken and wanted to help him heal. She remembered she had a skilled doctor. Senior brother immediately decided to bring him over to treat Gu Fangqi. But as soon as they arrived at the hospital, she was distracted by the free food. Auntie, I want all of these. The cafeteria auntie was startled. You're so small. Can you finish it? Don't waste food. Wanwan patted her little belly. Don't worry, auntie. I can eat as much as you give me. Then she performed a food disappearing act. The stack of bowls was taller than her, yet she kept eating. Imo Jinchun watched with a loving smile. Wanwan, did you come to find me for something? Wanwan nodded vigorously. I want to ask senior brother to make a house call. Tonight we'll go to little brother Chi's house, okay? Her eyes full of anticipation. How could Imo Jinchun refuse? He lovingly wiped her mouth while agreeing to go after work. He looked just like a daughter-obsessed father. Dr. Imo, why did you bring your child to work? Wanwan looked up curiously and saw a handsome doctor. His prominent nose bridge indicated good fortune, though his tone was a bit harsh. Hearing him endlessly criticize senior brother, Wanwan showed an adorable smile. Hello, brother. One sentence struck the man's heart. His harsh words couldn't continue. Imo Jinchun was surprised. You have such a cute little one? He couldn't help but pat her head. It was soft, just as he imagined. Imo Jinchun asked if he was jealous. He stubbornly denied it. Is there no one to watch your child? Bringing kids to work. Do you want to end up on the hospital bulletin board? Imo Jinchun pushed up his glasses. She's my junior sister. She needs to stay at the hospital today. Before she could process this title, she felt her clothes being pulled. Looking down, she saw the serious little face. Brother, I see your forehead is red. You'll have a bloody disaster. The man was stunned, thinking Wanwan was joking. Later, when the man was held hostage by a patient, Wanwan was exasperated. Brother, didn't I tell you to stay in your office? Suibai was extremely upset. I hadn't even reached my office when the knife was at my throat. Imo Jinchun tried to calm the patient. Don't be agitated. We'll agree to whatever you want. Just let him go first. But the patient wouldn't listen. You're all doctors. Why can't you save me? I'm dying. I gave you so much money. Even if I die today, I'll drag you devils down with me. You'll all die with me. As the man's knife was about to stab Suibai's chest, Wanwan fearlessly threw a stone, accurately hitting the patient's wrist. The knife clattered to the ground. He looked at the knife on the ground, then at Wanwan. He backed away in fear, but couldn't escape being subdued by Wanwan. Wanwan was really angry. Too much. Your illness isn't our fault. Why direct your hatred at innocent people? Isn't that too much? Wanwan picked up the knife and thrust it forcefully toward the patient. He was too scared to move. The knife passed by his face and embedded in the wall. You're innocent in being sick, but aren't these doctors and nurses innocent too? The patient wanted to argue, but was intimidated by Wanwan's sharp gaze. You're the real devil. Wanwan stood up. Her little hand slapped the patient's face. Just because your illness can't be cured, you direct your hatred at strangers? Imo Jinchun saw the patient stumble and fall, immediately moved to restrain him and told others to call the police. Suddenly feeling intense pressure, he looked up to see Wanwan cracking her knuckles and walking over. Senior brother, let's get him. Imo Jinchun shuddered, some unpleasant memories surfacing. He quickly handed the patient to security and picked up Wanwan. Wanwan, he did wrong. Let the police handle it. Wanwan struggled happily in Imo Jinchun's arms. Senior brother, let me go. I'll teach him a lesson today. Suddenly hearing a familiar voice, Wanwan turned to see Heqiong. Brother Heqiong, quick, arrest this bad guy. Heqiong was overwhelmed. Why is it this little ancestor again? A 6-foot-tall young man was held hostage by a patient and was saved by a 3-year-old baby. Still shaken, he remembered Wanwan's earlier words and asked Imo Jinchun what happened. Wanwan looked disgusted. I told you there would be a bloody disaster today, but you didn't believe me. Imo Jinchun knew that wasn't what Suibai was asking about. He pushed up his glasses and said Wanwan had learned Taoist arts from his master. She could read faces. Sui Bai felt extremely wronged, thinking they were treating him like a 3-year-old child. He pointed at the knife in the wall, demanding an explanation. Little junior sister was just naturally very strong. Sui Bai was devastated by the fact that he wasn't as capable as a 3-year-old child. Unable to recover, he decided to take annual leave. He didn't see the successful deception by the senior-junior pair behind him who were clapping in celebration. Imo Jinchun didn't expect to be given leave along with him. Even more unexpected was how quickly their incident went viral. Wanwan happily jumped into Bu Tingyuan's arms. "Godfather, this is my 24th senior brother Imo Jinchun." They exchanged greetings. Then they went home together to examine Gu Fangqi. Wanwan couldn't help but show off her senior brother. "Little Chi brother is great. His grades are excellent, and he's handsome too." Imo Jinchun remained unmoved. After a thorough examination, he spoke solemnly. "We've missed the best treatment period. Complete recovery might be difficult." Gu Tingyuan's heart sank. "Is there really no way?" Wanwan was the first to notice Gu Fangqi's disappointment. She turned and held Gu Fangqi's hand. "Little Chi brother, don't worry. Wanwan will definitely cure you." Imo Jinchun looked at Wanwan and finally decided to try, though it would be difficult. Wanwan was overjoyed. Holding Gu Fangqi's hand, she guaranteed on Imo Jinchun's behalf, "Little Chi brother, when my senior brother says he'll try, it means he'll definitely cure you." Imo Jinchun blushed. Though Wanwan was right, he felt embarrassed being praised so openly. Gu Tingyuan's emotions were like a roller coaster. He eagerly asked Imo Jinchun if it was true. Imo Jinchun coughed and said, "Wanwan is right. Medically speaking, we've missed the best timing, but it's not impossible." Gu Tingyuan quickly offered to provide whatever was needed, but heard that nothing was required for now. Imo Jinchun was treating Gu Fangqi for Wanwan's sake, but Wanwan was wondering when she could inherit his things, because those silver needles looked very nice. "Senior brother, when you die, can you give them to me?" Imo Jinchun wiped his cold sweat. "You don't need to wait until I die. I can give them to you later." But Wanwan was principled. "That won't do. Master said good things can only be inherited after death." Imo Jinchun repeatedly emphasized they weren't precious items. Wanwan seriously assured him, "Don't worry, Wanwan can wait." Imo Jinchun covered his forehead helplessly. "Save those words for your other senior brothers." "Fine, I'll leave the last needle for Wanwan. Come do the acupuncture. Remember to draw 2 safety talismans for senior brother later." Wanwan ignored her senior brother's words, struggling to choose which silver needle to use. Gu Fangqi watched in terror as she picked the thickest and longest one. Gu Tingyuan tremblingly asked Wanwan if she could handle it. Wanwan was confident. Gu Fangqi wore an expression of facing death. "Just relax," Wanwan innocently assured Gu Fangqi, saying she would be gentle. But her hand showed no mercy, quickly and precisely inserting the needle into his ankle. Gu Fangqi's eyes instantly widened. He suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Wanwan thought, "Oh no." She quickly ran out. Gu Tingyuan was frightened and wanted to check, but Imo Jinchun stopped him. There were many toxins in the meridians. He'll be fine once they're expelled. Suddenly feeling a breeze, he looked down to see Wanwan holding a handkerchief. She carefully wiped the blood from Gu Fangqi's lips. "Little Chi brother, next time Wanwan will be gentler. Don't hurt, don't hurt." Gu Fangqi looked at Wanwan lovingly and said, "It doesn't hurt, but Wanwan, you're pressing on my leg." Everyone then noticed that Wanwan was kneeling firmly on Gu Fangqi's leg. Wanwan immediately got off, scratching her head apologetically. Sorry. When Wanwan did acupuncture on Gu Fangqi, she chose the thickest and longest needle. With one needle, he coughed up a pool of blood. Though it frightened Gu Tingyuan, Imo Jinchun explained these were toxins from the meridians, and he'd be fine once they were expelled. He hurriedly asked Gu Fangqi if his leg was better. Gu Fangqi showed a relaxed smile, saying it didn't hurt as much. Gu Tingyuan happily hugged and kissed Wanwan, asking when the needles could be removed. "In half an hour. Remember to get the prescription from senior brother later," Wanwan mumbled unclearly, and then broke free from Gu Tingyuan's grasp. She waited by the bed to remove Gu Fangqi's needles. "Little Chi brother, Wanwan will come to your house every day. Guaranteed cure in 3 months." Gu Fangqi said indulgently, "Good, then I'll help you with homework every day." Wanwan's hands trembled 3 times while removing the needles. She nervously replied, "That's really not necessary." Under Gu Fangqi's puzzled gaze, Wanwan removed all the needles. She reached up to pat Gu Fangqi's head. "Little Chi brother, you need to rest well and recover." Before leaving, Imo Jinchun gave the prescription to Gu Tingyuan. instructing her to prepare it once before breakfast and after dinner each day. On the way home, Imo Jinchun brought up again the matter of Wanwan helping him draw talismans. After all, that guy Suibai probably needed them, but he received no response for a long while. When he turned his head, he saw Wanwan sleeping with her head tilted. Imo Jinchun smiled helplessly. He turned up the temperature in the car. Early the next morning, Wanwan appeared in the living room full of energy. She started her daily flattery of her dad. "Wow, Dad, you're so handsome." Su Jizhou was also quite smug, asking, "Is Dad the most handsome?" Wanwan blinked her bright big eyes. No, little Chi brother is the most handsome." Su Jizhou immediately shed tears of grievance. But Wanwan paid no attention and launched an attack on the breakfast on the table. Grandfather stroked his chin, dissatisfied. "New Year's coming soon, and these rascals haven't been home for years." Su Jizhou seemed to think of something and asked Wanwan hopefully if she liked her brothers. Yes, Wanwan loves her brothers the most. As soon as she said this, Wanwan suddenly felt a sourness in her chest. Su Jizhou looked worried. "What's wrong, Wanwan? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Master had said his father was Ultraman, and Wanwan believed it without doubt. Even when the police helped look for her father, they used a picture of Ultraman. Early that day, Wanwan's chest suddenly felt cold, but she couldn't figure out why. She went to kindergarten and mentioned this to Gu Fangqi. Gu Fangqi worriedly advised her to go home and rest. But Wanwan insisted she was fine, saying, "If you don't believe me, I'll run 20 laps around the kindergarten right now." Seeing her energetic state, Gu Fangqi grabbed her thick collar. "No need, I believe you." "Little Wanwan, did you bring the homework from the day before yesterday?" During their struggle, Wanwan heard Teacher Mianmian's inquiry. Her heart skipped a beat. Homework? What homework? Was there homework? Just as she was at a loss, Gu Fangqi reminded her that the homework was in her backpack. She patted her little chest, looking relieved, which left Teacher Mianmian confused. Then Wanwan handed over a crumpled stack of homework. "Little Ji brother, thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I would definitely get spanked by Teacher Mianmian today." Gu Fangqi said awkwardly, "She wouldn't spank you." Wanwan acted like a little adult. "You don't understand. The more adults treasure a child, the more willing they are to spank them. I used to be Master's precious baby, but my master often said he wanted to spank me. Master said spanking me would shorten his life, so he had my senior brothers spank me instead. They hit really hard." As she spoke, Wanwan rubbed her little bottom, as if feeling those slaps again. The next moment, she was attracted by Ultraman on TV. Hearing everyone's admiring words, she pointed at the mighty Ultraman on TV and proudly declared that was her father. This immediately drew envious looks. But when asked if her father could fight monsters, Wanwan honestly said no. "Your father is Ultraman. Why can't he fight monsters?" Wanwan spread her little hands. "Have you ever seen a monster?" The boy was stumped, not understanding why Wanwan asked this. He stammered, "No." Little did he know he had fallen into Wanwan's trap. So Wanwan hasn't seen Daddy fight monsters either. Gu Fangqi had just gone to the bathroom when Wanwan was accosted by a strange uncle. He shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Before the man could answer, anxious Teacher Mianmian interrupted, "Whatever you want, I can give you. Just let go of the child first." The parents who rushed over were bursting with righteousness. "How dare you come to kidnap children from kindergarten?" Without another word, they rolled up their sleeves and charged forward. Those who came to pick up their grandchildren, though old but spirited, shouted, "You kidnapper, put down that little girl, or you'll regret it." The man was extremely wronged. Why wouldn't anyone let him finish speaking? Wanwan took the chance to run towards Gu Fangqi, but she heard him complain, "Didn't I tell you to wait for me to come back?" But who was that person? Wanwan said she didn't know either. The man, after being beaten up, finally found a chance to speak. "Stop hitting me. I'm this child's real brother." The man was extremely wronged. He had finally found time to visit his recently found sister. To avoid causing a commotion, he had specially worn a hat and mask. He had been making heart signs to Wanwan at the door for ages, but this little girl only had eyes for building blocks, not him. She even knocked him over while trying to pick up blocks. Before he could properly introduce himself to Wanwan, he was mistaken for a kidnapper. Wanwan looked at the man's pleading eyes and thought for a moment, but she didn't recognize this brother. Gu Fangqi immediately protected Wanwan with a gloomy face. "Did you hear? Wanwan doesn't know you. Who are you really?" The man saw fists about to fall again. He quickly raised a white flag. "Brother, give me a chance. At least let me prove myself. Though the tattooed brother looked tough, he was reasonable. Fine, I'll give you a chance. Take off that mask on your face. As the tattooed brother was about to reach for it, the man panicked. Though he wanted to trend online, he didn't want to trend in crime news. No, I can't let people see my face. Otherwise, my face will be all over Weibo and Douyin in half an hour. He used all his strength to flip the tattooed brother to the ground. But before he could take a step, he was grabbed by the collar. Once a top celebrity, now fallen from grace, unwilling to accept his fate. Former top star falls to kidnapping children at kindergarten, gets beaten up. Thinking of this explosive headline, Su Yu's temples throbbed. Even if mistaken for a kidnapper, he couldn't let his real identity be discovered. He didn't want to make headlines in the crime section. Suddenly, his body burst with primitive strength. Just when he thought he could escape, he was caught by the collar of fate. Seeing the brother's fist about to strike again, to protect his flower-like face, he raised both hands high. Brother, I'll confess. Just let me go first, okay? Having been tricked once, the brother wouldn't let go. Do you think I'm stupid? If I let you go and you run away, what then? No way. Scum like you must go to the police station with me. Su Yushir almost cried. Brother, be reasonable. The brother didn't want to hear any more excuses. Gu Tingyuan saw this scene and was confused. Little Shir, why are you here? Haven't you picked up Wanwan yet? Wanwan excitedly called out, Godfather. Su Yushir excitedly shouted, Savior has come. Godfather, do you know this brother? Gu Tingyuan said gently. This is Wanwan's second brother. Finally proven innocent, Su Yushir wept with joy. The tattooed brother was extremely embarrassed. You're really this child's brother? Not a criminal? Su Yushir cried out in grievance. Isn't that obvious? Let me go quickly. The tattooed brother admitted his mistake. Sorry, brother, your outfit is really too unusual. I heard recently there were kidnappers at kindergartens. When I saw your outfit, I thought you were one. Su Yushir patted the dust off his hat and glared at the tattooed brother. Even villains get to say their last words before death. But did you let me explain? You just started hitting. The tattooed brother was also a passionate person. He apologetically said, Brother, I'll cover all your medical expenses. Wanwan stared for a good while. Then she called out, Second brother, and ran over happily. Su Yushir got into Gu Tingyuan's car with Wanwan. They needed to help treat Gu Tingyuan first. Sitting in the passenger seat, he was still shaken. Fortunately, he didn't take off his mask today. Otherwise, he'd be trending again. But he couldn't shake off his gloom. These past few months, something was wrong. Each day was worse than the last. Wanwan, sitting in the back, noticed a dark mass above his head. She leaned forward curiously and asked her second brother, Have you been having bad luck lately? Su Yushir thought his sister was like a flower bud needing nurturing. After all, she was only 3. But he was told she was talented in both literature and martial arts, and could even treat patients. Su Yushir found this world mystifying. He didn't know his sister could also see fortunes, and had noticed the darkness above his head. She curiously asked if he'd been having bad luck lately. Mentioning this, Su Yushir got angry. Lately it's all been frustrating things. Getting replaced in a show because of costume issues, having to stop a concert because of faulty sound equipment, staying at a hotel, and getting rumored to be in a relationship with some starlet. But I don't even know her. Su Yushir shed ordinary tears. These past few months, my reputation has been plummeting. A former top star will soon be forgotten. Wanwan mercilessly stabbed her second brother. You're the most unlucky person Wanwan has ever seen. Su Yushir angrily turned around, only to see 3 sympathetic gazes. He roared, Why are you all looking at me like that? Father and son tacitly turned away. Gu Tingyuan awkwardly spoke, Little Shir, you must stay strong and live on. After speaking, they got out of the car. Su Yushir angrily pounded the car floor. Hey, what do you all mean? They didn't look back. An eagle flew overhead. Suddenly he felt something wet. He went inside pitifully to wash his head. Then he saw Wanwan holding Gu Fangqi's hand about to enter a room. He quickly stopped them, asking what they were going to do. Wanwan replied matter-of-factly, I'm going to treat little Chi brother. Su Yushir scratched his head, very confused. Treat what illness? Wanwan pointed at Gu Fangqi's foot, then pulled him into the room. Su Yushir was bewildered on the spot. Gu Tingyuan understood his feelings. He patted her shoulder. Wanwan's master was a miraculous doctor who taught her quite a bit of medical knowledge. Su Yushir completely disbelieved it. My little sister knows medicine? Don't joke around. How is that possible? She's only 3 years old. Gu Tingyuan advised him to stay calm. It's fine, you'll get used to it. He could accept that his 3-year-old sister could heal people, but he absolutely couldn't accept that his 3-year-old sister had someone she liked. He saw with his own eyes his sister writing a prescription. Handing it to Gu Fangqi, he still found it unbelievable. But when he heard his sister say she was so nice to Gu Fangqi because she liked him, he was completely stunned. What did you say? You're being silly. Wanwan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. She even confessed right there. Wanwan likes little Chi brother. Gu Fangqi hadn't expected Wanwan to be so direct. Though somewhat shy, he decided to respond. He solemnly took Wanwan's little hand. I like Wanwan very much too. Su Yushi immediately bristled. How dare he confess to his sister right in front of him? He's still a child. Let go. I don't approve of this relationship. Wanwan looked reluctant, but couldn't defy her brother. Gu Tingyuan saw his son's face fall. He crouched down and patted his little head. Little Chi must always like Wanwan. Gu Fangqi obediently agreed. This was what he wanted to do for his whole life anyway. That evening, the family was happily together, except for Su Yushi, who was full of resentment. The chicken leg in his mouth seemed like Gu Fangqi's flesh as he bit into it fiercely. That brat wants to steal my sister? You'll never guess. I'm a man with a trump card. He slammed the table with a bang, startling Wanwan. In a world shrouded in darkness, someone needs to guide them with light. Wanwan, my sister, do you believe in light? The whole family thought he was having a fit. Only he felt good about himself. After all, he was a ladies' killer. Though Wanwan was only 3, she was still a young lady. Lu Yushi thought his dashing looks would make Wanwan forget about Gu Fangqi's ordinary face in minutes. But Wanwan said just one thing that shattered his faith. Second brother, Ultraman doesn't exist in this world. Even until the next day, he hadn't recovered. Wanwan watched her second brother still lying on the sofa, whimpering. She just couldn't understand why second brother loved Ultraman so much. Maybe his beliefs are shattered. Let's ignore him and go eat. We need to go to kindergarten later. Big Brother's words successfully caught Su Yushi's attention. He suddenly turned and pointed at Big Brother in disbelief. You can stand up now? Last evening, Big Brother was princess carried at the kindergarten gate. People around gave ambiguous looks, and he seemed shrouded in dark clouds. Second brother Su Yushi felt sympathy for his brother. After all, the last time he came home, he could only move in a wheelchair. Seeing Big Brother able to walk upright again, he hugged his leg and cried. When did Big Brother's legs get better? Why didn't anyone tell me? Big Brother and Wanwan said in unison. You were just too stupid to notice. Big Brother looked down at Wanwan's smiling face and was infected by it. This is all thanks to our Wanwan. It's because of Wanwan that my legs got better. Su Yushi, half understanding, suddenly grabbed Wanwan, his eyes full of wisdom's light. Sister is really our lucky star. Can you help me become popular again? Before Wanwan could understand what was happening, Su Yushi set his sights on Big Brother nearby. When he wasn't paying attention, he princess carried him. Your legs just healed. You shouldn't walk too much. Let your brother help you. Big Brother's fist immediately clenched. 2 top-tier handsome guys embracing. The girls at the kindergarten gate felt blessed by the sight. Some clever ones even figured out the truth. Are they gay? Wanwan saw her 2 brothers' faces turn red. She innocently asked her brothers what was happening. Before she could finish, Su Yushi covered her mouth. Baby, don't ask what you shouldn't. This isn't something children should know about. Just as they were about to run out of excuses, Teacher Mianmian's voice came from behind. Without another word, they handed Wanwan over, then fled the scene like the wind. Teacher Mianmian held Wanwan, still confused. What a strange person. As soon as Wanwan entered the classroom, she happily rushed to Gu Fangqi. Just as she opened her backpack to give him the doll, a little boy suddenly intercepted it. Zhang Yang, give me back my doll. Zhang Yang looked at the doll in his hand. He spoke disdainfully. It's just a worthless doll. Wanwan was very angry. If Teacher Mianmian hadn't said they couldn't hit other children, she would have already struck. If you don't return it to Gu Fangqi, I'll tell Teacher Mianmian. Zhang Yang challenged with a smirk. Try and take it if you can. Then he threw the doll on the ground and stomped on it hard. This action angered Gu Fangqi. This was a gift from Wanwan. Zhang Yang, pick it up. Zhang Yang laughed as if he'd heard the funniest joke. What did you say, little cripple? Wanwan couldn't take it anymore. She stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Yang's collar, fiercely asking, Who are you calling names? Wanwan knew hitting people was wrong, but Zhang Yang really deserved a beating. Not only did he steal the doll she gave to Gu Fangqi and stomp on it, but he also called Gu Fangqi a cripple. Unable to contain her anger, Wanwan rushed forward, grabbed his collar, and demanded he apologize to Gu Fangqi. But Zhang Yang threatened back, "Let go of me quick, or I'll have my mom expose you." Wanwan didn't understand what expose meant, but she knew if Zhang Yang didn't apologize, she would pull his pants down. Zhang Yang kicked his short legs, but still refused to give in. "I'll keep calling him a cripple." Wanwan's fists got even harder. "I've told you not to call little Chi brother names." Zhang Yang's provocative face instantly took a punch. The pain didn't shut him up. Instead, he became more arrogant. He kept calling out cripple, and in response, Wanwan's fists rained down like raindrops. The teacher came in and was frightened, quickly trying to stop Wanwan. But Wanwan wouldn't listen, swinging her fists and demanding Zhang Yang apologize. Seeing Wanwan restrained by the teacher, Zhang Yang made a mocking face. "I'll keep calling Gu Fangqi a cripple. What can you do about it? Hit me if you can." Naya. Wanwan despised his behavior of hiding behind the teacher. "Coward, fight me one-on-one." She tried to charge forward but was stopped by Bu Fangqi. Without Wanwan's fists to worry about, Zhang Yang felt emboldened again. He arrogantly ordered the teacher, "Call my mom quickly. I want mom to expose Wanwan and Gu Fangqi right now." Wanwan couldn't stand it. Breaking free, Gu Fangqi suddenly crashed into Zhang Yang. "I'll teach you to run your mouth." Knocked down, Zhang Yang threw a tantrum on the ground. "I'm telling my mom to expose you." Seeing this, even the usually good-tempered teacher Mian got angry. "Enough. Everyone stop." Zhang Yang wouldn't listen and copied his mother's tactics, rolling around in circles on the ground crying, "Life is unbearable." Teacher Mian held Wanwan back. She asked what happened. "Zhang Yang stole my doll and insulted little Ji brother." Teacher Mian rubbed her temples helplessly. It seemed they'd have to call the parents. Wanwan's parents were called again, all because she fought with a classmate, neither willing to back down. One just wanted him to apologize to little Chi brother. The other thought there was nothing wrong with stealing Wanwan's doll and calling someone a cripple, still throwing a tantrum on the ground, threatening to have his mom expose them. The teacher had no choice but to call parents again. Zhang Yang's mom was just an internet celebrity, but she arrived with more fanfare than an international star, bringing 3 bodyguards. She started scolding without asking what happened. "Who dared to hit my son?" Zhang Yang immediately ran to his mom, showing a provocative smile. Wanwan pointed at Zhang Yang saying, "Your son started it." Gu Fangqi, worried about Wanwan getting hurt, protected her behind him. "We'll pay the medical fees, but Zhang Yang must apologize." Zhang Yang's mom felt uneasy under Bu Fangqi's gaze, feeling this wasn't from an ordinary family. But seeing the child wearing no designer brands, she thought she could afford to offend them. She straightened her back. "Apologize? Why should my child apologize? You hit first." Su Jizu had just arrived and heard these arrogant words. He tried to reason calmly, but she wouldn't listen. "So you're his father? Still saying it's not your child's fault? Look what your child did to mine." Hearing Su Jizu wanted to check the surveillance footage, she looked at the somewhat disheveled Su Jizu with contempt. "Your working-class kid dares to compare with my son?" The teacher, knowing Su Jizu's identity, interrupted Zhang Yang's mom to prevent her from saying more offensive things. Besides, this incident was indeed started by Zhang Yang. To be honest, Zhang Yang has been harassing Gu Fangqi for 2 weeks. Zhang Yang's mom immediately flew into a rage, her tone full of warning. "So you're saying this is my son's fault? Look what that crazy girl did to our Yang." Teacher Mian was exhausted. Is she really a celebrity with 3 million followers? Su Jizu also got angry. "Just say what you want." The boy relied on his mom being an internet celebrity to bully classmates, but got beaten when he went too far. His mom was bullying others with her influence, not only demanding 500,000 yuan, but also wanting Wanwan and Gu Fangqi to publicly apologize and never appear before her son again. Teacher Mian awkwardly said that the kindergarten had no such regulations. Zhang Yang's mom arrogantly stated that if they couldn't comply, she would expose them. She was determined to profit both ways. After all, she was a big star, and no one dared to confront her directly. Su Jizu completely ignored her. "Go ahead and expose us then." Zhang Yang's mom looked utterly disbelieving. Su Jizu only cared if his daughter was hurting. She angrily turned to leave, saying, "Just you wait." Teacher Mian was worried about Wanwan's father. Yang Yang's mom is a celebrity. "I'm afraid she'll really post today's incident online." Su Jizu gave a contemptuous smile. He requested leave for both children, planning to let them return after things settled down. After Su Jiazi left, the office teachers couldn't help but criticize Zhang Yang. This kid is so domineering. Last time he came to our class, he pushed a child into the bathroom. But his mom thought our class's children must have bullied her son. No wonder the child turned out this way with such a mother. First Xia Jiyu, now Zhang Yang. But they didn't know Zhang Yang was causing trouble to avenge his Jiyu sister, wanting to drive Gu Fangqi away. The assistant awkwardly asked Zhang Yang's mom if they should go to the hospital. She received a huge eye roll in response. Why ask about such a trivial matter? Didn't you see Yang Yang was hurt? If you can't handle such small things, what use are you? The assistant hurriedly agreed. Zhang Yang's mom coldly snorted and looked at the comments. They were full of abuse towards Wan and even criticism of the kindergarten teachers. Her eyes were vicious. This is what happens when you oppose me. To her delight, she gained 200,000 followers in just a few minutes. She immediately praised her son again. The boy, relying on his internet celebrity mom, bullied classmates but got beaten instead. His mom used her influence to bully others, demanding 500,000 yuan and public apologies from Wan and Gu Fangqi, and demanding they never appear before her son again, but unexpectedly met someone who wouldn't submit to her. She immediately twisted the truth, playing victim on her account with 30 million followers. Su Jiazi saw the comments section full of abuse towards Wan, each worse than the last. He angrily slammed the table. This woman, I won't forgive you. Hearing Wan coming in, he quickly put away his phone. When her father asked if her face still hurt, Wan obediently said it didn't anymore. Dad, did Wan cause trouble again today? Su Jiazi told her not to worry, he would handle it. There's a new dessert shop downstairs at the company. Would Wan like some? Wan's eyes immediately lit up, but as they went downstairs, they saw a group of people protesting with funeral wreaths, holding signs calling her an evil child, telling Wan to die. Su Jiazi immediately told his assistant to call the police. Wan, not understanding the situation, fearfully hid behind Gu Fangqi. But some girls spotted her and rushed over, wanting to seek justice for Zhang Yang. The bodyguards blocked them physically but couldn't stop their voices. Wan's tears fell like broken pearls, not understanding why they were cursing her. Gu Fangqi firmly protected Wan behind him. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. The girls laughed as if hearing a joke. Go ahead and call. Let's see who the police will arrest. You hit a kid at kindergarten. Shouldn't you apologize? Look what you did to our Yang. He's still in the hospital. The security team rushed to control the situation. Su Jiazi held Wan lovingly in his arms. Wan was very upset. Dad, why is my name on the funeral wreaths at the door? Teacher said only dead people need those. Su Jiazi didn't know how to explain. He could only hold Wan tighter, furiously telling his assistant, don't let any of them go. No reconciliation. Tell the legal team to act quickly. I'll make them pay. The schoolgirls, trying to get justice for their idol, sent funeral wreaths to 3-year-old Wan, cursing her to die. They were taken to court. The police advised Su Jiazi to be lenient, since most of these kids were minors, suggesting to just let their parents pay compensation. Plus, they were about to have exams, and now this happened. The parents all expressed willingness to pay any amount if Su Jiazi would drop the charges. Su Jiazi's eyes were cold. Can you afford it? Sending funeral wreaths to my company entrance with so many curses against my daughter. Are your children human and mine not? I'll say it again. I won't agree to any mediation. The assistant also stated that they should be held responsible for causing major disruption at the company entrance. This news quickly spread online. Just as netizens were criticizing Su Jiazi for being too harsh and abusing his wealth, the story took a turn when the girl's family's legal notices were posted online. Lu Yushir also posted, confirming Wan was his sister, and exposed Yang Yang's mom's scandals. He revealed that her son started the trouble, yet she demanded 500,000 yuan in compensation. She even used Su Wanqing's name to scam fans. As a top celebrity, even though past his prime, he still had more influence than Zhang Yang's mom, who was just an internet celebrity. Zhang Yang's mom immediately panicked. She didn't know how to respond as all her past incidents were exposed. What should we do now? Her agent was frantically worried, but had no good solutions. Post an apology online. I'll have the trending topic removed. Just stay quiet these days and don't cause trouble. Zhang Yang's mom nodded repeatedly, but no one accepted her apology. Instead, it made the incident trend even higher. Meanwhile, her agent received a call from the assistant saying that all 30-something brand partnerships wanted to terminate their contracts. The compensation would be astronomical. Zhang Yang's mom collapsed to the ground. It's over. Everything's over. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. She thought it was her agent with good news. She excitedly opened the door but received a court summons instead. Zhang Yang, relying on his internet celebrity mom, bullied classmates but got beaten up. His mom showed up demanding 500,000 yuan without asking questions and wanted Wan to apologize publicly and withdraw. After being rejected, she and her son posted for sympathy, directing fans to cyberbully Wan. But this time their usual tactics hit iron. Not only was her dark history exposed, 30-plus brand partnerships all terminated, and she received a court summons. Zhang Yang's mom completely broke down. That kid actually wants 300. Zhang Yang, unable to read the room, smugly said, "Mom, how about that nasty girl Su Wan? Has she been cursed to death by your fans yet? Can I now post about avenging Sister Jiyu?" Zhang Yang was still gloating when his mom snapped and spanked him until he couldn't sit. I saw their words were full of poison, their eyes full of knives. Their teeth were arranged in white rows, tools for devouring people. But I'm not afraid. I'll still walk my path. Finally, after final exams ended, when Gu Fangqi invited her to his house, Wan happily agreed. After all, their housekeeper had made new cakes. Just as they made plans, they saw Su Yushi personally come to pick up Wan. She caught Wan as she flew into her arms. Hearing about her excellent final exam results, she proudly said, as expected of Su Yushi's sister. Just as she got Wan into the car, she received her manager's death stare. Su Yushi, who is this child? Wan also noticed the kind-looking auntie's gaze and asked Su Yushi who she was. Su Yushi was caught in the middle. Even though he explained this was his father's child, the manager wouldn't believe it. Wan quietly observed her. Wide forehead, fleshy cheeks, full lips. She's a career-oriented woman. Most importantly, she's Su Yushi's benefactor. She immediately said flatteringly, "Sister is right. Su Yushi is my second brother. He's not lying." Su Yushi quickly moved his face closer. "See how alike we look?" The manager sighed in relief, reluctantly believing it. Then she took out a contract, wanting him to bring his sister to a variety show. Top male star actually has an illegitimate daughter. When the manager saw Su Yushi carrying Wan into the car, she already imagined the clickbait headlines. But he said this was his father's child. The manager barely believed it. Since Wan was so cute, she wouldn't help Su Yushi lie. She snorted, "That's good. You still have a contract with the company. You absolutely cannot date, or your career will be over." Seeing her brother nodding obediently, Wan wasn't convinced. She immediately hung over the car seat and assured the manager, "Sister May, don't worry. Wan can guarantee. My second brother will never find a wife. He'll be single forever, so you can relax." Wan's judgment was accurate. The manager was charmed by Wan. "Really? Of course it's true. Little one, what else can you see?" "I can also see that, sister. You're my second brother's benefactor." The manager found Wan sweet-tongued, but didn't take her words seriously. When she looked at Su Yushi again, her face immediately darkened. "When do you plan to start working?" Su Yushi looked pitiful. "How about resting a bit more?" At these words, the manager immediately exploded. "You've already rested for a month. Still not enough? Rest any longer, and your career will be over. Whether I go back or not, I'm quite capable," Su Yushi muttered quietly. The manager was furious, but couldn't further damage his confidence. She had to suppress her anger and comfort him. "Who said that? After the Su Songya incident, your reputation has improved. The company has arranged a variety show for you. The directing team will come in a few days. Get yourself ready." Su Yushi wailed like a startled cat. "Why? Why make decisions without consulting me?" Su Yushi was angry. The manager was also angry. The company arranged it themselves. "I just found out today. I just checked. It's currently the hottest variety show. Please, baby, remember to bring your sister." When Wan heard she could be on TV, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Yushi instantly refused. "I disagree. Wan absolutely cannot appear in front of the media." But the manager insisted, "The payment for this is 30 million. Not only can I be a star on the variety show, but there's also 30 million. Wan thought this was a good deal. But second brother refused adamantly, saying she absolutely couldn't appear in front of media, not even for 30 billion. As they argued intensely, Wan acted mature. "Don't fight because of me." Wan punched her second brother's head. "What go? If you go, Dad will kill Wanwan. Seeing this approach wouldn't work with second brother, she turned to the manager with a pitiful face. Sister, Wanwan wants to go. The manager couldn't resist this little cutie's charm. She immediately nodded in agreement. Wanwan looked expectant. If Wanwan goes, will there also be 30 million? The manager and Wanwan understood each other. No, it's 30 million total. Before Wanwan could express disappointment, a gold-pressed black card appeared before her. Wanwan, be good, let's not go, okay? Like a little money lover, she tucked the card into her bag. Taking the money but still insisting on going, she shook her head saying she must go. Second brother suddenly understood what it meant to lose both ways. Back home, Wanwan swung her cute little feet and sweet-talked her father about wanting to be on TV with second brother. As soon as she finished speaking, second brother received 6 death glares. He awkwardly scratched his face. Don't look at me. I tried to stop it. The recent events were still fresh in memory. Su Jijo was very worried. Once Wanwan appeared on TV, many people would see her. If she didn't perform well, many would criticize her. Wanwan was confused. Wanwan won't get scolded. Su Jijo was puzzled. But how could his daughter not be lovable? Is Wanwan not pretty? Grandfather hurriedly said she was. Is Wanwan not smart? This cute act made Big Brother cave in, unable to honestly say she wasn't smart. As a result, Wanwan countered. If Wanwan is smart and pretty, why would people scold Wanwan? The 3 Su family heads were speechless. Second brother roared with responsibility, suddenly hitting him. No matter what, I won't participate in the variety show. I'll pay any breach of contract fee, but Wanwan appearing on the show is out of the question. But his coolness lasted less than 3 seconds before reality hit. 300 million in breach fees wasn't a small amount. Wanwan wanted to be on TV. The whole family disagreed, fearing she would be cyberbullied again, hurting her young heart. But Wanwan's ego was truly unfair. Just as the whole family was falling for it, second brother's sense of responsibility kicked in, saying he wouldn't let Wanwan go even if it meant paying compensation. The manager kindly reminded him that 300 million in breach fees wasn't a small amount, and the show had already been officially announced. If he didn't go, fans probably wouldn't accept it. Second brother stepped back in shock. What's going on? Why wasn't I told about the announcement earlier? The manager sighed helplessly. I'm just a small manager. I don't have shares in the company. I have no say. Wanwan hugged second brother's leg, coaxing him to go. After all, it would be foolish to refuse money. Second brother slapped her little head, saying it wasn't that simple. But Wanwan persisted. But we can earn money on TV. Big brother thought Wanwan didn't understand their family's situation. He gently picked her up, saying they weren't short of money. But Wanwan said she knew. She just wanted to earn money herself. Being on TV would earn 30 million. Then Wanwan could buy gifts for Grandpa, Dad, and her brothers. When she said this, all 4 men were incredulous. Wanwan said pitifully it was true. She wanted to use her own money to buy them gifts. That's why she wanted to go. They hadn't expected this. They were moved to tears. Their precious baby was growing up. Grandfather felt he could die without regrets and immediately agreed. Only Big Brother remained rational, instructing second brother to take good care of their sister. Second brother reluctantly accepted this responsibility. Seeing him agree to participate in the show, the manager immediately felt hopeful about her artist's comeback. Meanwhile, online reactions to second brother joining the variety show weren't as enthusiastic as expected. Instead, there was widespread concern. People worried the news was fake, that second brother couldn't handle children, and feared the kids would cry uncontrollably. After all, he had a record for this. As soon as the show started, viewers flooded into the live stream. The production team didn't keep them in suspense. They arrived at second brother's house first, expecting a grand opening. But unexpectedly, they were left outside. His biggest regret was not being able to afford the 300 million breach fee. Taking this variety show, his cool image was immediately ruined by Wanwan. People online didn't believe he was participating in the show until they saw his luxurious home on the live stream. Everyone waited expectantly for his appearance. After waiting for a long time with no one answering the door, just as viewers were starting to complain in the comments, the host mentioned they hadn't notified the celebrity about filming at his house. Suga and the baby might still be sleeping. Just as everyone was anticipating second brother's abs, the door quietly opened. A cute little bundle appeared. Hello everyone, brothers and sisters. I'm Wanwan. I hope you'll come watch me every day. Wanwan wishes you all good fortune like koi fish. Uncle, is Wanwan on TV now? Everyone was melted by Wanwan's cuteness. She nodded blankly. As if receiving instructions, Wanwan began introducing her family members. Everyone was refined and handsome. Until second brother appeared, they thought seeing his six-pack abs was wishful thinking. Unexpectedly, Wanwan went straight to lift second brother's blanket. Tears of laughter streamed down viewers' faces when they discovered under the blanket was a silly green dinosaur. They immediately knew this show had no script. Wanwan, unaware she was embarrassing her brother, was excited instead. Everyone, this is Wanwan's second brother. Second brother, drowsy from being woken up, told Wanwan to stop bothering him. Wanwan lay in his arms. That face millions of girls dreamed of was on display. Second brother, wake up. The camera uncle says we're on TV. His cells suddenly awakened. Second brother shot up from bed. The entire live stream was filled with his terrified screams. Then both were bundled onto a plane. Wanwan ran ahead excitedly while second brother chased behind with the luggage. He felt completely drained. Even more desperately, the show wanted them to be self-reliant. At the filming location, the top star's image collapsed. The cool guy was just a silly green dinosaur. Still weak, just pushing a few suitcases. He couldn't even catch up to a 3-year-old. Exhausted to collapse, he just wanted to get in a car, but was told to figure it out himself. This was part of the show. Su Yushir immediately bristled. Wanwan sprinted out at full speed. While he was debating whether to chase with or without luggage, Wanwan came back, pointing at a car behind her. That uncle was willing to help them. Su Yushir was shocked. Were these normal social skills for a human child? But as soon as they got in the car, he regretted it. Crying torrentially, I was wrong from the start. If I hadn't joined this show, I wouldn't be like this. If I weren't like this, I wouldn't have ended up in this sad place. Suddenly, the car braked hard. Pain replaced his sorrow. Just as Wanwan was about to call him to get out, they heard his wailing. They learned his foot had just fallen asleep. His cool image was gone forever. Su Yushir thought his suffering was over, but the cameraman said they had to walk the rest of the way up. Su Yushir froze, looking at the towering mountain. Does anyone even live up there? The cameraman chuckled. Yes, other guests have already arrived. Su Yushir looked at the uneven ground, pointed to the luggage beside him, asked the cameraman what to do, but was told to figure it out himself. Su Yushir broke down immediately. Such big suitcases would take 4 trips up and down the mountain. It probably wouldn't be done until tomorrow morning. While he was still complaining, he didn't notice Wanwan had already hoisted up 2 large suitcases and started walking up the mountain. Livestream viewers questioned if they were acting, but this seemed unnecessary. It was too dangerous. It would be bad if the child got hurt. A 3-year-old child live streaming, carrying 2 big suitcases for attention. Viewers criticized the show's production team for being heartless, risking a child's safety for views. What if the child got hurt? But when they saw Su Yu's reaction, they began to doubt this was acting. Otherwise, how could a grown man be so weak? Wanwan continued walking casually, still having energy to tease her second brother. You're too weak. Tomorrow you'll exercise with Wanwan. I guarantee you'll be super fit in a month. Master taught Wanwan a set of martial arts before. It's the best for building strength. His education continued. The response was a loud thud. Looking back, they saw Su Yushir had fainted. His eyes rolled back. Wangan carefully checked his breathing. When she turned to look at the host, her eyes were already full of tears. Uncle, my second brother won't die from exhaustion, will he? The host couldn't bear to see Wanwan cry. She gently consoled her not to cry. Look, your brother's chest is still moving. But Wanwan became more anxious. If he's not dead, why isn't he waking up? The host awkwardly said, your brother seems to be sleeping. Wanwan suddenly became reverent. He can sleep in a place like this? Brother is amazing. Suyu had selective hearing, narcissistically mumbling. Your second brother is so handsome. Of course he's amazing. He opened his eyes groggily. He saw Wanwan crying breathlessly and was startled. He still hadn't figured out what was happening. Wanwan cried even harder. Second brother, you were sleeping like a dead pig. Wanwan thought you died. Second brother, please don't die. Su Yushir was done for. His cool guy image was gone forever. Finally reaching the mountaintop, the show officially began recording. The first 2 group self-introductions were normal, but when it came to Wanwan, things went sideways. This mountain looks delicious. I hope Wanwan has roasted duck, roasted goose, braised pork, braised duck, and marinated chicken every meal. cured meat, pork knuckles, small cakes, and ice cream. The director looked at the child with stars in her eyes and awkwardly scratched his head. Baby, this isn't for making wishes. Su Yushir smiled gently, just about to salvage his image when a sudden figure blocked the camera. Su Yushir felt this person existed just to torment him. Years ago, Su Yushir and Sheng Buyuan were trainees in China. They debuted in a group at 18. Su Yushir was an all-rounder in singing and dancing, so he became the group's leader. Sheng Buyuan barely made it into the group with the last spot. 2 years ago, the group officially disbanded. Then an incident occurred. Su Yushir and Sheng Buyuan simultaneously released songs. But after listening, netizens discovered the melodies of their new songs were almost identical. Su Yushir became the one accused of plagiarism. His only trending topic after that was getting hit by tomatoes at an event. Su Yushir watched as the person who stole his spotlight greeted him with a smile, grinding his teeth in anger. Damn it, knowing him was the start of my misfortune. His attention-seeking behavior caught Wanwan's notice, but seeing the golden light around him, she was confused. According to facial features, he looked like someone with ill intentions. How could he have a golden aura? She curiously tugged at Sheng Buyuan's clothes. Hi, I'm Su Wanwan. Can I ask brother a question? When Sheng Buyuan saw Wanwan and Su Yushir's equally beautiful faces, he became extremely agitated. But unable to show it on camera, he put on a kind face and asked what Wanwan wanted to know. Wanwan wants to ask brother, why is your chin so surprised? This innocent question made Su Yushir struggle not to laugh and darken Sheng Buyuan's face. 3 years ago, when Sheng Buyuan was still a trainee, he was just a background character to team leader Su Yushir, until he met a Taoist priest who gave him a jade pendant, saying if he imitated Su Yushir, he could steal his fortune. After that, Sheng Buyuan's resources improved while Su Yushir's luck worsened. Online reports were full of his creative decline and plagiarism news. Only he knew it was all stolen. So when he heard Wanwan's words, he was furious but had to endure it because of the cameras. He pretended not to understand. Wanwan wouldn't let him off. Brother, is your chin so pointy that it might stab yourself? He had surgically altered his face to look like the person he hated most, just to steal his fortune. Seeing Su Yushir's increasing misfortune, while his career flourished, he felt joy mixed with hatred. Looking at this face similar to Su Yushir's every day reminded him that everything he had was stolen. He never thought one day this would become his weakness. Brother, is your chin so pointy that it might stab yourself? Sheng Buyuan felt insulted, but had to laugh it off, saying hee, no it won't. Su Yushir, fearing he might lash out at Wanwan, quickly pulled her back. Sorry Wanwan, the changes were too big. I didn't recognize him. Su Yushir dared to embarrass him publicly. Sheng Buyuan was grinding his teeth in anger. His hatred instantly shifted. The host, fearing loss of control, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. With a big laugh, he said the introduction time was over. Let's move on to the next segment. Now please hand over everything you brought except for clothes. Su Yushir was immediately angry. Why didn't they say this earlier? He'd carried so much luggage and almost fainted climbing the mountain. The host claimed innocence and carefully handed over an empty box. Please cooperate with the production team's work. Wanwan carried a box in one hand, while pulling her reluctant second brother with the other. Uncle, what do you want to take from Wanwan? Seeing how cute Wanwan was, the staff's tone unconsciously became sweeter. Everything except clothes has to be collected. But they didn't expect that besides clothes, they collected almost everything the siblings owned. They immediately understood why Su Yushir had fainted while climbing. Wangan whispered to her brother who was still angry. She whispered in his ear, second brother, remember the 30 million? A few minutes after the 30 million reminder, the host gathered everyone again. He announced the first task. Babies, first spin 10 times in place. Run to the designated spot and high-five your parent. Then spin 10 more times and return to the starting point. Run another cycle and high-five again. The first child to complete this wins. When Wanwan heard that the first place winner could choose their room first, she was confident about winning first place. After quickly spinning 10 times, she ran in the opposite direction. Within 15 seconds, their chance at first place was about to slip away. Wanwan, in her effort to win first place, used all her strength to spin, but made herself dizzy. She charged forward once she found her direction. This action nearly made Su Yushir faint. He screamed heartbreakingly about her running the wrong way, but got no response. Wanwan happily finished running and wanted to high-five Su Yushir. She held her flag higher than anyone else, saying nothing could stop her from getting first place. Su Yushir didn't extend his hand, pointing forward instead. Baby, you ran the wrong way. Wanwan couldn't accept this bolt from the blue, feeling like she'd been struck by thousands of arrows. Su Yushir was extremely worried. His sister was the best kid in kindergarten. If she lost now, how could a child's self-esteem handle it? Just as he was about to comfort her, he saw the little one's competitive spirit blazing up. Brave Wanwan has no difficulties. With Su Yushir's hesitant support, Wanwan started spinning again, fast as a wheel of fire. With stars spinning around her head, she found the right direction and charged forward in one go. The host was also inspired by her perseverance. Our contestant Wanwan is back on track. Can she turn the tables? Shang Buyuan's sister, seeing the finish line within reach, was extremely excited. The first place would surely be hers. But unexpectedly, Wanwan appeared like a gust of wind and overtook her. The other children in the competition were shocked. How could Su Wanwan run so fast? Fortunately, second brother didn't hold her back this time, raising his paw early. Congratulations to our contestant Wanwan for winning first place. Now she has the right to choose her room. The other children would have to draw cards to get their rooms. The two little boys, with wooden hearts, surrounded Wanwan with praise. This scene made Shang Buyuan's sister even more jealous. Damn it, first place should have been mine. Shang Buyuan, unexpectedly, his sister was so useless. He shouted with a dark face, "Quick, go join them. Don't embarrass me again." The sister instinctively feared her own brother. She directed all her grievances towards Wanwan. Sister Wanwan, can you tell me how you can run so fast with such short legs? Wangan didn't know what kind of family could raise a 3-year-old with such a strong taste for drama. Sister Wanwan, can you tell me how you can run so fast with such short legs? Wangan didn't understand what she wanted, then saw her stretch out her longer legs. It's okay, don't be sad. Shang Buyuan hadn't expected his sister to be so combative. Delighted, his tone unexpectedly became gentler. Xiaohe, you shouldn't point out others' flaws. Xiaohe felt she had finally scored a point, but then saw Wanwan stretch out her short legs too. I'm still young. I'll definitely grow taller when I grow up. Look how tall my brother is. But you should be careful. Your brother is quite short. Master says short parents make short children. Meanwhile, Gu Fangqi listened to Shang Buyuan's sarcastic praise about Wanwan's short legs being cute. The tiger hadn't finished. I remember. Shang Buyuan seems to be your company's signed artist, right? The director took out a stack of photos to distribute rooms. His smiling face scared the movie queen's son. He helplessly hugged his son tight and told him, "Relax, the director doesn't eat people." But it didn't help at all. The son still curled up in his arms. Nearby, Wanwan took these words to heart. Curiously, she ran up to Rice Bucket and poked his round belly with her little hand. Uncle Rice Bucket, no wonder your belly is so big. It's full of rice, not beer like I thought. Rice Bucket felt very embarrassed. He strongly suspected Wanwan was doing this on purpose, but he had no proof. He could only cough twice to hide his embarrassment. Baby, you won first place in the competition, so you can choose your house first. Wanwan forgot her earlier confusion and clamored to choose the best house. He looked at the 4 photos in his hand, carefully considering. Finally, she chose the room with an old grandmother sitting at the entrance. Her eyes bright, she asked the director, "Can I play with this grandma after we're done?" The director hadn't expected this to be Wanwan's reason for choosing this room. Though puzzled, he said it would be fine. Xiaohe looked at the dilapidated photo in her hand and couldn't help but sob. Shang Buyuan couldn't get angry on camera, so he patiently comforted Xiaohe. When we lose, we have to follow the competition rules, right? But Xiaohe cried even harder. Brother, I want the house Su Wanwan has. Xiaohe was being unreasonable after losing the competition. Ignoring the cameras, she kept crying and demanding to switch rooms with Wanwan. Wanwan felt a bit sorry. This is the room I won in the competition. If you like it, ask your brother. If he agrees, I'll let you sleep here at night. Xiaohe thought Wanwan was showing off and angrily pulled her brother to leave. Shang Buyuan noticed a cameraman following them and sensed trouble. He grabbed the tantrum-throwing Xiaohe. Where the camera couldn't see, his attitude changed. The audience won't like you acting this way. What did I tell you at home? Smile. Xiaohe was very unwilling, but under her brother's threat, she had to swallow her pride and comply. The livestream audience only saw Shang Buyuan gently patting his sister's head to comfort her, despite losing the competition. In comparison, Wanwan's behavior seemed like showing off to Shang Buyuan's fans. When the first day's tasks ended, just as Su Yushi was about to take Wanwan back to their room, Director Song called out to him. He said he had a movie and, seeing Su Yushi in good condition, wanted to invite him to participate. Su Yushi hadn't expected any director to still trust him. Though touched, he was also afraid. The online boycott against him was still ongoing, and he couldn't drag Director Song down with him. Director Song wasn't discouraged by the rejection and said he'd send the scripts beginning after the show ended. Wanwan sensed Su Yushi's low spirits and didn't understand why he would reject Director Song's olive branch when he clearly loved acting. Su Yushi felt that liking something wasn't enough. He was ready to give up. Wanwan clearly disapproved. Second brother, Master said not to give up what you love when facing difficulties. One day it will embrace you back. But isn't it better if second brother goes home to inherit the family business and earn money for Wanwan's milk powder? Wanwan grabbed his suitcase and ran away quickly. Under Su Yushi's puzzled gaze, Wanwan turned back with a playful smile. But Wanwan likes seeing second brother when he's shining bright. Su Yushi was stunned. Shining bright? He actually missed that too. When he came back to his senses, he realized a cruel fact. He couldn't catch up with Wanwan. After dinner, they went visiting neighbors. Only then did they realize how fortunate they were. Because of 30 gene of pork, Su Yushi had grown to hate the production team. If they hadn't taken away all the food they brought, how could he be sitting here eating just vegetables? But when he took Wanwan next door, he realized how lucky they were. Late at night, In-ho couldn't even light a fire, and his son had fainted from hunger, lying on the ground chewing tree bark. Wanwan quietly complained to his son about In-ho being stupid, but was overheard. Seeing him about to snap, Su Yushi grabbed Wanwan to run, saying it was getting dark and they should head home. Wanwan didn't understand if her brother was being silly. They had just arrived. Su Yushi felt murderous intent behind him, and his long legs moved incredibly fast. But he tripped on the stone floor. His face was about to hit the ground. He thought this fall would surely ruin his handsome face. But the expected pain didn't come. Instead, he felt like he had learned to fly. Before he could secretly rejoice, he heard Wanwan's voice from behind. Second brother, are you okay? Su Yushi discovered the truth. After 2 seconds of embarrassment, he started doing push-ups on the spot. It's nothing. Second brother is just exercising. Everyone thought if he wasn't embarrassed, they were. Su Yushi took advantage when no one was paying attention and rushed out with Wanwan. Someone's calling me. We need to go back. We'll keep in touch. In-ho covered his mouth and laughed secretly. How had he never noticed this side of him before? Early the next morning, just as Su Yushi was reaching the peak of his life in his dreams, not yet married to his white moonlight, Wanwan woke him up. He pulled the blanket over himself, planning to continue his sweet dream. Even hearing that Wanwan was hungry didn't move him. Wanwan compromised and jumped out of bed to look for food. The PD who was filming shook his head, sighing that this brother was unreliable. But Wanwan understood her second brother well. He must be too tired from yesterday. The audience laughed at Wanwan's fierce words. Meanwhile, Shang Buyuan, in order to leave a good impression on the public, got up before 6 a.m., thinking he would surely be the first one up. But he found that Wanwan had beaten him to it. What about Su Yushi, getting up so early? Shang Buyuan got up at 6 a.m. to show off for the cameras. But unexpectedly, his rival had gotten up even earlier. His hatred for Su Yushi deepened. Then he heard Wanwan say that Su Yushi was still sleeping at home. The director disapproved of Su Yushi's behavior, saying how could they let a child come alone? The Su family must favor sons over daughters. Just as Shang Buyuan started stirring trouble, he received a glare from Wanwan. I am second brother's guardian. Is there a problem? Shang Buyuan hadn't expected a child to be so sharp-tongued, making him lose face in public. Rice Bucket came leading his son and saw Wanwan rushing about. Wanwan, why are you running so fast? Wanwan came to a sudden stop. Hello, uncle. The weather is too cold. If I don't run fast, the rice porridge will get cold. Second brother has a weak stomach and can't drink cold porridge. Just this one smile. Won over many mothers. While Wanwan could run out to get food herself, Lu Huai hadn't figured out what to do. He stood at the meeting point with an empty stomach. My mom said it's too cold. She said she couldn't get up early to get breakfast. She told me to chew on tree bark. He even whispered in Wanwan's ear, "Tree bark doesn't taste good at all. I've almost finished chewing all the bark at my doorstep." Wanwan felt awkward, not knowing how to tell him that everyone should know tree bark isn't edible. Hua Songdao's son came over at the mention of food, excitedly asking about ways to make tree bark taste good. Wanwan seriously suggested that it should be roasted, then add salt, chicken powder, chili, and plenty of cumin. The three got excited about developing various ways to eat it, as if they'd had an epiphany. But Xiaoa thought they were stupid. How could anyone in the world eat tree bark? Wanwan immediately got angry. Who says tree bark can't be eaten? Sheng Buiyuan heard the commotion behind him. He squatted down to protect his sister. Wanwan, indeed no one eats tree bark. Besides, we're filming a show now. We can't mess around. Xiaoa felt emboldened having found support. She shouted angrily, "Tree bark tastes awful. Who would eat that?" She thought these kids were so rural, not even knowing tree bark wasn't edible. Tree bark tastes terrible. Only ghosts would eat it. Her shouts provoked Wanwan. How can you say no one eats tree bark? My master said when he led troops in battle years ago, they even boiled leather belts to eat. Back then, in the freezing cold, even tree bark was a luxury. To prove tree bark was edible, Wanwan eyed the tree behind Shang Buiyuan. "Second brother, can Wanwan peel off a bit of his pants to eat?" Su Yushi hesitantly agreed. "But we don't have fire or seasonings." Shang Buiyuan was completely terrified. They wanted to eat his pants. Seeing Wanwan charging over, he trembled in fear, but it turned out to be a false alarm. Wanwan passed by him. She tore off a piece of bark with one hand and pulled out a talisman with the other. Lu Huan's eyes lit up. "Mom, look, Wanwan can do magic." Wanwan didn't realize what a commotion her actions had caused. She just wanted to prove tree bark was edible. She unhesitatingly put the bark in her mouth, her expression becoming increasingly strange. This frightened Su Yushi. "Wanwan, are you okay?" Wanwan looked at Su Yushi with teary eyes. "Second brother, how did my master survive back then? It tastes really awful." Su Yushi bent down to wipe her tears. "These things tasted terrible, but your master still ate them, so we shouldn't waste food in the future, right?" Wanwan nodded firmly. Wanwan never wastes food. Su Yushi contentedly patted Wanwan's head. A gentle breeze brushed their faces, making the withered tree branches turn green. Meanwhile, the livestream comments had shifted. Everyone praised Wanwan for being right. Doesn't Shang Buiyuan boast about his high education? How come he doesn't even know this part of history? It hasn't been that long. The older generation worked hard to build this country, and you're living comfortably now, forgetting how they survived. Wanwan wasn't wrong. Back then, the older generation ate tree bark and leather belts to protect us. Now some people say no one ever ate these things. They've forgotten history. Rice Bucket watched the constantly scrolling comments. He saw the genuine sibling bond between Su Yushi and Wanwan. As a host, he seized the moment to start the next segment. After everyone drew their task cards, Su Yushi broke down again. His image had been completely ruined by his sister. He imagined reporters surrounding him asking if he was really weak. His heart started pounding at the thought. Su Yushi hadn't expected his bad luck would follow him into the variety show. Everyone else's tasks were like going fishing in the mud pond with their kids, digging lotus roots in the mud pond with their kids, going to the orchard to pick oranges with their kids. But he had to carry bricks with his kid at villagers' homes. When the villagers heard they could be on TV, they all held up matchmaking signs to promote themselves. Wanwan patted her little chest saying he was amazing. Grandpa, who found her little manner adorable, he handed baskets to the two and led them down the mountain. When Wanwan heard that with bricks, they could build a house for brother who to get married, and might even have grandchildren next year, she immediately got fired up. She wanted to help till the end, even adding extra bricks to her brother's basket. Su Yushi waved his hands at Wanwan while crying. "Wanwan, don't pick them up." But Wanwan didn't understand. Why Grandpa, who showed a silly smile? "How much can your brother with his delicate skin carry? Don't tire your brother out." Wanwan suddenly realized. Not only did she stop adding, but she also took some out. "Grandpa, who, you're right. My second brother is indeed too weak." Su Yushi imagined reporters and paparazzi surrounding him, asking how weak he really was. He felt like his chest was hit by countless arrows. He pinched Wanwan's chubby little cheeks, angrily saying it was all his fault. But Wanwan didn't understand her second brother. "You don't have heart problems. Why does your heart hurt?" To prove he wasn't weak, Su Yushir tearfully picked up the bamboo basket. He thought it wouldn't be that bad, but when Wanwan let go, he almost threw out his back. Seeing him struggle so much, even stumbling while walking, Wanwan looked disappointed. See, second brother? I told you you're weak. As someone who had always been proud, how could second brother Su admit defeat? He gritted his teeth and walked up step by step, but he still couldn't overcome gravity. He collapsed on the ground. Brother won't be able to carry you up the mountain later. Can you walk by yourself? But Wanwan said she would do it. Second brother, if you keep this up, what if you hurt your back? Before she could finish, Su Yushir covered her mouth. Su Yushir didn't want to admit he was weak, but seeing Wanwan carrying 2 baskets of bricks and still climbing the mountain energetically, making 5 trips without even breaking a sweat, he finally bowed to reality. He understood why Wanwan always said he was weak, but when he wanted to give up, Wanwan wouldn't agree. She wanted second brother to persevere with her. She clapped her little hands, having a brilliant idea. Maybe she could try something with second brother. The livestream viewers couldn't clearly see what Wanwan gave to Su Yushir. They only saw that Su Yushir, who was just paralyzed moments ago, suddenly burst with unlimited potential, his body full of strength. Carrying loads in both hands, climbing the mountain 5 times without getting winded, Wanwan was very satisfied. She had put a talisman on second brother, and it worked perfectly. The watching audience just thought Su Yushir was simply afraid of losing to his 3-year-old sister. After all, the little dumpling had already positioned herself as the guardian, giving off a sense of power struggle. Wanwan wiped the sweat from her face, saying they were done. Grandpa Wu's eyes were as big as bells. My goodness, did you carry all this up? Wanwan showed off her biceps. Wanwan is very strong. Su Yushir felt wronged. Why wasn't anyone looking at him? He did great too. When filming ended, the other 3 groups came back exhausted, but the Wanwan siblings, who should have been the most tired, were still energetic. The actress was confused. Then Wanwan said they not only carried bricks but also cement, and Grandpa who gave them steamed buns, and 200 yuan. The actress forgot her earlier confusion and was just envious, and her son, with his foodie DNA, asked, Wanwan, can I have some? Wanwan wasn't a stingy child. She immediately handed over her steamed bun. Xiaohe beside them was envious, but still said stubbornly that steamed buns weren't anything special. As soon as she said that, her brother slapped her. She cried out, brother, pitifully, not understanding what she did wrong. The loud crying attracted Wanwan's attention. She looked disgusted. Second brother, I didn't hit her. Second brother awkwardly indicated. He knew. The daughter of the Song family also noticed the happiness, saying discontentedly that she didn't like this sister who just knew how to cry. The actress's son agreed while eating his bun. Wanwan is different. She doesn't cry and shares her buns with us. Yeah, she's the prettiest little friend I've ever seen. Even Shang He isn't as pretty as her. Wanwan scratched her head embarrassedly. Suddenly, she was attracted by a strange fluctuation. Turning her head, she found that the golden light on second brother seemed to have grown legs and was running away, and its destination was Shang Buyuan, who had hit his sister. Wanwan was shocked. What was going on? Wanwan was furious. This pointed-face guy was actually a thief, stealing her second brother's aura. No wonder the golden light on him felt so warm and familiar. Shang Buyuan suddenly sensed a murderous intent and turned to see Wanwan with fire in her eyes. He really didn't understand when he had offended this little weirdo. Su Yushir, eating his bun and watching the show, was still clueless, contentedly letting out a satisfied burp. Then he heard Wanwan angrily say, second brother, I'll definitely avenge you. Su Yushir was confused, but he instinctively agreed. Then you must protect second brother well and drive away the bad guys. The director didn't know about the grudge between the 2 groups. He only knew his ratings were stable. The host diligently followed the procedure. Fangtong announced the points earned by each group. Director Song and his son earned 50 yuan, totaling 5 points. In Ho and his son earned 20 yuan, getting 2 points. Before Fangtong could announce the remaining points, Xiaohe proudly held up their 100 yuan, calling out Uncle Fangtong, saying this was what she and her brother earned. As soon as the word Fangtong came out, everyone on site changed expression, especially seeing director Fangtong's face. Shang Buyuan thought, this is bad. He angrily scolded Xiaohe to be polite and call him director from now on. Xiaohe trembled in fear and stammered that she understood. The host stepped in to control the situation, announcing that Sheng Buyuan and Sheng He had earned 10 points, the highest among all guests so far. Wanwan scoffed, saying she and her brother had earned 200 yuan. Sheng Buyuan hadn't heard the "so far" part and looked at Su Yushi with disdain. Brother Shi, how much did you earn today? You're several years older than me. Don't call me brother. I can't take it. Sheng Buyuan's face darkened. He really hadn't expected Su Yushi to bring up age, and the blow didn't stop there. Joining the variety show for 30 million, but being accused of cheating for earning 200 yuan in the show. Wanwan was indignant. She had carried bricks and cement. How could it be cheating? But Xiaohe didn't believe it. If she couldn't do it, how could Wanwan? Wanwan angrily asked Uncle Fengtong to testify. Though Fengtong didn't like the nickname, he still objectively verified Wanwan's claim. The host announced, "Congratulations to Su Yushi and little guardian Wanwan for earning 200 yuan, totaling 20 points. Wanwan celebrated happily, but she didn't miss Sheng Buyuan's envious gaze. Even better, as first-place winners, they won a full imperial feast. The other two invited group size widened. The actress hesitated, really not inviting Xiaohe and the others? Wanwan looked toward the door and saw teary-eyed Xiaohe. She jumped down from her chair with a thud. Xiaohe curved her lips proudly. Fake crying really worked. They were still going to invite her. Uncle Shang, you should go back quickly, otherwise when we eat the feast later, she'll cry even harder. Her serious expression stunned both of them. Xiaohe felt wronged and cried, demanding to join the feast. Sheng Buyuan's fists clenched with a cracking sound. Shut up, you useless thing. Wanwan, being kind to the end, picked up Xiaohe and handed her to Sheng Buyuan. Here's your uncle. While they weren't paying attention, she slipped a talisman into Xiaohe's pocket. Behind her was Wanwan's cheerful sending-off tune. Sheng Buyuan was furious. He went home and washed his face with cold water to stabilize his emotions. He was shocked to find his jade pendant damaged. Sheng Buyuan immediately panicked. He remembered what the Taoist had said. The jade pendant must not be damaged, or something terrible would happen. Even the previous fortune would leave. Legend had it that some spirits who couldn't become gods would pretend to be gods to gain divine powers. These false gods would help their hosts fulfill wishes, but would gradually consume the host's spirit to rapidly gain power. He hated how unfair the world was. They were in the same band. Why could Su Yushi take the center position while he was just background? Full of resentment, he met a Taoist who said if he wore this jade pendant, he could steal Su Yushi's fortune. Half believing, he tried it. Unexpectedly, it worked amazingly well. Since then, he treasured this jade pendant, not just because it brought him fame and fortune. More importantly, the Taoist had said that if this jade pendant broke, something big would happen. Even the previous fortune would leave. So when he saw the jade pendant broken, he panicked completely. Everything had been fine before coming here. When exactly did it become like this? He frantically searched for his phone, wanting to call the Taoist. Master Dao must have a solution. Looking at his empty bag, he remembered that phones were confiscated when the show started. He felt like he'd been plunged into ice water, but there was nothing he could do. He could only comfort himself that it was just 5 days. Nothing should go wrong. Meanwhile, Wanwan let out a satisfied burp. Uncle Rice Bucket, can Wanwan pack the leftovers for the next few days' meals? After being immediately rejected, Wanwan pouted. Why not? Wanwan can't finish all this. Not finishing it would be wasting food. Wanwan doesn't want to waste food. Rice Bucket didn't want to take the blame but still disagreed, saying it wouldn't be fair to other guests. Su Yushi also told Wanwan to wait patiently until the end, saying second brother would treat her to feasts every day. But Wanwan had just observed the night sky and said she might not have food tomorrow. Second brother, what should we do? Wanwan is scared of going hungry. The next day's game was parent exchange. Looking at Sheng Buyuan in her hands, Wanwan felt helpless. Last night's divination was true. Her little hands would be unlucky today. Su Yushi was reluctant to part. Wanwan, if you're hungry, just come home. Second brother won't let you starve. Rice Bucket coldly interjected. During the task, parents can't see their own children. Su Yushi immediately wanted to transform and quit filming. Wanwan quickly comforted him. No, second brother. The 30 million. He hadn't expected Sheng Buyuan to be so impatient. When Wanwan calculated she'd go hungry tomorrow night, Su Yushi scoffed. How could he as a brother let his sister go hungry? But unexpectedly, the next day, he personally handed his sister over to the other family, and rules stated he couldn't see his sister during the task. Su Yushi was about to explode in anger, but Wanwan disagreed. After all, 30 million wasn't a small amount. Now, please have our adults and children repair their homes together. Each will receive 10 points upon completion. Wanwan curiously examined her temporary parent, thinking he looked just like her second brother. Shang Buiyuan felt uncomfortable under Wanwan's stare, not knowing what this little troublemaker was planning. He couldn't let her ruin his carefully maintained public image. Su Yushir cried while biting his handkerchief. Come find second brother anytime. Wanwan assured him to relax. For the 30 million, she definitely wouldn't go. Shang Buiyuan forced a smile. Let's go then, Sister Wanwan. But Wanwan seriously asked Uncle Shang, you look just like my second brother. People might think you're my second brother's son. Shang Buiyuan froze in place, then heard Wanwan speak again. Uncle, how many girlfriends do you have? He was surprised. How did this child know? Was she just making things up? I'm currently single. No girlfriend? Impossible. Your palace gate shows year-end fireworks, indicating romance, and more than one. Wanwan's certainty made Shang Buiyuan angry. Su Yushir must have told her. Wanwan, this is a society ruled by law. We can't talk about ghosts and supernatural things. I know. Wanwan knows to follow national policies. Besides, there are no ghosts in this world. Even if there were, ordinary people couldn't see them. Please believe in science. Uncle Shang, Wanwan sees dark circles under your eyes. You must practice restraint. Otherwise, Shang Buiyuan immediately understood, covering Wanwan's mouth, awkwardly explaining he just didn't sleep well yesterday. Wanwan must have seen wrong. He mentally added another strike against Su Yushir, convinced he had taught Wanwan to say these things. He harbored murderous thoughts toward a 3-year-old just because she spoke some truths that threatened his public image. Not only saying he looked like Su Yushir's son, but also asking about his girlfriends. How could this be said in public? But the show must go on. Wanwan looked at the dilapidated house in front of her, very puzzled. Uncle Rice Bucket, where did you find such big holes? Is this a joke? The cameraman smiled sheepishly. There are other places that need repair too. Shang Buiyuan threw up his hands. The show is clearly making things difficult for us. How could anyone complete this? The cameraman looked troubled, not knowing what to do. Then Wanwan suddenly became confident. I will definitely work hard to complete it. She then looked determinedly at Shang Buiyuan. Do you know how to repair mud walls? Hearing him say no, Wanwan asked somewhat exasperatedly, then do you know where to find thatching grass for the roof? Seeing him shake his head again, Wanwan was very troubled. How come you don't know anything? I can't carry you. Shang Buiyuan was extremely embarrassed. This little thing kept putting him in awkward positions. He had to kill her to feel better. Sister Wanwan, I remember there's lots of yellow mud behind the mountain. Let's go dig some now. We can fix the house by afternoon. Wanwan stared intently at the jade pendant on his neck, feeling something was very wrong. Hearing his suggestion, she decisively agreed. She wanted to see what tricks he was planning. Shang Buiyuan, unaware he'd been seen through, was gleefully thinking. Once they reached a secluded spot, he would make sure no one could help her. As they walked along, the cameraman suddenly fell to the ground. Shang Buiyuan didn't waste a second, reaching his evil hands toward Wanwan. Stop pretending. Did Su Yushir teach you to say all those things today? I've said so many things today. Who knows what you're talking about? Shang Buiyuan thought Wanwan was being stubborn. He lunged to grab Wanwan, but she nimbly dodged. When I get back, I'll tell my second brother and Uncle Rice Bucket about you. Shang Buiyuan gave a sinister smile. If I leave you here, let's see who can save you. He harbored murderous thoughts toward a 3-year-old just because she spoke some truths that threatened to destroy his public image. Hee, if I abandon you here, who can save you? Are you stupid? Wanwan's contemptuous expression enraged Shang Buiyuan. He grabbed Wanwan roughly. Let's see if you're lucky enough to make it back. Wanwan wasn't scared at all, instead taking the chance to observe Shang Buiyuan's jade pendant. She couldn't understand why he would wear something with such heavying energy. Shang Buiyuan lifted Wanwan high, with a confident expression. Anyway, your unlucky brother is about to die. You might as well go first to check the way. Wanwan seized the opportunity and grabbed the jade pendant. As she was thrown forcefully, the pendant's cord snapped. Shang Buiyuan's expression turned panicked. Wanwan's voice became unprecedentedly serious. Who gave this to you? Not only did he not answer, but he tried to snatch the pendant back. Wanwan threw it away. The jade pendant shattered into pieces. Shang Buiyuan completely turned dark. Wanwan wasn't afraid at all, and even stepped on the pendant. This pendant harms others, and yourself. It's better destroyed. You had plastic surgery to look like my second brother. even used blood sacrifice to awaken evil spirits, then stole my brother's luck to transfer to yourself, Shang Buyuan. Did you really think no one would know about this? Ignorant mortal, how dare you harm my family? I command thunder to strike and destroy evil. Shang Buyuan felt humiliated enough being beaten by a child, but he never expected this child could summon lightning. He managed not to wet himself, but he foamed at the mouth and fainted. Seeing him like this, Wanwan's anger subsided a bit. She noticed her whole body was aching. Only then did she remember being hit by Shang Buyuan. Her anger instantly spiked again. With a growl, she bit Shang Buyuan's arm. That's for hitting a child. I'll teach you a lesson. Meanwhile, Su Yushir discovered Wanwan was missing and was furious. I won't let you off until I find Wanwan. Rice Bucket wiped sweat from his forehead. I've already called the police. Wanwan is blessed, she'll return. Su Yushir thought he was being too casual. Easy for you to say. It's not your sister who's missing. Suddenly they heard Wanwan calling, second brother. Su Yushir cried harder, thinking he was hearing things. Who's really the guardian here? When his 3-year-old sister went missing, Su Yushir only knew to cry and threaten the director to help find her. But Yu Xian's sister not only saved herself, but also saved her brother. Hearing Wanwan calling, second brother, Su Yushir cried even harder, thinking his worry had caused hallucinations. Everyone urged him to turn around and look. Then he saw it really was his sister, dragging something unidentifiable behind her. He rushed over and hugged Wanwan. Seeing her state, she must have suffered a lot. Wanwan hugged her second brother tightly. Thank goodness, second brother, you won't die now. Su Yushir didn't understand what she meant. Just as he was about to ask, he noticed Wanwan had fallen unconscious. She anxiously shouted, quick, call an ambulance. When Wanwan opened her eyes again, she found herself wrapped up like a mummy. She secretly removed the bandages and found her brother being foolish again. When the doctor said Wanwan had a mild intracranial injury, he grabbed the doctor's leg and wouldn't let go. My sister hurt her brain. Will she become stupid? She's already so silly. What if she gets even sillier? The doctor tried hard to break free but couldn't. Sir, please be quiet. The patient needs rest. Wanwan couldn't bear to watch anymore. Second brother. Su Yushir became unusually calm hearing this. No, the doctor said you need rest. Wanwan saw the doctor finally escape from her brother's clutches. She curiously asked her second brother, have you been particularly unlucky these past couple of years? Su Yushir didn't know why Wanwan suddenly brought this up. An indescribable awkwardness welled up in his heart. Yes, more than just unlucky. I step in trouble every time I go out. Wanwan knew her brother was unlucky, but didn't expect it to be this bad. But you'll be fine from now on. Su Yushir had a rare moment of cleverness. Wanwan meant this had something to do with Shang Buyuan. Wanwan nodded seriously, but this scared Su Yushir. The doctor said you shouldn't move your head. If the blood clot. Su Yushir's words stopped abruptly as he touched Wanwan's forehead wound. Did Shang Buyuan hit you? Wanwan had never seen her second brother like this, but she still shook her head and said no. Wanwan's face was covered in injuries, yet she denied being hit. But he grabbed my collar and then threw me to the ground. I can't remember clearly what happened after that. Su Yushir bit his handkerchief in distress. Wanwan looked angry. But second brother, Shang Buyuan has been stealing your energy. He not only had plastic surgery to look like you, he even used a jade pendant and spells to steal your energy. That's why you've been so unlucky. Because your energy was stolen, your death energy kept increasing. If I hadn't discovered Shang Buyuan's secret, you probably would have died soon. Su Yushir felt aggrieved. Wanwan, please don't talk about it so casually. This is about my life. So, Shang Buyuan tried to kill you because you discovered his secret? No, he said he'd leave me in the mountains to feed the wolves, Wanwan said casually. Su Yushir made a mental note about Shang Buyuan. Wanwan, next time I'll definitely protect you better. Wanwan stretched out her little hand. Su Yushir was confused until she took his big hand and said she wanted to pinky swear. Pinky promise, can't break it for 100 years. What happens if we break it? If broken, Su Yushir must be Su Wanwan's brother for 10 lifetimes. Su Yushir laughed. Okay, pinky promise for 100 years. If broken, I'll be Su Wanwan's brother for 10 lifetimes and take care of her forever. Meanwhile, online, Shang Buyuan's scandals were spreading everywhere. Fans made comparison photos proving Shang Buyuan's plastic surgery and revealed his improper relationship with his manager. Shang Buyuan fell out with his former manager. Both were fired, reportedly facing huge contract penalties. Moreover, his girlfriends all spoke up, saying Shang Buyuan not only deceived their feelings, but also cheated them out of money. Su Yushir laughed until tears came out. I didn't expect Shang Buyuan to be even more of a player than me, with so many girlfriends. The manager angrily said, I told you to find a chance to clear things up, not to self-evaluate here. If you don't mind, we'll let the police handle his plagiarism. As for the variety show filming, do you and Wanwan want to continue? An 80-year-old man parachuted because he was worried about his granddaughter in the hospital. Su Yushir was still struggling whether to continue filming. After all, 30 million wasn't worth his sister's life. But his sister was a little money lover who insisted on continuing. Su Yushir hesitated, planning to reason with her. Before he could speak, his phone rang again. Seeing it was grandfather's number, he didn't know whether to answer or hang up. Then came the sound of a helicopter behind him. Su Yushir tried to make a last struggle, but grandfather didn't give him the chance, breaking through the window with one leap. He grabbed his weapon and roared at Su Yushir. Wanwan is still so young. How could you not watch her properly? Su Yushir trembled in fear, cowardly using Wanwan as a shield. Grandfather immediately forgot what he was going to do, rushing to Wanwan worriedly, asking if she was in pain. Wanwan shook her head vigorously, indicating she was fine. Su Yushir put a plastic bag over his head, preparing to sneak away. By coincidence, he ran into his father and eldest brother bringing in the doctor. Su Yushir panicked even more. Like a student who'd made a mistake, he followed behind them. While waiting for the doctor to examine Wanwan again, he sweated profusely. Until the doctor said Wanwan's condition wasn't bad, there was no life danger. However, since she had a head injury, she still needed rest. Su Jizhou finally swallowed back his anger. Su Yushir knew it was time to settle accounts with him. But before he could reach the door, he heard his father's angry voice. After being caught by his eldest brother, seeing his father searching around, he gave up. Dad, don't look anymore. I've already hidden anything you might find handy. Su Jizhou roared in anger. Big brother silently pulled out a baseball bat from behind. Dad, this is handy. Su Yushir exploded. Am I not your real brother anymore? The director had witnessed Su Yushir's terrifying side, but this pair was his ratings guarantee. Before entering with fruit baskets, he was still encouraging himself to persuade them to return, but unexpectedly walked in on such a scene. Participating in a variety show for 30 million almost cost his sister's life. Grandfather jumped through the window from a helicopter to see his granddaughter. Father was so angry he wanted to beat Su Yushir, but couldn't find any tools. Big brother thoughtfully handed him a baseball bat. Su Yushir was beaten so badly his calls for father and brother went unanswered. Only when Wanwan closed her eyes and stood firmly in front of him, saying, Dad, don't hit second brother. Second brother is the nation's flower. Hit me instead. The director hadn't yet figured out how to face the bedridden Wanwan and persuade them to return, but he found Wanwan already up, happily calling him Rice Bucket Uncle and asking why he came. Su Jizhou turned his head curiously, wondering what kind of rice bucket would make his daughter call him uncle. Dad, this is Wanwan's director, Rice Bucket Uncle. Rice Bucket was intimidated by Mr. Su's presence, stammering, Dad, no. Hello, Mr. Su. I came to check on Wanwan's condition and also to ask if you want to continue with the show. Su Jizhou refused without hesitation. He absolutely wouldn't allow Wanwan to participate in such a dangerous show again. Even if Wanwan acted cute and pouty, he wouldn't agree. But Wanwan wants the 30 million. And I'll miss Lu Hua and Song Yu. They're all Wanwan's good friends. Aunt Shochi is also very nice. Chanting uncle even secretly gave Wanwan cured meat before. Wanwan likes them. Her pitiful expression made Su Jizhou's heart ache. Wanwan, Dad's afraid you'll get hurt. Have you forgotten how you got that head injury? No, it still hurts. But the bad guy has been caught by the police, uncle. Su Jizhou couldn't understand why Wanwan insisted on participating in the show. Our family has plenty of money. You don't need to work so hard. Wanwan wiped her tears, looking determined. I know Dad has lots of money, but second brother and I have already signed the contract. The contract says we must honor our commitments. We can't be defaulters. Su Jizhou was still worried, hesitantly looking at his eldest son participating in a variety show for 30 million. Almost lost his life, still insisting on continuing. Gu Feng understood his childhood sweetheart's personality. Bringing his uncle of many years to join the show was to protect Wanwan. Su Jizhou absolutely refused to let Wanwan continue with the show. But Wanwan said she had signed a contract and couldn't default. These words touched the old father. All right, Dad can agree, but you must promise to run away first when you encounter trouble. Wanwan playfully stuck out her tongue. If I can win, do I still need to run? Run back first. Let Dad and brothers help you beat them up. Although Wanwan knew this wasn't right, she happily agreed, knowing it was her father's blind love for her. Grandfather had been crying since getting on the plane. He wanted to stay with his granddaughter, but didn't have a good enough reason. After a few days of recovery, Wanwan returned. At the same time, there was a new group of guests. Hello, I'm Wei Mingxi. Just this simple introduction caused a sensation. No one expected to see Wei Mingxi return to the scene. Wasn't he married? Is that child in his arms his? The guests were also pleasantly surprised, especially Wanwan, her eyes full of disbelief, because she recognized that child as her favorite little Chi brother. Making sure she wasn't seeing things, she flew towards him. Gu Fengqi instinctively handed the teddy bear to Wei Mingxi. He opened his arms to catch Wanwan steadily, but failed again. Little Chi brother, why are you here? I missed you. Gu Fengqi worriedly stared at Wanwan's forehead, asking if she was okay. Wanwan smiled sheepishly, saying she was fine, just not completely healed. But Wanwan still hurts a little. Gu Fengqi leaned in seriously. I'll blow on it, and the pain will fly away. Oh right, I brought your Nyo-Nyo. Wanwan cried loudly. Her love had died before it even began. Just filming a show had put her in the hospital. Gu Fengqi was extremely worried, bringing his uncle to join the show. He was afraid something similar would happen. Hearing him say he brought Nyo-Nyo, Wanwan wasn't very happy. But little Chi brother, the show rules say we have to hand over our toys. The director timely raised an empty box. Please, our fourth group of guests, hand over everything except one item. Mu Fengqi angrily hugged the toy tighter. This was specially brought for Wanwan. The director looked troubled. Wei Mingxi saw this and said, Little Chi, it's okay. After 3 days, the doll will still be Wanwan's. Only then did Wanwan notice the handsome man beside Mu Fengqi. Even more exciting was that this person was her idol. Uncle, did you just come back from fighting monsters? Uncle, are you flying shadow armor? Where's your shadow blade? Was it not allowed on the plane? They wouldn't let me bring my 7-star sword either. Wei Mingxi felt awkward, not understanding the situation. Wanwan's face was full of admiration. Uncle, you're so handsome. When I grow up, can you marry me? Wei Mingxi only managed to say, I, before feeling a chill down his spine. Seems like little Chi likes this child. He immediately bent down with a loving expression. But Uncle can't wait for you to grow up. Uncle already has a wife. Wanwan was shocked speechless. She couldn't help crying. It's over. My love is gone. Su Yushir showed no sympathy for his sister. He laughed like a pig, not knowing that while he was busy mocking, Gu Fengqi seized the opportunity. No, Wanwan, your love is still here. My uncle is an old man. When you grow up, I'll marry you. Wanwan looked at the handsome face before her and immediately forgot about her idol. Really? Then don't forget to come marry me, okay? Gu Fengqi solemnly promised. He would never forget. Wei Mingxi secretly resented his nephew for forgetting his uncle had a wife. How was he old? Meanwhile, Su Yushir witnessed his sister making a marriage promise with someone else. He stepped forward and carried Wanwan away, shouting at Gu Fengqi, Little cabbage, let's stay away from these pigs. Wei Mingxi patted Gu Fengqi's head. Not bad, joining a variety show and finding yourself a wife. If you want to marry that little girl in the future, you'll have to work hard. Look at her second brother. He wants to tear you apart. Seeing everyone getting along, the host announced today's task. Uncle only earned 10 yuan, and Gu Fengqi spent it all on snacks. He gave them to Wanwan from the neighboring group. The comments criticized him for being inconsiderate, but his uncle didn't mind. His nephew just found a little wife on the show. Of course he should take good care of her. The show said there was only one task today. Help local farmers sell produce. They need to earn 200 yuan within 2 days. Each group has 2 people, meaning they need to reach 400 yuan in sales over 2 days. Wanwan found it challenging and excitedly pulled her brother down the mountain. She enthusiastically called out, Grandma, look how juicy these radishes are. Buy some for your grandson. He might get better grades after eating these. Beautiful sister, Look at these potatoes. Wanwan kept going strong. Soon all the vegetables were sold. Wanwan hadn't expected it to be so quick. Second brother, let's go back quickly. Su Yushir picked up Wanwan and bounced her. How come you seem heavier? Hearing this, Wanwan wasn't happy. Wanwan hasn't gained weight. It's second brother who's too weak. Losing the verbal battle, Su Yushir resignedly carried Wanwan back when they heard Gu Fangqi's voice. Wanwan excitedly asked what was wrong. Do you want to eat this? Hearing there was food, Wanwan immediately jumped from Su Yushir's arms. Yes, yes, little Chi brother. Where did you get the money? Gu Fangqi patted Wanwan's head, saying he got it from his uncle. Viewers felt Gu Fangqi was inconsiderate, as Wei Mingxi had worked hard for that 10 yuan, only for Gu Fangqi to spend it all on snacks. But some informed viewers told others not to criticize blindly. The money was given to Gu Fangqi by Wei Mingxi, so he could use it however he wanted. There's nothing wrong with using his own money to take care of his future wife. Gu Fangqi was unaware of the online discussion. Seeing Wanwan eating happily, he asked if she wanted to find uncle together. Wanwan gladly agreed, but when they arrived, they found Wei Mingxi packing up, even though there were still many vegetables unsold. His nephew used the only 10 yuan to feed his child bride. Uncle directly went on strike and packed up. Viewers were confused. With such great first-place rewards, why didn't these two have any competitive spirit? Uncle felt it wasn't worth it. He hadn't expected 400 to 500 jin of vegetables to only sell for 600 yuan. Farmers work so hard but can't earn much in a year. Wanwan immediately empathized, feeling that the farmer uncles work too hard. Little Chi comforted her. Don't cry. We shouldn't waste food in the future. The three walked hand in hand in the sunset, unaware of the impact their words had on the live stream audience. The four groups of guests gradually returned, and the show tallied the competition results. The chanting father and son sold 200 jin of cabbage, earning 5 points. Mother and son Xiao Qi only sold 2 jin of cucumbers, receiving 2 participation points. Our actor Wei surprisingly sold 380 jin of vegetables, earning 8 points. Finally, congratulations to our champion Wanwan, who sold all her vegetables. She earned 10 points. The show decided to give Wanwan a reward. She could make a wish. Wanwan jumped up excitedly. The director assumed a child's wish would be for snacks or something similar, so he could save some budget. But Wanwan took an unexpected path. Rice bucket uncle. Wanwan's wish is... Wanwan turned one wish into 3 wishes. Rice bucket uncle was devastated, but Wanwan seemed not to notice. Her first wish was to give 10 wishes each to Aunt Xiuqi, Uncle Chanting, Uncle Little Chi, and her second brother. Seeing the situation getting out of control, the host quickly announced the end of this episode. Those who ride private jets home often don't know. The never-seen fifth and sixth brothers' parents were called to school. One was a delinquent school bully who only knew how to fight. The other had low intelligence and only knew how to laugh. But who could have imagined these two were once top students? Zhang Huayu, who was still watching Little Sherbua's variety show, was quite shocked. Why did Su Xinman beat up Chao from class 7 again? What else could he do besides fighting all day? He deserved to be last in class with his brother. Meanwhile, Wanwan looked at the big airplane before her, extremely excited, especially when Dad said it belonged to their family. But when Dad offered to take her often, she firmly refused, saying it used too much fuel. As soon as they landed, she eagerly rushed into Grandfather's arms, but found Grandfather's face as black as a pot bottom. Wanwan was startled, thinking she was going to get punished. This expression broke Grandfather's heart. He quickly waved his hand, saying it wasn't like that. 5th and 6th homeroom teacher had just called, said they got into a fight at school. They were sent to the hospital yesterday. Apparently broke someone's bones. Asked us to go to school later. Su Jizhou immediately said it was impossible. I know my sons well. Never mind 5th, but 6th only thinks about studying. How could he beat someone up? Unexpectedly, Grandfather's words hit him like a hammer. Your 2 sons have been consistently ranked last for 3 years straight. Su Jizhou felt terrible. He immediately decided to personally check on these 2 rascals, but didn't expect his daughter would want to come along. Dad, what does 5th brother look like? Su Jizhou recalled, tall, strong, and smart. What about 6th brother? Su Jizhou tried to remember, tall, strong, and smart. Wanwan suspected he was being perfunctory, but had no proof. However, before finding her brothers, she met someone else. A 3-year-old child appearing at the high school gate, looking for 2 brothers she had never met. Before finding her brothers, she met her big nephew Zhang Huayu, who was delighted to see his little master unexpectedly coming to find him. But she waved her little hand, telling him not to be too formal, and walked towards the back of the classroom. "Sixth brother, I miss you so much. Why don't you come home?" Wanwan couldn't walk the few steps forward. It was because she had contributed to many memorable moments in the variety show. The older brothers and sisters all adored her, giving her their best snacks, and criticized Su's classmate for being unfaithful, having such an adorable sister, and never mentioning her. Sixth brother quickly snatched Wanwan back. Before he could properly dote on her, he noticed his eyes met with fifth brothers. One excitedly called out, "Fifth brother." The other excitedly called, "Wanwan." Sixth brother was speechless. "Should I light incense for you two to become sworn siblings?" But he was completely ignored by both. "Wanwan, you were hurt recently. Does it still hurt? Let brother blow on it." Wanwan stared at fifth brother, wondering why there was such strong energy around him. More surprisingly, sixth brother had it too. She immediately silently chanted a spell. Instantly, both of them felt their spirits lighten. Little Sherbua, watching from the side, was amazed. The surrounding cold aura had actually decreased. Little Sherbua was indeed more impressive than he imagined. But this infatuated look was mocked by classmates. "Class monitor, you were so funny just now. Actually calling a small child Little Sherbua. What era is this?" The usually good-tempered Zhang Huayu got angry. "I won't let you talk about my Little Sherbua like that." Wanwan followed her brothers to class. Unexpectedly, as soon as the teacher entered, they were targeted. An accident turned the top students from the high school entrance exam. One became mentally challenged, the other became a good-for-nothing troublemaker who fights every day, making him get scolded by the discipline master every day, this time even bringing a child to class. Look at his arrogant attitude. Su Shinmon has college entrance exams next semester. Just look at his state. Humph. Seeing his "I'm the best" attitude, the teacher transferred anger to the easier target, fifth brother. "What's a fool doing at school? Why not stay home instead of causing trouble all day?" Sixth brother didn't care what others said about him, but his brother couldn't be insulted like this. He was about to retort with a dark face, but someone beat him to it. "How dare you call my brother a fool?" As a teacher, when had she ever been scolded to her face? "Who do you think you are, Su Shinlon? You dare bring a child to school? Have your parents come tomorrow? Or get out and don't bother studying anymore. What right do you have to expel students at will?" Suddenly, an authoritative voice rang out from the doorway. The teacher froze, then heard the child say, "This is my dad." "Teacher Lee, what seems to be the problem with my sons?" The teacher stammered, unable to speak. He never imagined that the two troublemakers he usually took his anger out on were actually Su Jizhou's sons. But he absolutely couldn't admit his mistake. "Mr. Su, here's what happened. Yesterday at noon, student Su Shinmon, without saying a word, took his brother and cornered student Chao from class 7 in the bathroom. The hospital injury report shows that both of Chao's legs were broken. But when asked why they beat him, he remained silent, taking his brother to break a student's legs and still being defiant. The angry teacher threatened to expel them in class, but then discovered their father was someone he couldn't afford to offend. He downplayed the situation, blaming the children but not mentioning the reason for the fight. Wanwan angrily questioned the teacher. "You must know why my fifth and sixth brothers had to fight." "Teacher, how can you blame everything on my brothers without understanding the situation? We won't stay in this terrible school that doesn't even investigate. Brothers, let's go." Su Jizhou let Wanwan lead her brothers away. "As for medical expenses, our Su family will bear them all. But regarding Chaoji spreading rumors and bullying students, I wonder how the school will handle that." The teacher now realized he had made a huge mistake, but no one would listen to his explanations. "Why didn't you tell me when you were bullied at school?" Fifth and sixth now knew silence was golden. Su Jizhou was angry that the children didn't trust him, and even angrier at himself for not caring enough about them. "Oh, these are just things that can be solved with fists. Besides, running home to tell parents about everything is embarrassing," said fifth brother. Sixth brother nodded vigorously, truly kindred spirits. Sixth brother voluntarily apologized for causing trouble for dad, but dad felt he was the one who should apologize. As soon as they got home, Wanwan shared all her snacks with her two brothers. Watching the two happily eating, sixth brother's temple throbbed. Fifth brother shouldn't let Wanwan eat so many snacks. One car accident had turned a top student into a fool, but their 3-year-old sister said she could cure him. Sixth brother's eyes were full of disbelief. Wang said she was very capable. Soon she brought out some silver needles, chose the thickest and longest one. Sixth brother, help me hold him down. Fifth brother, let me treat your head. Fifth brother's snacks didn't taste good anymore. He cried miserably. Sixth brother thought little sister was just playing around. After all, what would a 3-year-old know? But unexpectedly, Dad eagerly asked if fifth brother's head could be cured. Wang firmly stated it could. Fifth brother's head isn't just about the car accident. Dad, come here. Hold fifth brother's head. Su Jizhou rolled up his sleeves excitedly. This scared sixth brother. Dad, don't join in this nonsense. Fifth brother looked at himself in the mirror, crying like a pear blossom, turned into a porcupine. Just as he was about to faint, Wan told him to hold on. He could faint after she removed the needles. Wan comforted crying fifth brother while removing needles. Sixth brother wanted to speak, but hesitated. Su Jizhou told him not to worry. Wan had learned some medicine from her master when she was young. Her senior apprentice brother was Imo Jin Chun, the chief surgeon at Capital Hospital. Sixth brother's eyes went wide. Isn't that the one who didn't properly inherit the family business, mysteriously disappeared twice, and learned Chinese medicine, the Imo family young master? Wasn't Wan's master supposed to be a Taoist? Su Jizhou said, don't panic, you'll get used to it. Wan proudly said her master was amazing, and she had many senior and junior apprentice brothers. His 3-year-old sister turned their foolish brother into a porcupine, saying this could cure his head. Dad not only didn't stop it, but even helped. Sixth brother's eyes showed disapproval, but Dad told him to relax. Wan's master was very powerful. This isn't just Wan bragging. Any of Wan's senior or junior apprentice brothers, they're all top-notch figures. Of course, except for her junior apprentice brother. He used to draw too many flying talismans and got chased and beaten by the master. Sixth brother was incredulous that this little kid even had junior apprentice brothers. Then he heard Dad say they had significant backgrounds. The chairman of the Celestial Masters Association, which belongs to the state and works for the country. Sixth brother's mouth could fit an egg. And this was the worst one according to Wan. Wan tucked sleeping fifth brother into sixth brother's arms, telling him not to worry, she would definitely keep them safe. Although fifth brother and sixth brother, you two are about to die soon, but as long as Wan is here, even the king of hell wouldn't dare take you from Wan's hands. Sixth brother, you don't know yet, our family has been cursed. If not resolved in time, within a year, you'll all die. Sixth brother thought Wan was being alarmist. This was too supernatural, but Wan said she had evidence. A month ago, didn't the safety talisman I gave you suddenly burst into flames? He confirmed it, saying not just his, but fifth brother's also burned. Sixth brother was completely shocked. He hadn't told anyone about this. How did Wan know? That's because fifth brother and sixth brother encountered danger. The safety talismans blocked one strike for you. Wan calculated all this. Sixth brother was startled. No wonder fifth brother almost jumped from the rooftop last time. But who could be behind all this? Within a year, the whole family would die one after another. Wan said these weren't accidents, but someone was plotting behind the scenes. Although they didn't know who it was yet, Wan promised she wouldn't let anything happen to them. But Wan was only 3 years old. How could they let her protect them? Wan told them not to underestimate her. Though young, she was very capable. Sixth brother fondly patted Wan's head. All right. Wan must protect her brothers well. It was now mealtime. Let's see who wants to eat. One sentence woke up sleeping fifth brother. The whole family walked to the dining table together, with sixth brother trailing behind. His face was terrifyingly dark. Who could want to harm their family? Wan, eating with both hands, looked at sixth brother across the table, very puzzled. Why is your hair yellow? Wan's is black. Sixth brother scratched his head embarrassedly and said it was dyed. Wan instantly discovered a new world, insisting she wanted to dye her hair too. I want red, yellow, white, purple. Sixth brother, from today on, I want to be Luing Shang, Anjali, Iniang Shue, and Hanling Shueli Chime Ju Q Antalaya. The image of multicolored Wan haunted sixth brother's mind, and he immediately said no. You're too young to dye your hair. Besides, it's not healthy. If it's not healthy, why did you dye your hair, sixth brother? Sixth brother guiltily said, because you're still young, so you can't dye your hair. Wan obediently said she understood. Sixth brother barely had time to feel relieved about getting away with it. Then he heard Wan say that when she grows up, she'll not only dye her own hair, but she'll also become non-mainstream, dyeing her hair in all colors. And she'd take the whole family to dye their hair too. Sixth brother imagined the whole family like that and found it too dazzling. He couldn't eat anymore and got up to leave. Wanwan stared at sixth brother's departing figure, feeling the death aura around him changing. Calculating with her fingers, this was a death calamity. She immediately tried to stop sixth brother from going out. Sixth brother was troubled. He didn't want Wanwan to be upset, but he had already made plans with someone. He had to go today. But Wanwan felt, sixth brother, you're about to die. Wanwan doesn't want you to die. Sixth brother sighed deeply and said, sorry. He put on his helmet and still wanted to go. Wanwan's eyes were filled with despair. Sixth brother thought he was seeing things. He gave full throttle, but the wheels just spun in place. Looking back, he broke into a cold sweat. What are you doing? Don't risk your life. Wanwan's tiny body burst with enormous energy. She held onto the wheel tightly, refusing to let go. Wanwan doesn't want you to die. Wanwan wants to protect sixth brother. But Wanwan, sixth brother has a race today. Can't break the promise. Wanwan said, crying that he could go, but must take her along. She put on a little angel helmet, looking ready to face death. This expression made sixth brother speechless, but time was running out. He had to take her along. Promise you won't cause trouble later. Meanwhile, a red-robed Taoist performing a ritual suddenly opened his eyes. The drawings were ready. The burning old man instantly got excited. Master, the Taoist succeeded. His eyes were full of malice. The blood curse is complete. Unless the great Luo immortal comes, no one can save Su Xingman. Don't know what variable appeared in the Su family. The death curses I placed before were continuously broken. Useless thing. It's because your skills are inadequate. Death would come as soon as he went out, but sixth brother said even death wouldn't make him break his promise. Wanwan had no choice but to go along, but was mistaken by his little brother as his girlfriend. Hello, I'm Su Wanwan. He is Wanwan's sixth brother. Wanwan was fine with sixth brother's group of friends, until she saw his so-called opponent. Trembling with fear, sixth brother, is this the legendary, spiritual youth? Sixth brother amusedly poked her head. Still want to dye your hair? Wanwan shook her head like a rattle drum. Wanwan won't dye rainbow colors anymore. I want to dye yellow. Sixth brother thought no matter how smart his sister was, she was still a little fool. Sixth brother, are you going to race with him? What happens if you lose? Whoever loses has to kneel and call the other dad. Wanwan immediately panicked. In her heart, there was only one dad. I don't want to call this person dad. Sixth brother felt uncomfortable. Who said I would lose? Su Xingman, when did you become such a coward? Bringing a kid to a race? What's wrong with you? Sixth brother moved to block his view. This is my sister. Wanwan looked at the person opposite with confusion. His face didn't look like a bad person's. But you're really something, bringing a little milk bun to a race. You must want to call me dad. Da Chuan had a look of certainty. Sixth brother remained calm. We'll see who ends up calling who dad. Wanwan secretly counted on her fingers. The life palace was dark, years showing illness. Today might be his death calamity. Brother Da Chuan, would you like your fortune told? Authentic fortune telling. Satisfaction guaranteed. Ancestral fortune-telling secret method. Blessing the nation and bringing peace. As the race was about to begin, being pitted by his opponent made sixth brother feel terrible. But what could he do when the troublemaker was his precious little sister? Wanwan calculated that these two would have no return today. Since she couldn't stop her brother, stopping his opponent would work just as well. Brother Da Chuan, I see your forehead is dark red today. There's a bloody disaster coming. Don't you believe it? Da Chuan didn't just disbelieve, he completely dismissed it. He teasingly asked what this little one wanted him to do. Go home? Races could happen anytime. Besides, it looked like rain was coming. Da Chuan smiled bitterly and said he had no home to go to. Plus, he'd promised his employer, if he didn't race today, he'd have to pay compensation. Wanwan patted his head, telling him not to be sad. Come home with me. Wanwan recently earned 30 million, but Da Chuan insisted on keeping his promise to his employer. Wanwan thought he was right and stopped trying. Didn't you say I was going to die? Why aren't you insisting anymore? Wanwan had no choice. You have a death knot. Even if you avoid it today, you might still die tomorrow. I can't solve it, but she still drew a talisman for each of them, instructing them to keep it safe. Da Chuan casually stuffed it in his pocket, looking disdainfully at the serious-faced sixth brother. You don't really believe in this childish superstition, do you? How could sixth brother allow him to talk about his sister like that? He immediately told him to stop talking and asked if he still wanted to race. take care of my sister. If anything happens to her. He was talking to his trusted brother Ma Lin Ming. Behind were the cheers of the brothers. In front was the roar of two motorcycles. Little Lin, who do you think will win? Knowing this race would end in death, but to keep their promises, neither side gave up. Wanwan knew she couldn't persuade them, so she wrote a safety talisman for each. But Dachuan called it childish superstition. One sentence sparked Six Brothers' fighting spirit. He wanted to make this arrogant person kneel and call him Dad. Wanwan was looking forward to this race, until she heard the two in front arguing like school children. But Little Lin said Sixth Brother would definitely win. Though he looked like a pretty boy, Sixth Brother was their role model. Wanwan expressed doubt. Racers ready. The race will begin shortly. Take your positions. Ready, start. The two bikes shot out like wild horses. Wanwan instantly got excited. Sixth Brother is so cool. Wanwan wants to learn to ride a motorcycle too. But Little Lin said she probably couldn't ride a motorcycle. Your legs are too short. Wanwan instantly got angry. Everyone in my family has very long legs. I'll definitely have long legs too. But undeniably, right now they weren't even as long as Little Anne's arms. Your legs are too short, and with such genetic mutation, it might not change. Wanwan's heart instantly shattered. She cried and threw a tantrum on the ground. She couldn't take this grievance. Little Anne remembered Sixth Brother's parting words and panicked, discovering this little ancestor wasn't so easy to handle. Wanwan, who had decided never to forgive Little Anne, was startled by a sudden thunderclap. No, Sixth Brother's calamity wasn't a death calamity, but a death curse. On the mountain road, the two racing each other were also startled by this tremendous thunder. Dachuan hadn't expected that Little Crow's mouth to be so accurate. Sixth Brother tried to overtake Dachuan at a turn, but didn't notice a huge rock being struck loose at the mountaintop. One car accident had left his mother in a vegetative state. His father couldn't handle the pressure and left. Yunchuan was left alone to study while caring for his mother. The burden of life fell entirely on him. As long as they gave him money, even if they asked him to kneel and call them dad, Yunchuan would do so without hesitation, let alone just dyeing rainbow colors for 3,000 yuan. But he was essentially still a kind child. Seeing the rolling rock above Sixth Brother's head, he protected him underneath without regard for his own safety. 5 minutes ago, it had been a clear starry night, yet suddenly torrential rain began falling. While everyone found it strange, they worried about the two racers having an accident, but no one expected their jinx to be so effective. With a tremendous boom, they watched helplessly as huge rocks kept rolling down from the mountaintop. Little Lin took out his phone to call for help. The chaos around seemed irrelevant to Wanwan. He stared intently at where the huge rocks were falling. Not surprisingly, it was exactly where Sixth Brother was passing through. Little Lin thought she was scared and gently comforted her. Don't be afraid. Little Lin Brother will go find you right away. Sixth Brother, wait for us at the bottom of the mountain. Don't run around, okay? After saying this, he eagerly got in the car to rescue them. You all wait down here for the rescue team. Make sure to watch over Man's precious little one. The younger brothers were also anxious and couldn't stay put, even though Little Lin ordered them not to go. They still secretly followed, thinking more people meant more help. I stayed behind. The rest come with me. But what they didn't know was that now only this little one left behind could save Sixth Brother. It's over. It's over. Something's happened to Sixth Brother. Eyes was trembling with fear, but still pretended to be calm, saying he would protect Wanwan. But he discovered the little one didn't seem to need protection. She could even summon with her bare hands. Divine swords slashed across the ground, making crackling sounds. Eyes rolled back and fainted. Wanwan closed her eyes tightly, forming hand seals. Rows of mystical symbols appeared in mid-air. But she didn't expect the opponent's power to be so profound. Even summoning the 6 Ding gods was useless. The opponent had even noticed her movements and set up an altar for mischief early on. Wanwan's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. She had never lost in magical combat. This side increased power. The old Taoist on the other side immediately coughed up blood, quickly lit 3 more sticks of incense. However, when the disciple lit the incense, when inserting it into the rice plate, the incense broke. The disciple's face turned ashen. What expert had the Su family invited who could even break the bloodthirsty curse? The old Taoist suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. Aren't they just those good-for-nothings from the Heavenly Master Association? Even if they were like poisonous beasts in combat, they couldn't defeat me, let alone break the bloodthirsty curse. No one can break it. Once cast, no one can escape. However, I didn't expect the Heavenly Master Association's priest to have some skill. Actually able to see this was a death curse. If it were my disciple, I absolutely wouldn't let them become a genius. What a pity there from the Heavenly Master Association. If such a person cannot be used by me, they will definitely be an obstacle to my future plans. So this person absolutely cannot be allowed to live. The old Taoist smeared blood on the peachwood sword, muttering incantations. Suddenly, wind and rain raged in the sky above the mountain road, even worse than before. The sky was ravaged by wind and rain, with huge rocks continuously rolling down the mountainside. Several young men insisted on driving up the mountain because their leader was trapped. Wanwan frowned deeply. Time was running out. If she didn't resolve this quickly, not just sixth brother but even little Anne and the others would be in danger. She immediately cast the 7-star sword spell. A board flew towards the moon. It instantly backfired on the old Taoist. His eyes filled with disbelief. The bloodthirsty curse was broken. Full of unwilling acceptance, he let them escape once again. He secretly vowed not to let anything slip by next time. When the dust settled, Wanwan let out a long breath. It had been a while since she'd met such a tough opponent. Suddenly, a trembling voice called her name. Wanwan really hadn't expected Eyes, who looked so cowardly, to wake up so quickly. Wanwan picked up a large stone and walked step by step towards Eyes, who was terrified. Wanwan, are you a ghost? Wanwan smiled mysteriously. Though she wasn't a ghost, her master had said, no one should see this, so forget it. Master said we signed a confidentiality agreement with the relevant departments. We absolutely cannot show abilities in front of the public, or we'll be captured. This place is quite clean. So, Brother Eyes, just sleep here for a while. After making sure Eyes wouldn't wake up, Wanwan walked up the mountain to find Sixth Brother. Without moving the rocks in the middle of the road, they couldn't go up to rescue Sixth Brother. What made Little and more desperate was, Sixth Brother's precious one had actually run up the mountain. What if something happened? A 3-year-old with short legs could outrun a motorcycle. With a slight lift of her hand, she moved rocks 100,000 times heavier than herself. Little and knew the world was crazy, but it shouldn't be this crazy. Wanwan hadn't realized how shocking her actions were. She urged Little to hurry, as Sixth Brother's fate was still unknown. Seeing the younger brothers come, Little pretended to be calm and told them to quickly clear the rocks to find Sixth Brother. A younger brother pointed at Ng sadly. Is the boss trapped under the rocks? The response was a smack on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? Wanwan calculated and told Little not to worry. Sixth Brother was fine. Just as she said, he won't die, another terrifying voice rang out. Look quickly. Isn't that Boss Tang? They wanted to call for help, but found there was no signal here. Fortunately, they had Wanwan this time. The rocks were quickly cleared away. The 2 unconscious people were carried and sent to the hospital. The next day, 2 worried people fell asleep leaning against the bed. Movement from the bed woke them both up. Seeing Sixth Brother open his eyes, they excitedly threw themselves into his arms. Though he was fine, he almost had his ribs broken by these 2. But he knew it was out of concern for him. He quickly said he was fine, telling them not to worry, and apologized for making them concerned. But Wanwan cried and called him an idiot, which broke Sixth Brother's heart. He stroked her head to comfort her, saying everything was fine now and not to be afraid. But Wanwan cried even harder, just because he hadn't given her tissues. After comforting Wanwan, Sixth Brother finally had time to look at Little and, what happened? How did I end up in the hospital? It was shocking that his opponent sacrificed himself to save him at the crucial moment. Sixth Brother's life had been hanging by a thread. If not for He Yunchuan, he would have been dead already. Little said He Yunchuan was injured even more severely. A bad thought flashed through Sixth Brother's mind. Ignoring his own pain, he rushed outside. As it turned out, he saw doctors disinfecting He Yunchuan's scarred face. Their eyes met, and both were stunned. Sixth Brother finally felt relieved. Thank goodness he was okay. He Yunchuan acted as if he'd heard a joke, shrugging and saying he was tough-skinned and fine. Before he could finish speaking, Sixth Brother interrupted him. Who asked you to save me? Are you tired of living? Just for some money? He Yunchuan's expression changed immediately. You think everyone lives a privileged life like you, young master, without knowing what worry feels like? Do you know how much a steamed bun costs? How much one day in ICU costs? Sixth Brother was speechless. He Yunchuan laughed at his own foolishness, saying there was no point telling him these things. Better to go work and earn more money. If you need money, I can give it to you. Yunchuan scoffed, "Forget it. I don't need charity." But sixth brother, who had just been saved by him, wanted to repay him. Wanwan stopped Yunchuan. She innocently asked where he was going, as his injuries hadn't healed yet. Suddenly remembering something, Wanwan excitedly called out, "Brother Chuan, I might be able to cure your mother." Though Chuan didn't believe a 3-year-old could cure illness, thinking of his previous divination, he decided to give it a try. There was nothing to lose. After Wang Wan seriously took his mother's pulse, little Lian was very solemn. The pulse is scattered and causes fainting. The chi is blocked, energy is reversed, and there's head trauma. Chuan didn't understand much but thought it was fine if she couldn't be cured, as long as she was still alive. But he didn't know Wang Wan wasn't ordinary. Her little mind quickly thought of a solution. Upon waking up, the daughter who had been missing for 3 years was gone again. The old father was about to go crazy with worry, searching the entire villa. He discovered his daughter had disappeared along with sixth brother. Who could have imagined these two kids had been taken to the police station? It turned out sixth brother had been illegally racing and had an accident. He Chiong, who received the report, intercepted them at the hospital entrance. As soon as Chuan entered the police station, he ate all their snacks. He smiled sheepishly and said he'd be more careful, trying to come less often this month. He Chiong was furious and asked what happened. Chuan didn't answer, planning to eat his fill first. Wanwan knew honesty was best and immediately admitted they shouldn't have raced privately. He Chiong's eyes blazed. "You raced privately and brought such a young child? What if she got hurt? Wouldn't her parents be heartbroken? Who's her brother?" Sixth brother admitted quickly and covered Wanwan's mouth to prevent her from speaking. He Chiong immediately told sixth brother to call his family. He took out his phone and called Su Jizhou. As soon as the call connected, Su Jizhou's anxious questioning came through. Learning that sixth brother had taken Wanwan, his heart just settled down. Then he heard sixth brother say they were at the police station and the chief was involved, asking him to come get them. Su Jizhou exploded, "You just wait." Sixth brother looked at the hung-up phone. He solemnly asked He Chiong, "Do you have a broom in your office?" He Chiong nodded vigorously. Wanwan quickly threw it out the window. She was quite proud, thinking now he wouldn't get beaten, but didn't see sixth brother's lifeless expression. Sixth brother had been extremely reckless, taking Wanwan racing. As a result, both were caught and taken to the station. His first reaction was to hide the broom in the office, because he knew clearly that when eighth brother came, his bottom would be in trouble. Who would have thought they brought their own tools? Taking his sister racing was truly asking for trouble. Sixth brother and Wanwan ran for their lives. "Stop hitting. This is a police station." However, even with 2 police officers trying to intervene, they couldn't stop the angry father. Wanwan was so brave, sacrificing herself by firmly holding onto the baseball bat, saying in her childish voice, "Daddy, didn't you say you wouldn't hit children? Daddy, don't hit children. Children are the flowers of our nation. Don't knock off our petals." Su Jizhou looked down at his dirty little daughter trying to act cute, and his raised fist suddenly stiffened. "Sorry for the trouble. I'll take these 2 rebellious kids home for discipline." He Chiong had just sent the family of 3 away. When he turned around, he saw Chuan again, who gave him a headache. He helplessly told him to eat quickly, saying he'd take him back afterward. He Chiong looked at Chuan's thin figure with sympathy. "Live well. Don't do dangerous things anymore. We'll try our best to help with your mother's situation." Chuan didn't respond. He just pushed open the door with a creak. He threw himself onto the sofa. His mind flashed to Wanwan's concerned face. When he rushed to save sixth brother, he hadn't thought much. After all, his life was worthless. No one would care if he lost it. But Wanwan said there were people who wished for his safety. "Mom, I think I was saved by a child today." Yet he didn't know that the person he had just risked his life to save was now hovering between life and death. Watching sixth brother being dragged into the dark room by their father. Would Wanwan be next? Oh no, Wanwan's bottom was going to be in trouble. Hearing sixth brother's continuous wailing from the room, Wanwan was extremely nervous. She couldn't imagine what would happen if it was her turn. Suddenly, a hand poked her from behind. Wanwan screamed louder than sixth brother inside, which scared fifth brother into screaming too. Su Jizhou rushed out of the dark room. He didn't expect to see such a scene. "Su Qingqi, put your sister down. Fifth brother is also wronged. Shouldn't you first let go of the hand pulling my hair, Wanwan?" Sixth brother suddenly asked in surprise. "Su Qingqi, how old are you this year?" Fifth brother looked at him with disdain. "Are you stupid? I'm 6 years old." Wanwan applauded fifth brother supportively. The two immediately made up and went out to play together. Meanwhile, second brother, who had just fallen asleep, got a headache from the noise. Walking out of his room, he saw fifth brother horsing around in the living room. Enough! His thunderous voice scared Wanwan to tears. Second brother immediately regretted it. I wasn't yelling at you. How could fifth brother allow anyone to bully his precious sister? Why are you shouting so loud? Second brother instantly found his target. You idiot, you're too noisy. Fifth brother wouldn't let anyone call him an idiot. He ran upstairs for a fight to the death. You're the idiot. Your whole family are idiots. Second brother was no match for the energetic fifth brother. He cried out in frustration, you're part of the family too, so you're also an idiot. But fifth brother, with his 6-year-old intelligence, couldn't understand the logic. He just knew he couldn't be called an idiot. Wanwan watched the show upstairs. She smiled fondly at the scene. Just then, sixth brother returned saying Littlin invited them both to dinner. Do you want to go? Littlin was defeated. He had actually been lectured by a little kid. When Wanwan heard about food, she eagerly followed sixth brother to the appointment. Upon arrival, they discovered that although Littlin came from a wealthy family, he had the typical face of a wastrel. His family would surely face chaos in a few years. Who knows how much he would spend? Littlin felt uncomfortable being stared at, wondering what was wrong. Then he heard her ask if he was skipping class again. Littlin immediately panicked, desperately trying to maintain what little image he had left. He stuttered no, but Wanwan didn't believe him. Although fate cannot be defied, but for Littlin, while studying isn't the only path in life, more studying is definitely not wrong. Littlin felt like he was being lectured by the discipline master. He asked sixth brother if Wanwan was always like this. To be honest, sixth brother didn't know either. But when Wanwan asked if he was powerful at school, he nodded proudly. After all, not everyone gets called boss. Instantly, his image grew taller in Wanwan's heart. Then sixth brother, your grades must be very good. Speaking of this, sixth brother became nervous and changed the subject, asking what she wanted to eat. Seeing sixth brother's awkward pause, Littlin carelessly asked Wanwan if she wanted to know his grades at school. They're probably grades that worry your parents. Littlin didn't deny it and proudly said, I'm third from the bottom in the whole school. But your sixth brother has been last place for 2 years straight. Sixth brother's image instantly crumbled, but Wanwan didn't believe it. Littlin wasn't ashamed, but rather proud. Don't believe me? Ask your sixth brother. Before he could finish, he got hit. Don't listen to him, Wanwan. Sixth brother will definitely get first place next time. The school bully who had been last place for 2 years suddenly changed his ways and vowed to get first place. But his classmates mocked him for having impossible dreams. Sixth brother, Wanwan, did you just hear some wild dogs barking? Sixth brother said puzzledly, no, there's only this group of people in front of us. Where are the dogs? Wanwan, did you hear wrong? Littlin also disagreed with Wanwan's statement. How can you insult dogs like that? She was so angry his mustache trembled, asking what they meant by that. What do I mean? You came for Chao Shi. Do you want to join him in the hospital too? Shi was intimidated by sixth brother's aura, but he still defiantly asked if he wanted to fight. Since you think I insulted you, then if you get first place in the final exam? Shi knew sixth brother used to be strong, but he hadn't studied for 2 years. To be safe, he wanted to propose a condition that wouldn't harm himself. But he forgot about Wanwan's presence. Wanwan got excited hearing this. If my brother wins and gets first place in the school, you'll kneel down and call him daddy. Do you dare to agree? Little Anne's expression was indescribable. The name is pronounced she. Wanwan corrected herself immediately. Her momentum unchanged. Shi, do you dare to agree? But Shi felt they were deliberately insulting him. In a moment of anger, he agreed. Remember to kneel and call me daddy then. Let's go. Sixth brother gave him a thumbs up with a grin. Sure, I'm also waiting for you to call me daddy. After they left, Littlin, the only one who knew the truth, couldn't sit still. Boss, what now? Will you really have to call him daddy if you lose? An 80-year-old man and a 40-year-old man were competing to buy perfume, just because their little girl liked fragrant things. She even hugged her eldest brother while sleeping and wouldn't let go. Grandfather immediately called the butler and bought every luxury perfume brand. Father wasn't to be outdone and had his assistant quickly prepare children's perfume. Though sixth brother didn't understand, he could get a bit too. The result of mixing various fragrances was that Wanwan ran away scared. This time she didn't go to big brother, but to second brother who was sleeping lazily. The three people in the living room seemed lifeless. They couldn't even compare to a green dinosaur. Wanwan stepped on second brother. Time to get up and exercise. Second brother felt the familiar peachwood sword. His body moved reflexively in a long shot, moving before fully awake. Like a swimming dragon, he performed a set of sword techniques. He received high praise from Wanwan and instantly became alert. Watch carefully, second brother. This is an enchanted sword. It can strengthen your body. Every move was exquisite. Second brother initially followed along well, but gradually his expression became profound. Finally, he couldn't help but poke Wanwan's short legs, wanting to see if his sister was different from others. Wanwan was indeed different, because she was the only precious baby of grandfather, father, and brothers. Second brother hadn't expected his sister to be such a clever little one. Yes, you're my precious baby. Let's go back for food. At the mention of food, Wanwan excitedly hit a high note. She asked if it sounded good. Second brother was not feeling well. Wanwan, did you sing at the temple before? Talking about this made Wanwan forget her hunger. Not only did I sing, but Master said I sang so well that he almost sent me away. She was about to send second brother away too, but he quickly covered her mouth, saying she wasn't needed now. If you want to sing, you can sing to grandfather. As a top celebrity, he secretly instructed his sister to sing in grandfather's ear, because he wanted to attend a feast, and his sister's singing was so enchanting that listeners were sent away directly. Wanwan hadn't expected that singing would get her a feast. She immediately said she wanted to eat not just grandfathers, but also fathers and big brothers. Second brother quickly covered Wanwan's mouth, telling her to stop. If she continued, she'd be eating his too. Inside the room, fifth brother frowned, looking out the window, feeling like he heard crows. But sixth brother said it was impossible. Crows don't go wah-wah. When Wanwan returned, she saw fifth brother's confused face. Wanwan, did you see any crows at the door just now? Wanwan thought carefully and said no. After all, it was so cold that even birds wouldn't want to go out. Fifth brother was more puzzled. I really felt it was a crow. And this crow it sounded like it was singing. Second brother thought, not good. Wanwan's singing had been heard. He kicked fifth brother's chair hard, trying to shut him up. Unexpectedly, this angered fifth brother, who recited the Public Security Administration punishment law to his second brother for 5 minutes. Second brother was dumbfounded, already preparing to sing prison blues. But something felt off. What did you just call me? You've recovered. Fifth brother's eyes widened suddenly. He shouted to the sky, I'm not stupid. Wanwan, you're truly fifth brother's lucky star. Wanwan didn't understand why fifth brother was suddenly so excited. Was he going to grab her bun? But he lifted her high and spun her around and around until she was dizzy, crying out fearfully, Fifth brother, put me down. Father was also surprised that fifth brother recovered so quickly. Didn't they say it would take some time? The 3-year-old sister had turned her stupid brother into a hedgehog. Persisting for a while was supposed to cure his mind, but he recovered in just a few days. Wanwan said this was because the bad person behind it was severely wounded by the 7-star sword. Their magical powers were greatly reduced, and they probably wouldn't recover for 3 months. Naturally, they couldn't continue using magic to harm people. Although fifth brother had hit his head back then, the injury wasn't serious. It was just that this person took advantage of the opportunity at that time. They used Taoist arts to imprison fifth brother's soul. Although I used acupuncture, the needle technique was very special. Plus, that person behind it happened to be severely injured. Otherwise, fifth brother, you wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Fifth brother finally understood why Wang Lang would give him a talisman after each acupuncture session, and the next day things would mysteriously get better. Wanwan, so we all have death knots, right? But Wanwan said not everyone had death knots. Because he discovered it early, sixth brother's death knot appeared suddenly. It must be that the bad person behind it deliberately accelerated the process. Otherwise, the death energy wouldn't have spread so quickly. Oh right, I almost forgot. Wanwan suddenly exclaimed, startling everyone. They anxiously asked what was wrong. They saw her take out a 5-thunder talisman and throw it towards the sky. The incantation was solemn. Last time I said I would send them a 5-thunder talisman, but forgot. Today I'm making up for it. Second brother didn't expect it to be so simple. Wanwan indicated they would probably be struck by lightning for a while and wouldn't dare to do evil. Second brother, if you're interested in talismans, I'll teach you in a few days. The old Taoist poet sat at home when lightning came from above. The disciple anxiously wanted to bite him awake, saying, "You haven't told me your bank card password yet." His precious granddaughter actually wanted to eat at his banquet. Grandfather immediately became angry. He whipped second brother, who couldn't escape in time, with a fishing rod. He couldn't bear to hit his little granddaughter, but the eldest grandson could take a beating. Second brother was pitiful. She didn't say that. Grandfather was very proud. Don't think he didn't see second brother's ghostly expression, which clearly showed something was up. When Wanwan heard grandfather calling her, she became very scared. What if he hit children? In her panic, she actually thought of a good solution. "Grandfather, will you have a banquet when you turn 100? There will be lots of delicious food at the banquet. Before, Master often took me to village banquets." Grandfather instantly felt guilty. He actually suspected his precious granddaughter. He really deserved to die. While the old man hadn't reacted, Wanwan took advantage and left with fifth and sixth brother's car, claiming she wanted to send them to school. Just at the entrance, they saw a man with a beer belly scolding students. Judging by his face, he was definitely a petty person. Sixth brother said this was Chao Shi's father. Indeed, like father like son, neither of them were good people. Unexpectedly, this person had sharp ears. "Sushi, didn't I tell you to go back and reflect?" Sixth brother lazily asked what he had to reflect on. The man's veins bulged in anger. He swore that someday he would send this arrogant brat back home. While they were confronting each other, Wanwan ran to the sister being scolded and told her not to be afraid. "This bad uncle will be fired soon. After that, no one can bully you." Relying on his father being the disciplinary director, he cornered classmates in the bathroom to bully them. But he picked the wrong target and was beaten into the hospital. His father held a grudge and wanted to make sixth brother leave school. Before, bringing an idiot to affect classmates was one thing. Now you're even bringing an unweaned baby to school. Do you think the school belongs to you? How could Wanwan allow anyone to slander her family? How could they say fifth brother was stupid? And I was weaned when I was 1 year old. Don't wrongly accuse me. I'm 3 years old now. Wanwan's voice boomed, blowing off the disciplinary director's wig. Realizing she had gone too far, she quickly hid behind her brother. Carefully observing, she was surprised to discover that people really do turn blue when they're angry. The disciplinary director was extremely angry. He rushed forward to teach them a lesson, but was stopped by a suddenly appearing man. "Director Chow, the student's hair is already this short. Don't tell me you want to cut it like a boy's." "Director How, if I remember correctly, this student is from our grade. I haven't required our grade students to cut their hair short." But Director Chow insisted, "I'm now this girl's homeroom teacher. I have strict requirements for the girls in our class." "Is that so? In that case, I'll apply to the principal to arrange another teacher as homeroom teacher." "Director Chow, you're too busy. I won't waste your time." Director Chow was about to curse, but suddenly thought of something and could only redirect his anger. "You latecomers, all call your parents to come." The innocent children were very wronged. "Isn't there still 3 minutes until class starts?" Fortunately, the man stepped in to protect them. Wanwan looked at the man who dared to confront the disciplinary director, feeling he looked familiar. A teacher who dared to confront the disciplinary director, yet gave a deep bow to a 3-year-old child. Wanwan always felt the handsome brother looked familiar, until he said he was Master's 107th disciple. So it was Little Jing. Little Jing picked up Wanwan and bounced her. "Little senior sister has grown so much since I left." Wanwan immediately burst into tears. Finally, someone didn't say she was fat. She immediately decided not to go home. She wanted to catch up with her junior disciple whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Waiting for her junior disciple to finish class was too boring. Wanwan, who was even tired of playing games, stretched lazily. Suddenly, a handsome young man pinched her cheeks. "You're not Chun Hajin's illegitimate daughter?" Wanwan shook her head like a rattle drum. "I'm Little Jing's senior. Little Jing isn't my father either. Do you need something from him?" As soon as she finished speaking, the door was pushed open again. The little child cheerfully called out, "Junior brother." The young man's eyes were filled with shock. "You really have a 3.5-year-old senior sister?" When asked if he had conflicts with Director Chow, Little Jing denied it. "I was just telling the truth. That truth of yours might get Chow fired." The young man was genuinely worried about little Jean, but it was time. "I need to go teach. The principal will probably call you over later. Be careful." Wanwan tugged at little Jin's sleeve, telling him not to be afraid. My father is on the school board. Wanwan was the board member's daughter. He had heard from Master years ago. Little senior's sister came from a wealthy or noble family, but he never expected her to be from the Su family. All right, little princess, would Director Zhao's daughter like to come inspect classes with me? Chung Hejin was such an old fox, even trying to trick his own little senior sister. Although she was only 3.5, he had always known little senior sister came from a wealthy or noble family, but he truly didn't expect her to be the precious daughter of the Su family. When asked about her life after returning home, Wanwan gave a thumbs up. My daddy is Su Jizhou. He's super rich. Daddy says all the money he earns is for Wanwan. He tells me to spend as much as I want. But Wanwan spends a lot of money every day. Yet Daddy's money keeps growing no matter how much I use. It's accumulated interest, but he didn't say that. He stuffed the notebook in his hands into Wanwan's arms and wanted to take her to inspect classes. Not having seen 5th and 6th brothers for 2 hours, Wanwan wanted to go find them worriedly. But little Jing said the brothers were studying seriously. We shouldn't disturb them. Can we go after class? Wanwan reluctantly agreed. She immediately took over little Jing's work. Not a single student in this class was playing with their phone. She gave them a good review on the spot. Little Jing's eyes darted around. This morning little senior sister came to send them to school. I can see you all have a very good relationship, Wanwan said. Of course. Brothers love Wanwan the most. They'll listen to whatever Wanwan says. Then little senior sister, can you ask your 6th brother to dye his hair red and not ride motorcycles to school anymore? Wanwan, who had just boasted, agreed immediately to avoid differing, but missed the golden flash in little Jing's eyes. Suddenly, an urgent ring-tone sounded. Looking at it, it was the principal's call. Little Jing was confused about why he would call at this time. He told Wanwan not to wander off and went aside to take the call. Wanwan's attention, however, was drawn to several female students on the playground. To find a reason for corporal punishment, they were falsely accused of mishandling class fees. If they didn't confess, they had to run laps on the playground until someone was willing to take responsibility. The girls were crying anxiously. The amount was correct when they handed it in. Wanwan was fuming and wanted to seek justice for the girls. When she went up, she found that this so-called Director Chow was still insulting students. If you don't speak up, that means you stole it. If the money isn't found before class ends, then your entire class are thieves. Bad grades are one thing, but you're also stealing. If you don't confess, everyone goes out to run laps until someone admits it. Wanwan's anger shot straight to her head. Has he always been like this to you? Yes. Whenever Teacher Chow is slightly unhappy, he takes it out on us students. Wanwan coolly took out her phone. Someone's going to be in big trouble today. Little senior sister, what are you doing? Little Jing suddenly appeared, startling both of them. It also alerted Teacher Chow inside. He hadn't vented enough anger yet, so he came out to see which unfortunate person had crossed his path. He never expected it to be little Jing. Well, isn't this the director of Qingda? Shouldn't you have left already? Why are you still here? A good friend rushed over after hearing the news, asking what happened. Little Jing said darkly that he had been fired by the principal. Is that old man okay? What's so good about Chow Dan? Your teaching is much better than that Chow person. Besides, how can the principal just fire me like that? Just because you talked back a few times today? Chow Dan was about to go argue with the principal, but was stopped by little Jing. The principal is out for a meeting. You can hand over your work to me later. Wanwan didn't understand. Little Jing wasn't the one doing bad things. Why did he have to leave? Teachers who unjustly punish and insult students remain safe and continue receiving their salary. Yet teachers who stand up for students get fired by the principal. Wanwan didn't understand. You weren't the one doing bad things. Why do you have to leave? What will happen to the students when you leave? Chow Dan will only become more unrestrained. Your students will be the ones who get hurt. You were hired by the old principal. How can a newly appointed principal just fire you? Little Jean, who had intended to swallow his pride, suddenly stood up. You're right. We can't let him continue harming students. They saw him dialing the old principal's number. Wanwan's eyes were filled with satisfaction. I just criticize you a bit, and you call the old principal? If I really fire you, are you going to report to the Education Bureau? Little Jean pushed up his glasses and said, No, I'll just sue you. The principal angrily slammed the table, about to burst out with profanity, but he was interrupted by a small child. Junior brother, Wanwan's family has a legal team. You can borrow it then. The principal glared at Wanwan, asking whose child she was. My daddy sent me to inspect work. My daddy is Su Jijo. The principal was so shocked he could fit a duck egg in his mouth. This was actually the board member's precious daughter. He questioned little Jean about his wrongdoings. The principal coughed dryly, not knowing how to answer. He looked strangely at little Jean. Why didn't you mention your connection to Director Su before? Before little Jean could speak, the door was forcefully pushed open. Principal, let's settle this today. For the past 6 months, Chun Hajin has been constantly picking on me. If you can't resolve this, I'll have to resign. The principal anxiously told Chao Dan not to rush. I called you both here today so we could sit down and talk properly. But Chao Dan was determined to make the principal choose. Either Chun Hajin leaves today, or I do. Wan couldn't understand what he was relying on to be so arrogant. Relying on his title as a gold medal teacher, Chao Dan acted tyrannically at school, groundlessly insulting and physically punishing students. He even forced the principal to dismiss excellent teachers just because they spoke the truth. Either Chun Hajing leaves today, or I do. Wan rolled her eyes skyward. Then obviously you're leaving. As if my little Jean would leave. Chao Dan seemed to catch little Jin's weakness. During work hours, he actually brought a child to class. He entered the school without any assessment and became the director of studies without any achievements. Now parents are complaining. I was appointed through proper assessment. It's written in black and white in the contract. If Director Chao doesn't believe me, feel free to post it on the school bulletin board. However, I don't know about Director Chao's physical punishment of students. I wonder what would happen if I made that known. Chao Dan nervously retorted, Young lady, what evidence do you have to falsely accuse me of punishing students? Wan immediately raised her phone. This is evidence of you punishing students. Wan recorded it personally. His angry voice played from the phone, and only then did Chao Dan start to panic. The principal was getting a headache. How careless. Evidence had been recorded. What should they do? Is beating necessary for education? Teacher Chao, be merciful. Let's just drop this matter. Apologize to Teacher Chun. He's not a petty person. From now on, just get along peacefully. We're all teachers. Chao Dan strongly agreed with the principal's suggestion. Teacher Chun, I won't pursue the matter of you bringing a child to school either. Little Jean seemed to hear a joke. Won't pursue? This child is here to help Director Su inspect work. What does it have to do with me? If they don't pursue his physical punishment of students, then he won't pursue little Jean bringing a child to work. Little Jean seemed to hear a joke. This child is here to help Director Su inspect work. What does it have to do with me? Wan put her hands on her hips. That's right. I'm here to help Daddy inspect work, and I'm very dissatisfied. Chao Dan was somewhat incredulous. How could such a small child inspect anything? But little Jean looked at the principal. I'm very petty. Today either Director Chao leaves, or I do. But Chao Dan was a gold medal teacher, the school's star. Yet they couldn't afford to offend Chen Hajin either. Just as the principal was about to speak, Wan pointed at Chao Dan and said, Today many students told me that Chao Dan often physically punishes students. I just asked Uncle Lawyer, and this is already illegal. Compared to a gold medal teacher, the principal couldn't afford to offend the daughter of their financial backer. You should go home and rest for a few days. Chao Dan was thunderstruck, losing all his previous arrogance, and begged the principal not to fire him. Director Chao, I hope you understand. High morals make a teacher. Upright conduct makes an example. Somehow, the video of Chao Dan hitting students leaked online. The video quickly went viral, and many of Chao Dan's former students saw it. They also confirmed that Chao Dan frequently physically punished students. It caused huge waves. The principal was fired for accepting bribes and covering up for Chao Dan. Little Jean personally escorted Wan to the gate. Little senior sister, don't forget our agreement. Wan nodded, telling him not to worry. She went home with her 2 brothers. Fifth brother was curious about what they had agreed to. Fifth and sixth brothers were heartbroken. They shouldn't have brought Wan to school. In just one day, one lost his blonde hair, and the other could no longer ride his motorcycle. But Wan said this was his wish. As sister-doting maniacs, they could only painfully agree. Wan was immediately excited as the 2 were about to change their appearance. Then they heard the younger brother inviting fifth brother to the arcade. What games? Don't you study at all? The younger brother was stunned by the shout. But big brother, you're the one ranked last in the grade. I'm 10th from the bottom. Sixth brother was instantly embarrassed. But next month, I'll be first in school along with brother Chi. The younger brothers looked at big brother in disbelief. Are you serious? If you want to follow me, come dye your hair back to normal today. Look at yourselves. You don't look like students at all. Wanwan didn't expect this bonus outcome and couldn't be happier. The two younger brothers clutched their handkerchiefs, crying, "No, big brother, how could you?" Only one person was being transformed. The younger brother mourned in front of the mirror for his lost symbol of nobility. Sixth brother scolded them for being spineless. Students should look like students. Wang Wan's big eyes darted around. She spotted a roti pancake nearby and pulled her brother, wanting to eat. Before they could pay, they heard a familiar voice. "Give me two as well." Sixth brother instinctively turned around, suddenly looking like he'd seen a ghost. Wanwan instantly became lovesick. "Handsome guy, who are you?" Dachwan felt a bit wronged. "I just changed my hairstyle, and you don't recognize me?" Sixth brother raised his pinky and said to Yunchuan, "Why did you get the same haircut as me?" "Who says it's the same as yours? You got the same as mine. Could it be that you have a crush on me?" A rich young master secretly loving the poor boy who opposes him, even getting the same haircut? Sixth brother was disgusted. How could he possibly have a crush on this thing? Fifth brother quickly stepped forward to stop them, afraid something might happen. Wanwan handed over the steaming roti pancake. Dachwan immediately put it in his mouth, simply thinking she couldn't finish it. Wanwan shook her little head. "Auntie hasn't eaten in a long time. She must be very hungry." Dachwan innocently asked which auntie. Then Wanwan said she was waiting for him at home. With a thud, the roti pancake fell to the ground. Watching Dachwan run away like the wind, sixth brother didn't understand. Brother Dachwan is going home to bring roti pancakes to his mom. Roti pancakes are the best, right? Dachwan ran frantically. Wanwan's words about auntie wanting to eat roti pancakes kept echoing in his mind. His hand was on the doorknob, but he was afraid. What if it wasn't true? Fortunately, Wanwan hadn't lied. "Mom, you're finally awake." "Mom, I'm so tired. I missed you so much." After Mom's initial surprise, she gently stroked Dachwan's head, telling him she missed him very much too. Meanwhile, Wanwan cupped her little head and sweetly called out, asking sixth brother to praise how beautiful she was. However beautiful she was, it couldn't change today's destiny of doing homework. Watching her hesitate for a long time before writing down a 7, sixth brother helplessly corrected her. Wanwan suddenly brightened up, scaring fifth brother nearby. She said it was because she was too stupid, so she didn't want to continue. "Brother will study with you, okay?" Wanwan, failing to escape, burst into tears. "Fifth brother, aren't you a genius? Why do you need to study too?" Wanwan didn't understand. If they were geniuses, why did they need to study? Fifth brother explained that so-called genius is just people's wishful thinking about getting results without effort. According to statistics, about half of the world's population has an IQ between 90 to 110. Only a very small percentage falls below this level. People often don't want to admit their failures are due to lack of effort. So, they create this idea of effortless genius, attributing their failures to bad luck or being unrecognized. They even arrogantly accuse others of succeeding through luck or having a good father. Wanwan suddenly stood on her chair, saying she understood and would study hard, not being weak. She dramatically opened her math book, then dejectedly slumped on the desk. Why is there such a difficult subject as math? Early the next morning, Wanwan personally requested the aunt to make extra youtiao and fried eggs, hoping her two brothers could score 100 points. But second brother said, "High school tests don't have 100 as full marks." Wanwan was completely stunned. She hurriedly pushed her two brothers out the door. "Then I wish fifth brother and sixth brother great success. With Wanwan here, you'll definitely be first place." After sending them to the school gate, she still worried and reminded them, "You must get first place." Wanwan doesn't want another dad. She had been waiting at the gate all morning just to threaten them. "Suexian man, let's see what place you get this time." Suddenly meeting sixth brother's clever gaze, he instantly became timid. Seeing him raise his hand, he thought he was going to get hit. But unexpectedly, they completely ignored him and walked straight into school. Wanwan's voice came from behind. She said time was up. "What time is up?" She turned around confused, only to find the school gates had already closed. "Uncle, please look. I'm begging you to give me another chance." Wanwan let out a long sigh. Really has no sense of time. "Uncle, let's go home. We should find second brother." With no one at home, the two kids went wild. They rummaged through everything to find their long-hidden snacks. Just as they were about to eat recklessly, they were caught by their agent. Second brother frantically threw away the chips. "Wait, listen to me. I only ate this one bag of chips." Wanwan ate all the rest. Sister May looked exasperated. "So you sure? How old are you?" Blaming everything on Wanwan? How much can a child eat? Second brother pointed at his fingers pitifully. You know how much Wanwan can eat. But his teammate betrayed him, pointing at more trash nearby saying, they ate all of this together. Second brother scolded the little one for not taking responsibility. Wanwan said Daddy told her to be honest. Second brother suddenly felt a chill down his spine and wanted to make excuses, but Sister May told him to be quiet. Following the usual routine, second brother flatteringly handed over a cup of tea, but Sister May's expression didn't improve at all. You have the nerve to talk. Since the show ended, you haven't reported anything. You don't go to any arrangements the company makes for you. If fans find out, you'll be criticized again. Second brother explained it wasn't that he didn't want to go, but many of those advertisements weren't good. Besides, his contract would expire after New Year's. I won't participate in those company activities either. Make your decision. Actually, after the company learned about your identity, they plan to reserve most resources for you. Xiaoshi, are you really not planning to stay? Second brother fell silent. Wanwan stood up. Sister May, my second brother isn't happy at the company. If he's not happy, he should leave cleanly. Hearing this, second brother suddenly felt more confident. Sister, we both know about those things at the company. Like Wanwan said, I must leave, and leave cleanly. I plan to open my own studio. Sister May, if you want to continue working with me, I can help resolve your contract issues. If you want to stay with the company, I respect that too. You brat, getting cocky now? Do well and come get me later. Though hit, second brother was still happy. Sister, you're my only sister. I'll work hard. Su Jizhou, who just entered, greeted Sister May. Wanwan immediately jumped into his arms. Daddy, why are you back? Li Chuanmei's verdict is out. We need to go to Sea City in a few days. Looking at his injured daughter, Su Jizhou shed tears of regret. It was his fault for not watching her carefully, allowing traffickers to take advantage and kidnap his child, making her suffer so much. But he never expected the trafficker to be so bold, coming to the police station to fight for the child, claiming they bought her a month ago and that beating her was justified. Su Jizhou immediately got angry and took legal action. Several months had passed, and the officer just called me. Li Chuanmei's verdict is out, sentenced to 3 years in prison. Hearing Wanwan innocently ask if it was true, Su Jizhou was worried. Li Chunmei had abused Wanwan a lot, but Wanwan was still a child. If she didn't want Li Chunmei to go to prison, Su Jizhou was prepared to compromise. But Wanwan coldly snorted, serves her right, and said she wanted to go too. Second brother, come with me too. Wanwan will pack and bring some suitable study books back. Seeing second brother agree, she wanted to call fifth and sixth brothers too, but dad stopped her, saying they needed to study for exams at home. Soon came the day of posting results. Classmates looked at the unfamiliar first place name, confused. Who can tell me who Su Xingman is? You don't know Su Xingman? It's that guy from class 1, who was last in class with his brother for 3 years. Unexpectedly, he rose up this final exam. Amazing. Must be cheating. The twins who had been last for 3 years suddenly became first. Everyone thought it was impossible, especially Yang Shi, who had made a bet with them. They must have cheated. Shaoan mocked him for being a coward. Honor your bets, understand? Don't know when you'll have to call him dad. Yang Shi immediately cowered, trying to minimize his presence and escape before Su Xingman arrived. But he ran right into them. The crash was loud and clear. Everyone heard it. Yang Shi's eyes were full of resentment. Why did I have to run into you now? You're here to humiliate me, right? But unexpectedly, sixth brother didn't intend to give him a hard time. Your grades are impressive. Keep it up. Watching sixth brother pass by, discussing studies with fifth brother, he suddenly realized he might not be worthy to be their rival. Wanwan watched dad pack luggage. Though already full, he felt it wasn't enough. Daddy, will we see Li Chunmei? Learning they wouldn't, Wanwan was upset. Otherwise I could teach her a good lesson. Suddenly, a thought flashed in her mind. Daddy, let's go see Brother Cheong first and get back the black card master gave me. Second brother also climbed to the front. They discussed going back to the city first and then to town tomorrow, since there weren't even any hotels there. But Wang Wan said it wasn't necessary. This was her territory. The father and son were unsure, but he drove to the Taoist temple, only to find it was just a simple thatched hut. Second brother couldn't believe it. This was the temple Wang Wan talked about? Su Jizhou was already crying. What kind of life did my daughter live before? But unable to resist Wang Wan, they had to follow her in. Suddenly, a black shadow jumped down from the roof and pounced on them. The top celebrity was crushed by a dog, but he felt no guilt. After all, the dog was too fat. It suddenly jumping down from the roof really scared him. Wanwan said this was Howling Celestial Dog. How is it like that? The Howling Celestial Dog is black. After identifying the visitors, those terrifying memories flooded back to Howling Celestial Dog. He fled. They chased. They couldn't escape even with wings. When they entered the house, they found that the long uninhabited house was surprisingly clean, without a speck of dust. Second brother suddenly felt uneasy, as expected of having snail spirits cleaning. No, the auntie and uncle next door often come to help clean the room. Uncle and auntie are very nice, she said while lighting 3 incense sticks. She chatted casually with the 3 pure ones, saying she was doing well now and would live a good life with Dad after going back. She talked endlessly about everything, from going to kindergarten to how many times she ate ribs with friends, telling everything to the 3 pure ones. A cracking sound startled them. Second brother quickly asked what happened. Wanwan said the 3 pure ones were tired of her talking too much and didn't want to listen anymore. Master, you're so old now, don't be naughty anymore. In the future, I'll be like Master, study hard, improve every day, and strive to help people and be a good Taoist when I grow up. Now the 3 pure ones were satisfied. Wanwan was about to take Dad and brother to rest in the side room, but said, Daddy, my tummy is so hungry. What should we do? Dad told her to tell her tummy to endure the hunger. Wanwan felt wronged immediately. Her tummy said they shouldn't abuse children. Suji Zhou helplessly took out his phone to order takeout for the little tummy. Just then, a pretty young lady came to the door. Is this Wanwan? The long uninhabited temple was spotlessly clean. Second brother suddenly felt nervous. Could there be snail spirits around? Wanwan disdainfully told him to stop letting his imagination run wild. The uncle and auntie next door often came to help clean. Unexpectedly, when they learned of their return, they had prepared a table full of good food. They even prepared gifts for Wanwan. Looking at the beautiful hairpin in her hand, Wanwan was overjoyed. She happily said she also wanted Iron Baby, Spider-Man, and Dead Pig Hero. Having never seen this family's children's father, they curiously asked where he was. Auntie was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said they hadn't planned to have children. Dad immediately felt a sense of crisis. This couple was here to steal his daughter. Second brother, why did you eat Howling Celestial Dog's portion? Wanwan said he sat in Howling Celestial Dog's spot. Second brother was thunderstruck. He turned to see Howling Celestial Dog's fierce face. Could it be that his eating bowl was also? No, but that basin you used for the ribs earlier was Howling Celestial Dog's food bowl. Second brother suddenly felt short of breath. Wanwan, why didn't you tell me earlier? Wanwan scratched her head, saying she thought second brother just wanted to taste Howling Celestial Dog's dinner. Besides, there's Howling Celestial Dog's name on the door. Look. At this moment, second brother felt like ascending to heaven. As a top celebrity, he had actually fought over food with a dog. What an unknown quirk. If this got out, it wouldn't just make him trend. It would end his career. But Wanwan said it was fine. Second brother, auntie, and uncle only have one dog, Howling Celestial Dog, and he brushes his teeth daily, very fragrant. Second brother roared helplessly, telling her to stop talking. But Wanwan understood his meaning. She picked up some meat with her chopsticks. This is what we're eating. It's delicious. Both the husband and wife were attractive, but determined not to have children. Could they be planning to steal his little girl? Su Jizhou immediately raised his guard. Wanwan, does Auntie Jean often buy you snacks? Yes, Auntie Su is very nice. Uncle Xian also often makes hairpins for Wanwan. While talking, she was searching for something under the bed. Dad curiously peeked. He saw her take out an ancient box. He thought it contained her childhood toys, but unexpectedly, it was full of property deeds and bank books. Second brother enviously asked where they were from. Wanwan said these were all her New Year's money gifts. Master said to take them back when I had the chance. Dad never expected his daughter's master to be as rich as a nation, but Wanwan said that wasn't possible. These were all from her senior and junior disciples. They often gave Wanwan little notebooks. Second brother, will you accompany Wanwan to deposit money tomorrow? Second brother suddenly felt this was all he was good for. His sister was actually a little rich lady. She didn't even need her brother to earn money for her milk powder anymore. Early the next morning, she dragged Dad and second brother out of bed. Anxious to go to the bank, Dad entrusted this important task to second brother, while he would go to the police station to see if officer he had returned. Most importantly, take good care of Wanwan. Second brother readily agreed. Yawning, he arrived at the police station but was told that He Cheong had just gone out on a case. Why don't you come back later? Not seeing brother Heecheong, Wanwan was disappointed but still agreed to go to the bank first. Wanwan skipped and jumped all the way, making second brother out of breath trying to keep up. But he hesitated at the entrance, feeling something bad was about to happen. Second brother was a bit slow. Wanwan, standing beside him, had already said his forehead looked dark, a sign of bad luck today. But he thought it impossible. Hasn't my death crisis already passed? Let's quickly go deposit the money. Wanwan wanted to say something more in concern, when suddenly he tripped over a can, taking Wanwan with him as they fell towards the bank entrance. Then they found themselves facing a dark gun barrel. Bank robbery. Don't move. Such a big gun barrel would surely hurt if fired. Wanwan immediately decided it was better to be a living coward than a dead hero. But second brother hadn't realized the severity of the situation and was kicked to the ground. Still angry, he turned to see who kicked him, only to see a stocking mask. The look was so funny he burst out laughing. Wanwan was terrified. She hurriedly explained to the robbers that her brother had been an idiot since childhood and couldn't do anything all day. He only knew how to laugh stupidly. The robbers thought this was true and prepared to let them stay in the hostage area. But first they had to hand over their phones and bank cards. Wanwan was reluctant. She wanted second brother to help hide them, but the robbers noticed. Trying to hide them behind her back only made them more likely to be discovered. Opening the bag, the robbers' eyes widened. This little thing was actually so rich. But what was this pitch-black card? Could it be a warrior card? His companion asked if he had seen it before, but he wasn't sure. After thinking for a while, he pointed and asked Wanwan to confirm. Wanwan couldn't believe someone didn't recognize a black card and immediately made up a story. Uncle, as you said, this is a warrior card. You can even earn money reading novels with it. The two were overjoyed and discussed using it, but overlooked Wanwan tapping on her watch. Bank cards, passbooks, and property deeds. Wanwan's wealth made second brother sad. His sister didn't need him to earn milk powder money anymore. How to solve this? Urgent, waiting for answers online. But what was more urgent now was that while taking Wanwan to deposit her little fortune, they encountered bank robbers. They took all of Wanwan's treasures, and he was very worried. Taking advantage of the robbers' distraction, he called the police. Second brother found it amazing that the children's watch had such a function. Suddenly hearing police sirens approaching, the robbers felt a crisis but couldn't understand why they came so quickly. Boss, what should we do? Let's take that idiot and the kid to negotiate with the police. Wanwan was grabbed roughly. Second brother unusually bravely demanded they let her go. But his bravery didn't last long. In 2 seconds he was beaten back to normal, only begging them not to hit his face. Wanwan was trembling in fear, but still chattering away. Robber uncle, swords have no eyes, wounds have no eyes. Be careful, don't misfire. Swords have no eyes. Turn back to shore. Achieve enlightenment instantly. Buddha's law is boundless. Corners need to be swept clean. Watching her play word association games with herself, the robber pushed his gun forward. Shut up, you're annoying. Wanwan shuddered and immediately zipped her mouth shut. The captain didn't expect this robber to be an old acquaintance. Wang Biao, put down the gun now. Perhaps we can still be lenient with you. The recognized robber dropped his act. I just got out. How could I possibly go back? Now I need a car and 3 million, or I'll shoot right now. He pointed the gun at her head. Wanwan was scared. But you can't say she's fat. It's clearly because you're not capable, not because I'm fat. How could Wang Biao admit he wasn't capable? Have you ever seen a child as fat as you? Look at your belly. Your buttons are about to pop off. Wanwan lost her temper. I've had medical checkups. The doctor said my weight is within the normal range for children. It's perfectly normal. You can't slander me like that. The captain couldn't understand why whenever Wang Lang was involved, things would always take a strange turn. Enough of this noise. Say more and I'll kill you. Wanwan's temper flared up. You dare kill me? Wang Biao was caught off guard and lost his gun. Worried the little kid might accidentally hurt herself, he tried to get it back, but she bit him hard. He instinctively threw the annoying little fatty away. By now, Wanwan had forgotten what fear was. The captain caught her, but she was still gesturing wildly, wanting to fight Wang Biao. As the standoff continued, an explosion sounded from inside the bank. Second brother was holding a broom, looking majestic. This was the demon-subduing spear technique. Wanwan instantly turned into a fangirl. The robbers were taken away by Heecheong and others. Am I still fat? Wang Biao froze. This kid was holding the gun. He shook his head vigorously. No, not fat at all. You're as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. There's no child as lovely as you in the whole world." Hearing this, Wanwan was very satisfied. He stiffly begged the little miss to take the gun away. Wanwan agreed, but when he turned around, he saw a chubby little hand and realized he'd been tricked. He demanded a fight to the death with Wanwan, but was forcibly taken away. Wanwan shrugged. "Did you not finish your 9 years of compulsory education? How can children touch guns?" She got spanked as soon as they met. Wanwan was indignant. She had helped the police catch the bad guys. Seeing his sister being held hostage, second brother unleashed his potential and took down the robber's accomplice. Wanwan also thought quickly. She helped the police capture Wang Biao, but she couldn't be happy. Her money was gone. Second brother quickly comforted her, saying it was okay. The criminals had been caught. The money would return soon. But Wanwan was still worried. The captain heard the commotion. He asked curiously why they were here. Wanwan excitedly called out to him. Junior brother Lu Zhixiong scratched his head embarrassedly, asking Wanwan to save him some face. Second brother looked the tall man up and down, wondering just how many junior brothers Wanwan had. Meanwhile, hearing the news, the Xian Huan couple and Su Jizhou rushed over. Lu Zhixiong sensed trouble coming. Su hugged Wanwan tightly, checking her all over. Xian Huan went straight to Lu Zhixiong. "You're such a grown man, yet it took you half a month to catch a robber?" As he was being scolded like a chicken, Su Jizhou approached him. "I'm Su Wan's parent." Lu Zhixiong introduced himself and mentioned how thankful they were for Wan's quick thinking. She argued with the robbers, buying them time. Su Jizhou was thunderstruck. Arguing with robbers? His daughter had really done it now. He called Wanwan over with a kind face. Not noticing her father's gritted teeth, she jumped into his arms asking for praise. Then her bottom paid the price. "Daddy, why are you hitting Wanwan?" "I'm hitting you to teach you a lesson. See if you dare do such dangerous things again." Wanwan actually wanted to sever their father-daughter relationship just because Daddy spanked her bottom. Daddy must not love her. Otherwise, why would she get spanked after doing something good? But Daddy said he loved her, but she still needed to learn a lesson. Wanwan fled in fear. He-Cheong thought Su Jizhou had a point. Arguing with robbers was such a dangerous thing. He picked up Wanwan and handed her to Su Jizhou. Wanwan kicked her short legs. "He-Cheong, I'm not speaking to you for 3 days. Suddenly, a bold idea entered her mind. "Daddy, if I sever our father-daughter relationship, will today's spanking be refunded?" Su Jizhou's fist got even harder. Seeing his palm raised high, Wanwan cried in fear. But the expected pain didn't come. Instead, she heard Daddy calling her name chokingly. "Wanwan, what if you had gotten hurt today? What would Daddy do?" Wanwan knew she had been reckless today. She didn't want to worry Daddy. So in the future, when facing such situations, what should Wanwan do? Wanwan should rob the bank first, so the uncles won't have any bank to rob. Su Jizhou was so angry, he vowed to teach this little one a good lesson. Neither He-Cheong nor Xian Huan could stop him. Wanwan felt she did nothing wrong. The adult world was so hard to understand. They thought the matter was over, but sixth brother specially called, demanding she must do experimental math problems when she gets back to learn her lesson. Wanwan didn't expect sixth brother to be more cruel than the evil mountain spirit. "You don't love Wanwan either, right?" Sixth brother tried hard to resist Wanwan's cuteness. 9.5 formulas, not one less. Wanwan's tears flowed like the West Lake. Sixth brother still loves Wanwan. Just released from prison, he was planning something big to secure his future. Unexpectedly, someone appeared out of nowhere. Just one word from them, and the whole team could have been caught. Full of regret, he broke down in tears. It was all because business was so bad that he had such wrong thoughts. The gun was brought back when doing business at the border. He-Cheong said happily that Wang Biao cried and confessed everything, but Wanwan questioned his workability. "Junior brother, is that all you found out?" Lu Zhixiong knew Wanwan's abilities and immediately asked if she noticed something. "He smells like urine. Junior brother, you should investigate thoroughly." Lu Zhixiong believed her unconditionally and quickly went to check Wang Biao's online identity information and find professional doctors to see if he had plastic surgery. Just then, Su Jizhou, who had finished taking statements, returned with Wanwan's belongings. Wanwan immediately became teary-eyed. "Daddy, did you get Wanwan's money back?" Her money-loving appearance amused everyone present. Hearing that not a penny was missing from her bag, Wanwan was happy again. On the way home, the Su father and son were surprised to discover that most people in town knew Wanwan and warmly invited her to their homes for meals. But Wanwan declined them all. until she saw the tomato noodle shop and stopped. She complained that her stomach was hungry again. The old lady in the shop was pleasantly surprised. "Wanwan, is this your father?" Wanwan patiently introduced for the nth time. "Daddy's name is Su Jizhou. Grandma, you can call him Xiao Zhou. That's what Grandpa calls him." Seeing Wanwan doing so well now, Grandma felt relieved. But then she met Li Chunmei. Grandma suddenly realized she had said something wrong and quickly stopped, but it still caught the father and son's attention. She immediately offered to make another bowl of noodles for Wanwan. A 3-year-old child being more famous than top celebrities wasn't just because of her cuteness. It was more because she had an adoptive mother who was sneakily cruel, making the little one do housework and often beating and scolding her. The townspeople all felt sorry for her. Fortunately, she found her birth father. Revisiting old places, seeing how people treated Wanwan, Su Jizhou was grateful that people had been kind to his little girl. But Wanwan didn't think much of it. In the past, Grandma's noodles were the most delicious. I often couldn't eat enough at Li Chunmei's house. It was Grandma who secretly gave me bowls of noodles to eat, and neighbor Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang from South Road. But Su Jizhou felt the one they should thank most was Wanwan's master. Hearing they could go pay respects to master, Wanwan excitedly bought lots of snacks. She said these were all master's favorites. But Su Jizhou and second brother didn't believe what old man would like lollipops and small cakes. "Master, Wanwan is doing very well now. Wanwan has many brothers now. They're very good to me and help me fight people." Wanwan got 99.5 on this test. Isn't that amazing? Although it's the combined score, but Daddy said Wanwan's first test result like this exceeded everyone's expectations. Wanwan has already found her future husband. "Master, don't keep nagging that I won't get married." As soon as she finished speaking, the candle at the grave went out. Wanwan complained to Master, "If you don't want to listen, fine. Wanwan wants to go home." Su Jizhou knew how talkative his daughter was and immediately said they should go back. Second brother, who had been quiet, suddenly shivered, wondering why it got so cold. Su Jizhou didn't know when his father had another son, and one who would only ask money from a 3-year-old child at that. After dealing with Li Chunmei who had trafficked Wanwan, Su Jizhou took his daughter to offer incense to her master. But because Wanwan talked too much, she annoyed Master who directly extinguished the candle. Second brother immediately felt an eerie wind. Wanwan pouted and wanted to leave, but Su Jizhou told her to wait. "Let Daddy offer incense to your master. Thank you very much for taking care of Wanwan. Our Su family will definitely do good deeds to repay you." The incense was inserted into the burner. Su Jizhou took the 2 children home. None of them saw the Taoist priest in yellow robes under the smoke, showing a satisfied expression. Just as they came down the mountain, they met Xian Huan and Su Su. "My husband saw you hadn't returned and guessed you must have come here. We had to come thank our family's benefactor. Thanks to him for raising Wanwan so well." Wanwan was a bit sad. After seeing Master, she had to go back. Su Su was also full of reluctance. "If you miss Wanwan, you can come to the capital together. Wanwan has money now and can support you. Supporting you in old age is no problem. When you die later, Wanwan will even arrange your funeral." Second brother quickly covered Wanwan's mouth. Looking at the dumbfounded couple, he awkwardly said, "Children say innocent things." Unexpectedly, the couple was moved. "Wanwan is so good. When Auntie gets old, will Wanwan really take care of us until the end?" Su Jizhou was shocked. What kind of strange thinking was this? Wanwan gestured to reassure them. "When you die, I'll make you a very, very big tombstone. I'll even let Uncle Xian Huan share a double room with you." The people were still alive, yet Wanwan was already planning their tombstones and talking about when the couple dies, giving them a double room. These bold statements really scared Su Jizhou. He thought it would anger them, but instead they were moved to tears, praising how grown-up Wanwan was. Su Jizhou suddenly realized that Wanwan had never seemed to fear talking about death. She could even face it calmly. Regarding Wanwan's invitation to care for them in old age, Su Su still declined. Xian Huan and I probably can't leave Shi City for the next few years. But since Wanwan grew up playing with Howling Dog, let's have Howling Dog go with you this time. What do you say? Howling Dog felt like the sky was falling. but no one cared about his resistance. Wanwan excitedly asked Su Jizhou if it was okay. After getting permission, she hugged Howling Dog and howled to the sky, "Great, I have a dog now." Thinking about the sad 3 years of his dog life, Howling Dog tucked his tail and ran. Wanwan chased after him persistently. "I will definitely treat you well." Perhaps the commotion was too loud. It attracted these roadblockers. The leader claimed to be Wanwan's father's brother. "You should call me uncle." Wanwan glared at the person before her. His face looked fierce and mean, with no blood relation to her. How could he be her uncle? Wanwan shouted, "Liar." Howling Dog also bared his teeth at the man, making him step back repeatedly. Su Jizhou stepped forward to protect Wanwan. "Sorry, I'm an only child. Wanwan doesn't have any so-called uncles. Sir, if you continue to make trouble, don't blame me for calling the police." The man suddenly panicked. How dare this person threaten to call the police? A toothless old woman beside him, as if receiving a signal, immediately sat down on the ground. "Oh my, this is so unfair. They're bullying an old woman." The toothless old woman and her son were trying to scam people on the street, claiming to be the rich girl's grandmother. Wanwan pointed at her father. "This person claims to be your mom." Su Jizhou immediately stated he didn't know her. The old woman held her leg and made a scene on the ground. "Oh, my son doesn't want me anymore." Not knowing when his grandfather had remarried, he immediately joined forces with Xi and Huan to drive them away. If they wouldn't leave, they'd call the police. But the officer was in charge of this area. The scamming man argued reasonably, "I'm Su Dashan's older brother, Wanwan's real uncle. Su Dahai warned you many times." Su Dashan was only Wanwan's adoptive father, with no relation to Wanwan's birth family. The dead memories attacked Su Der again. "So it was you who called the police last time when I came looking for Su Wanwan?" "Yes, so what?" Xi and Huan approached step by step with a big hammer, sparks flying behind him. Su Dahai threatened without any authority, "Let me tell you, if you hit me once, I'll lie on the ground and not get up. Then we'll see who arrests who." Xi and Huan, not afraid at all. "Fine, then I'll punch you until you get up. How about that?" Now Su Dahai was truly scared, but he didn't think he had done anything wrong. "I'm just looking for my niece, trying to get back what belongs to me. Look, my brother and his wife are both in jail. We're the ones raising their children. Don't food and clothes cost money?" Su Wanwan is that child's sister. With their parents gone, what's wrong with asking her for money? Don't think we don't know. This child's father is rich. A few tens of thousands per month for living expenses is just one meal's worth to them. Su Jizhou darkened his face and stepped forward. "How much money do you want?" Su Dahai didn't expect rich people to be so easy to fool. He said he wanted money, and they really offered to give it. "Your family looks quite wealthy too, so you should give more. 50,000 yuan per month for living expenses will do. When the child grows up, they'll study in the capital. I heard the educational environment there is quite good." Xi and Huan anxiously advised Su Jizhou not to be foolish. This person was just a scammer. "Don't agree." As a top celebrity, second brother had been standing at the back, afraid of being recognized. But now he really couldn't stand seeing his dad compromise. "Wait, why should our family be responsible for your family's matters? You're making my dad?" In Su Dahai's mind, people wearing masks were all suspicious. "I'm your elder speaking here. Who are you to interrupt?" Second brother couldn't believe such terrible people had targeted their Wanwan. He couldn't imagine what kind of life Wanwan had lived before. A wave of heartache swept over him. Second brother suddenly became imposing. "Who am I? I'm your grandfather. Drive them out. If they won't leave, hit them hard." Su Dashan was stunned, still insisting he was Wanwan's uncle. "We're your relatives after all. You're being ungrateful. Want me to expose you?" Second brother took out his phone first. "I've recorded everything. This is all material. Want me to send it to you?" The old woman's eyes darted around. She suddenly lunged forward. "Oh my, they hit me." Second brother had never seen such blatant scamming in his life. He rolled up his sleeves, releasing his full aura. Suddenly, the air was filled with second brother and the old woman street quarreling. Su Jizhou quickly covered his daughter Wanwan's ears. Don't learn from Su Dahai, bringing his mother to block roads and extort money just because Wanwan has a rich father. He insisted he was Wanwan's uncle, but forgot it was his own brother who brought Wanwan back. When they were left speechless, they resorted to unreasonable behavior. They never expected the opposing side to be even stronger fighters. The mother and son, thoroughly humiliated, lost their minds. Only when they heard police sirens did they flee in panic. Before leaving, they still made threats. Don't think I'll let you off just like this. Second brother didn't believe they had the guts, chasing after them shouting, back off, back, back. After succeeding, he proudly asked for praise. Wanwan generously gave him a thumbs up. Second brother, though you're physically weak, when it comes to cursing, you're even better than that old lady. When you get old, surely no one will dare mess with you. Before second brother could enjoy his victory, his head received a hard slap. Where did you learn all those things from earlier? What if Wanwan learns them? But before he could cry out in pain, another more piercing cry rang out first. Where did this stinky dog come from? Wanwan excitedly cheered. Howling dog is always so cowardly. Before leaving, Xian Huan packed lots of local specialties for Wanwan and told Su Jijo not to blame himself. Those people were all Su Dashan's relatives. Since Su Dashan and Li Chunmei went to work on sewing machines, their child was adopted by Su Dahai. Don't feel sorry for that child. Back then, that kid bullied Wanwan terribly. Our Wanwan doesn't owe their family anything. Why should we give them money? Wanwan, who was feeling sad earlier, nodded firmly. Her attention was quickly drawn to the things in the trunk. Wow, so many toys. Did you make them all, uncle? At age 3, she had already arranged her own marriage. Uncle Xian Huan, who watched her grow up, immediately got teary-eyed. He wanted to know who this brat was who took Wanwan away. Fang Shi, waiting at home for Wanwan's return, felt a chill down his spine, as if someone was thinking about him. Dad, I've been back for so long. Why haven't I seen third brother and fourth brother? Su Jijo panicked a bit, not understanding why she suddenly asked about this. Dad, didn't you always say third brother is a great hero? Second brother hurriedly stopped him from asking further, repeatedly saying, right, your third brother is busy saving the earth. Too busy. Su Jijo looked at his little girl's clearly sad face in the rearview mirror, wondering if there was any way to help with third brother's condition. With an anxious heart, Su Jijo still decided to take Wanwan to bring third brother home. After arriving, Su Jijo was extremely angry. Xing Liuyu actually sent his third brother to such a place. Wanwan sensed this place wasn't good at all. She pulled his hand, urging him to quickly take third brother away. But when they entered the ward, they found it empty. After stopping a passing nurse to ask, they learned that a month ago, he had already been taken home by his so-called wife. Su Jijo knew it was those mother and daughter's doing. Wanwan worriedly asked if something had happened to third brother. Something's wrong. Why can't Wanwan calculate Su Yanqing's existence? Dad, is it because third brother was captured by demons? Let's go save third brother together. Su Jijo told Wanwan not to worry. Third brother was fine, just taken away. But Wanwan didn't believe it since she hadn't seen third brother. Su Jijo picked Wanwan up. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Your third brother encountered an old demon. Dad will take you to fight the demon right away. Someone who was clearly alive. Yet Wanwan couldn't calculate their existence. Could they have been harmed by the old demon? Su Jijo could tell with his toes that it was those mother and daughter causing trouble. He immediately took Wanwan to fight the demons. Wanwan regretted not bringing the 7-star sword, and regretted more not bringing Howling Dog. He was great at biting people's bottoms. But now she could only make do with a small wooden stick. Su Jijo backed away repeatedly in fear. This wasn't necessary. He knew the mother and daughter must be hiding here. He knocked on the door making loud banging sounds. Suddenly his little daughter tugged at his pants leg. He seriously told Wanwan not to worry. Dad would definitely bring third brother back. But Wanwan said, no, Dad, there's a doorbell in front of you. A row of crows flew over Su Jijo's head as he awkwardly explained, knocking makes more of a statement. But Wanwan didn't believe it, since such an imposing action got no response, until he frantically pressed the doorbell. An old lady aggressively opened the door. Who is it? Chui Ling. But she saw 2 strangers. Who are you? Don't you know you're disturbing the peace? Her face was harsh, her fate dark, with protruding lips, clearly someone who had done many heartless things in life. Su Jijo charged in aggressively, saying he was looking for Qin Liuyu. Since moving here, no one had dared to ignore him, just as he was about to grab someone and shout, but was stopped by Wanwan. Don't touch me, or I'll hit you. The old lady was just a paper tiger. She was so frightened that she ran back crying to complain to her daughter. Wanwan coldly snorted, Dad, let's quickly go save third brother. Qin Liuyu, come out. I know you're home. Give me back my third brother. Qin Liuyu panicked instantly. What to do? How were they discovered so quickly? After being reborn, he wanted to take back everything that didn't belong to him. unexpectedly, this life had such variables. The Su family's daughter, who was originally stupid and easily manipulated, had become so clever. Not only did she see through his vicious schemes at first glance, but she also made the Su family head drive out both mother and son. To return to the Su family again, they controlled third brother, who was already in a vegetative state. But unexpectedly, after just 1 month, everything was exposed. The door was being banged loudly. Qin Liuyu's heart was pounding. The unknowing mother Qin wanted to call the police. Who is he? How dare he break into our home? But Qin Liuyu said the house they lived in belonged to someone else. The name on the property deed was Su, not Qin. The old lady thought, I've lived here for so long, they can't just drive us out. But Qin Liuyu knew the Su family's capabilities. She anxiously asked her daughter, it must be because we brought Su Yanqing back that the Su family discovered us. What if our plan is exposed? Su Yuqing wore a mocking smile, telling her not to panic. Mom, if we hadn't brought her back, how could we possibly return to the Su family? Qin Liuyu hesitated, which Su Yuqing wouldn't allow. Don't you want to be the legitimate Mrs. Su? Qin Liuyu did want that. Of course she did. But now the Su family was different from before. Su Jizhou wasn't so easy to deal with. Why don't we apologize and take Su family's money to live peacefully for the rest of our lives? But unexpectedly, Su Yuqing threatened, Mom, we have no way to retreat. Yanqing Liuyu was frightened, suddenly realizing she had shown expressions a child shouldn't have. Hurriedly covering up, besides, this was originally the Su family's dance. If Dad hadn't saved Su Yanqing, the one who should have died 3 years ago would be Su Yanqing. In his eyes, everyone was just a stepping stone to his success, especially this foolish mother. This was originally the Su family's dance. If Dad hadn't saved Su Yanqing, the one who should have died 3 years ago would be Su Yanqing. Thinking of her deceased husband, Qin Liuyu no longer hesitated. Qingqing, you're right. Without him, your father wouldn't have died. Wanwan had almost broken the door panel, but still no one opened, until he threatened to tear down the house. The door suddenly opened, revealing an uneasy face. After just a few months apart, he felt something was different about Su Jizhou. My son. Wanwan raised her small wooden stick. Demon, give me back my third brother. Qin Liuyu cried grievously. Dad. But Su Jizhou wasn't buying it. I only have Wanwan as my daughter. Don't call me that randomly. Wanwan strongly agreed with her dad's words. He only has me as his dear daughter. Su Yuqing, thinking her tears were moving, said, Grandpa, New Year is coming. Mom and I just brought Dad home early for the New Year. Su Jizhou suddenly hesitated a bit, but Wanwan wouldn't let it slide. Green tea, stop calling randomly. If you keep doing it, if my dad won't hit you, I will hit you myself. Su Yuqing staggered backward. We really only have Dad left. Wanwan angrily said, Why are you crying? I haven't even touched you. Su Yuqing's lowered face was full of satisfaction. With just a few tears, even in this reborn life, Su Wanwan couldn't beat him. But unexpectedly, Wanwan didn't follow the script. Since you're crying anyway, might as well take this beating. But Su Jizhou wouldn't allow this. A vegetative person who didn't even have a girlfriend actually had a 6-year-old daughter. Though Su Jizhou knew he was lying, he still stopped Wanwan from hitting him. Su Yuqing, don't call me Grandpa anymore. That unfilial son of mine didn't even have a girlfriend. He couldn't have produced a daughter as big as you. Where have you hidden my son? My dad isn't your grandpa. If you're so desperate for grandfather's love, let your mom find you a stepfather. This sharp-tongued Wanwan made Su Yuqing more certain that this was definitely not the timid Su Wanwan from his previous life. Shocked and afraid, his inquiry burst out, If you're not Su Wanwan, then who are you? Wanwan put her hands on her hips. Su Wanwan, that's my name and I won't change it. It's properly written in the family's household register as Su Wanwan. Su Yuqing still couldn't believe it. It wasn't like this in the previous life. Could it be because Wanwan didn't have a master in the previous life? But so what? The Su family still couldn't fall into others' hands. Wanwan, your brother promised my mother before. He said he would take care of her for life. And my father sacrificed himself to save your brother. Otherwise, the one who would have been buried underground for 3 years now would be your third brother. My mother and I just want to live peacefully in this family. Sure enough, Su Jizhou wavered. Oh, give me a break. You're just taking advantage of my third brother being sick and unable to speak. Was my big brother's car accident really an accident? And that bracelet you gave me wasn't by accident either. Seeing Su Yuqing speechless, the old lady unreasonably interjected, "You nasty girl, how dare you speak like that? Where are your manners? You can say Wanwan eats a lot, but you can't say she has no manners. When I wake up in the morning, I greet grandfather, father, and brothers. I help the sisters in the family tend to the flower beds. At kindergarten, I say good morning to the teachers. I even share my snacks with other children, but people are still unkind to me. Wanwan doesn't need to be polite anymore. Don't you agree, old lady?" Without using a single vulgar word, she still made the old lady feel humiliated. The old lady was so angry she turned away. Before Sujijo could understand what was happening, his little daughter pulled him upstairs. But with so many rooms, where would that despicable mother-daughter pair hide third brother? Wanwan calculated quickly. "It's the third room on the right." Sujijo rushed over, but found the door locked. "Dad, let me handle this." Wanwan kicked up. The door burst open with a bang. On the bed lay a dying man, surrounded by thick, dark energy. Qin Liuyu hurriedly ran upstairs. Sujijo questioned her sternly. "Is this what you call taking care?" Qin Liuyu said she could explain, but Sujijo didn't want to hear it. "I'm taking third brother to the police. Qin Liuyu, I'll come back for you. You better not give me any evidence against you." Wanwan exclaimed, "What a sin! Look at you and my third brother. You don't even look like a couple, yet you dare to deceive people." She took a few steps and called out to Master Du, saying she had one more thing to do. She took out the last talisman from her bag. A smile appeared beneath her feet. Then she looked up at the sky. Sujijo curiously asked what her talisman was for. Wanwan giggled. As soon as she finished speaking, thunder surrounded the house behind them. Dad gave a satisfied thumbs up. Lying in bed for so long has caused muscle atrophy and malnutrition. Plus, the bullet still in his skull is pressing against his nerves. If this continues, his life could be in danger. Looking at cold third's tightly closed eyes, Wanwan felt it wasn't that simple. Thinking of the previous big brother and fifth mother, Sujijo stroked his chin and asked Wanwan if there was anything that could affect people's minds. Master said hundreds of years ago, when there was still spiritual energy in the world, combining certain magical tools with spiritual energy could influence people's minds, like the soul-devouring technique in TV dramas. Though exaggerated, Wanwan thinks it was possible in ancient times. Does that mean it's impossible in modern times? Wanwan denied this again. The world is vast with endless possibilities. Humans are too small. There are too many areas we can't reach. There might be all kinds of uncontrollable factors that Wanwan can't predict. Hearing this, Sujijo became more worried. Third brother, Wanwan confirmed his thoughts. Dad, you guessed right. What's really threatening third brother's life isn't the bullet in his brain, but the black mist around him. Sujijo's eyes scanned like X-rays, but couldn't see the so-called black mist. Wanwan proudly explained, Dad, you can't see it without the heavenly eye. Suddenly remembering something, she ran out and came back with another talisman. After a string of incantations, royal golden light flashed, dispersing the lingering black mist around third brother. This shocked second brother so much he almost cursed out loud, but Wanwan's keen sense caught it. Seeing Dad's murderous look, he strongly denied it. To divert Wanwan's attention, he expressed interest in learning her skills. Wanwan immediately became proud. I'll teach you right away. She brought out a big box of books and told him to copy them. After I heal third brother, he can teach you properly. The bullet in his brain wasn't what made third brother a vegetable, but rather someone had taken control of his mind. Wanwan used a talisman to disperse the black mist around him. His heartbeat was stable, and there was no immediate danger to his life. Can Wanwan help treat third brother's body? Sujijo gave Wanwan 100% trust. A quarter hour later, third brother was covered in silver needles. While treating him, Wanwan said, once third brother's body is better, I'll have my senior brother perform brain surgery. Sujijo had some concerns, but didn't know how to express them. Wanwan was full of fighting spirit. Third brother, Wanwan will definitely cure you. When you're better, you must tell everyone that Qin Yoyu wasn't you. Sujijo awkwardly wiped his sweat. That was the key point. Suddenly, second brother poked his head in with a face full of meditation sister. It startled Wanwan. Second brother, are you feeling unwell? No, it's just, can you teach second brother more? We'll split the profits 30 to 70. The little abacus in Wanwan's mind clicked away. 3 for me, 7 for you. Agreed. Second brother grabbed Wanwan and ran out. Wanwan looked at the messy room, her eyes filled with shock. Second brother, you're truly a genius. Second brother agreed with this assessment, but still felt embarrassed. Wanwan lit 3 incense sticks and handed them to him. Though second brother didn't understand what this meant, he still respectfully and piously offered the incense. Wanwan happily declared that the 3 pure ones had approved. When we enter the path of talisman making, we all stick 3 incense sticks toward Xiangtan. If they won't stick, it means the 3 pure ones don't want you to enter the path. If they stick, it proves you have affinity with the Tao. Second brother finally understood that Wanwan must have failed before too. Wanwan proudly said, "No, master said I didn't need to." She kindly comforted second brother not to compare himself with her. After all, she was a genius. Second brother instantly felt old. Damn genius, so annoying. On one side was the severely injured third brother. On the other was second brother who needed to terminate his contract with the company. Wanwan chose the latter without hesitation, because second brother promised to buy her Barbie dolls when he returned. Roasted sweet potatoes, braised chicken, French fries, roasted whole chicken. Wan, have you forgotten about your third brother by the Daming Lake? But second brother said he'd turn into a pig head if he didn't buy them for me. How could Wanwan allow that? Even in her dreams, she was eating braised chicken and chicken legs, but before she could taste them, she was startled awake by second brother's excited voice. Wanwan, are you ready for battle? Wanwan sat up from her sickbed to beat him up. She didn't even notice her shoes were on the wrong feet, her mind full of fighting. Second brother, when you take Wanwan out, bring more bodyguards, and bring Howling Celestial Dog too. Second brother agreed immediately, saying he'd bring all the house's bodyguards. Sujijo, passing by, happened to hear the last part. Learning they were going to terminate the contract at the company, he worriedly asked them to wait. Second brother looked at the bodyguard cars in front and behind, trembling slightly. Wanwan, did you always have this much fuss when going out before? Wanwan shook her head. Dad just thinks you're too unreliable, second brother. After all, who's unlucky enough to fall at a bank entrance and then meet robbers? Such a low probability event actually happened to you, second brother. Second brother felt somewhat comforted. He was grateful for Wanwan's effort to make him feel better. Wanwan's big eyes were full of confusion. Wanwan wasn't comforting second brother. Wanwan was just stating the facts. Second brother's heart was bleeding, but the heart-piercing comments weren't over. The country's biggest entertainment company, yet Wanwan still thought it was small. Really too small, not much bigger than our bathroom. Second brother wailed, we're the country's richest family. How can you compare? But thinking about it, it really wasn't that big. Let's go in. Wanwan didn't understand why second brother was sighing. Following him inside, they saw the receptionist who was even more shocked than him. Isn't that Su Yusher? He hasn't been to the company for so long. What are they here for today? Su Yusher's contract is about to expire. He must be here to renew it. After all, our company is the industry leader. If Su Yusher leaves the company, his resources will definitely take a big hit. Some disagreed. After all, his other team members renewed their contracts 3 months ago. Why is he only coming now? But who knows about Big Star's affairs? Maybe he's trying to negotiate better benefits for himself. Meanwhile, the little assistant was in a difficult position with the CEO, avoiding meetings just to drag until the contract expires. But how could they deal with the aggressive Su Yusher? Young Master Su, our CEO is in meetings today. Could you come back in a few days? Su Yusher didn't believe it. In a few days my contract will expire. Your CEO has pushed this off so many times, always saying he's busy with meetings and has no time. How many times have we heard this? Push it any further and the contract will auto-renew. Today, I must terminate the contract no matter what. The little assistant was about to cry. Why hasn't the CEO returned? When young masters throw tantrums, it's not something they can handle. Su Yusher wasn't going to wait passively. Wanwan, stay in the office with the bodyguard brothers and play. Second brother will come find you later. Don't run around. Understood? When Wanwan heard he was going to look for someone, she immediately volunteered. Oh right, you're a little fairy. The bald uncle is playing hide and seek with them. Wanwan immediately lay down on the ground to search. Second brother was confused. Then he saw Wanwan find a strand of hair on the office chair. Since Wanwan had never met this CEO, she needed some medium to help. Looks like he's under a lot of stress. So much hair loss, she said as she tossed it into the air. The hair turned into a golden light, pointing the way. The little assistant knew it was over. They just hoped the boss would be merciful. After all, it wasn't their fault. They had hired a master. Just as Wanwan was about to find the right place, the little assistant made a last desperate attempt, saying the boss wasn't there. Wanwan smiled eerily. She jumped up to rush inside but was stopped by second brother. Wanwan didn't understand why she couldn't enter. Second brother was exasperated. This is the men's bathroom. Wanwan shrugged, but he knows who he is. Seeing no way to reason with her, second brother pushed Wanwan into the bodyguard's arms. I'll go in myself. The little assistant was crying desperately. Young Master Su, the CEO is really in a meeting today, not in the bathroom. Please don't go in. Su Yushir replied that he'd just checked to see if he was really in a meeting. After getting detailed directions from Wanwan about the bathroom escape, second brother strode forward confidently. Uncle Yangku, I know where you are. Come out now. Won't come out, huh? See? I found you. Second brother's jump made everyone inside and outside cringe. Hearing someone was inside, Wanwan insisted on going in to look. Second brother grabbed Wanwan as she tried to squeeze through the door crack while banging on the door loudly. Uncle Yangku, stop playing dead. Come out right now. If you don't come out, I'll start live streaming to show everyone what kind of company this really is. Wanwan wanted to enter the men's bathroom, but second brother absolutely refused. But he was determined to get the person inside to come out. If you don't come out, I'll really start live streaming. Let's see what kind of company this is. Dragging out contract termination like this? Absolutely shameless. This caused quite a stir. Those who came to witness the drama were on the verge of tears. Brother Su, please wait. We're leaving right away. Never expecting her brother to be so impressive, Wanwan's admiring eyes sparkled brightly. You dare hide in the bathroom, but dare you come out? With Wanwan's encouragement, his leg strength even seemed to increase. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and covered Wanwan's eyes just as the door fell. The CEO, flattened by the door, furiously said, Su Yushir, this behavior of yours. The rest of his words were scared back by the fierce foursome before him. You want to call the police? What do you think will happen if I tell them about all the shady things your company's been doing? The CEO was instantly silenced, not knowing how to respond. Wondering how I know? I'll wait for you in your office. The bodyguards received the signal and escorted the CEO there. When asked about the termination papers, the CEO scratched his balding head, saying he hadn't had time to prepare them. Is it that you haven't had time to prepare, or you never intended to prepare them? Since I first mentioned termination, you've been making excuses. Out of consideration for our years of connection, I've been patient until the very end. Do you think I'm stupid? The CEO looked at the imposing second brother, then at the paired bodyguards. No, big brother. I'll get you the contract right away, okay? A company smaller than their bathroom is actually the country's biggest entertainment company? Wanwan sneered dismissively. They dared to try to hold onto her second brother's contract. They were betting that if they delayed until the contract expired, it would automatically renew. Second brother, their money tree, would have to keep making money for them. But they didn't know he was the hidden son of a wealthy family with a sister who could divine the future. Not only did they drag him out of the bathroom, but now paired bodyguards were forcing him to produce the contract. This troublemaker finally became popular again. Letting him go now would be a big loss for the company. Just as he thought about making his hand shake, Su Yushir's sinister voice came from above, warning him not to let his hand shake. I don't want to have to sign another one. It was snatched away before he could do anything, giving him no chance to void it. Su Yushir looked at the contract in his hand, very satisfied. Oh right, post an announcement on Weibo before 10 o'clock. Remember to pin it. Make sure everyone sees it. The CEO's balding head was like waves. Young Master Su, perhaps you could show some leniency. Maybe we could keep the company's matters private? Su Yushir feigned sudden realization. Oh, you mean that? I was just making that up. The CEO spoke truthfully. I'll go talk to the media right now. Have them come to the company. Put the bathroom surveillance footage online. Let's see what's more powerful, capital or public opinion. Meanwhile, Wanwan was screaming like a pig being slaughtered, refusing to sit in the shopping cart. But second brother wanted to experience the joy of taking care of a child. What's wrong? Look at all the other kids sitting inside. Wanwan's screams echoed through the air, absolutely refusing to sit in the shopping cart. Second brother pointed ahead disappointedly. Look, other children are sitting inside. but Wanwan firmly refused. She had just heard the supermarket aunt say that putting children in shopping carts was unsafe. Second brother had no choice but to compromise. By the way, Wanwan, I've noticed my strength has increased lately. Is it because I've been practicing sword with you? Wanwan proudly said, of course. Second brother, haven't you noticed you can eat a lot without gaining weight? And your belly fat is gone too. Second brother touched his newly formed abs. It really was that magical. Of course, this was developed by my master during his war days. It's very powerful. Second brother, who was very happy, suddenly thought of something and tensed up. If only third brother could wake up. This sword technique would suit him. Wang Wan's small hands moved quickly as she calculated the time. Third brother will wake up soon. Second brother was shocked. How do you even know that? Wang Wan proudly stated that she had calculated it. She had been secretly treating third brother every night, so of course there would be improvement. Second brother didn't know whether to be happy or sad. I don't know what else your master taught you. Besides studying, there's nothing you can't do. Wanwan giggled. Each to their own specialty, right? Suddenly, the bodyguard rushed over anxiously saying he was trending again. What's the hurry? I trend all the time. But the bodyguard insisted he look. It was a negative trend. Celebrity brings bodyguards to attack boss in bathroom. Is this moral decay or human perversion? Second brother watched his arrogant self in the video and gave a twisted, dark smile. My former company is getting more and more petty and childish. Later, go to Sunshine Law Firm and have them send Shengshur Entertainment a legal notice. Also, ask my dad to investigate if Shengshur Entertainment has done anything shady. Second brother instantly transformed into a keyboard warrior, ready to fight one against hundreds. Come on, warriors, let's battle. Wanwan was instantly scared to tears, but the boss laughed at his naivety. Is that all you can do? The business elite raised his head. Mr. Su, what reason did you have for attacking me? Su Yushir is our company's employee. Previously, due to some work-related issues, he's been holding a grudge against me. He even forced me to sign a contract termination. He became more and more agitated, more and more outrageous. Just so this video would cause a sensation when released. They can turn black into white without any problem. Anyway, Mr. Su has nothing to do with our company now. I don't plan to pursue this matter further. I hope Mr. Su will behave himself in the future. By the end, he was even choking up. Maybe I did something wrong. Never expecting such a shameless person, pointing at the TV saying he's bad. Second brother hadn't even hit him yet. If we knew we'd be slandered like this, we should have actually hit him first. Dad, send 10 bodyguards for Wanwan. Big brother, Wanwan will beat him to death. Their father was nearly bald from stress. Wanwan, violence can't solve everything. Wanwan was furious. Second brother hadn't even hit him. If we knew we'd be slandered like this, we should have actually hit him first. Dad, send 10 bodyguards for Wanwan. Big brother, I'll beat him to death. Their father was nearly bald from stress. Violence can't solve everything. But Wanwan said beating people could soothe inner discontent. As the nation's richest man and CEO of a business empire known for verbal battles, compared to using his brain to solve problems, his daughter seemed to prefer using her fists. What could be done? Wanwan, if your second brother had actually hit someone today, how do you think the media would react? They would say brother hit someone. But since your second brother didn't actually hit anyone, it proves they wronged him. Second brother suddenly understood. So the media was lying, and with pictures and truth, rumors would naturally. Their father was very pleased. So violence can't solve 100% of problems. Wanwan sincerely apologized and promised not to think of solving problems with fists in the future. With their father's involvement, Shengshur Entertainment's shady dealings were quickly exposed. With public opinion's help, the situation quickly reversed. Su Yushir also officially announced the establishment of his studio in response to fans' requests. Finally having resolved this matter, second brother stretched lazily. Xiao Xiangqun, go call Wanwan downstairs. He sat up to admire his own beauty. Xiao Xiangqun rolled his eyes to the heavens. Lazy humans, when can I go home? Running upstairs, he found Wanwan seemed sick. The 3-year-old's head was burning hot. The dog's paws pattered as he ran downstairs, howling. Sixth brother heard the unusual sound. He anxiously went to check. Second brother struggled to pull up his pants, not understanding why the dog was going crazy. This stupid human made Xiao Xiangqun despair. Seeing sixth brother arrive, he immediately changed targets. Unexpectedly, this one's smart. Did something happen to Wanwan? The dog barked. Sixth and fifth brother rushed upstairs. Even second brother knew something was wrong. They found Wanwan had a fever. Unfortunately, all the family doctors were at a conference abroad. They couldn't wait and had to take her to the hospital. Second brother wanted to go too but was refused. Stay home and notify dad and the others. Sixth brother pushed out his motorcycle. Fifth brother, holding Wanwan, anxiously called his name. He mumbled, wanting to get close to sixth brother. Sixth brother suppressed his hard-to-control smile. Wanwan might think you're too hot. Let her sit in front of me. Fifth brother was hurt, but everything was for Wanwan. Just as they were about to leave, they heard the dog barking. This lazy fat dog usually just lies around. How did it run so fast? Should they bring him along? Fifth brother knew he was also concerned. Wanwan had arranged him in the back seat. He just had to hold on for a while. Xiao Xianquan used all his strength to maintain balance. As soon as they hit the road, everyone gathered to watch. Quick, take photos, this could go viral. Doctor, please check. My sister suddenly got a fever. Now we can't wake her up. After careful examination, the doctor sighed in relief. She has a slight fever. Maybe she caught a cold from the recent temperature drop. Just observe for a while, and then you can go home. Sixth brother was still worried. Then why is my sister still unconscious? Sister's fever wouldn't break, but the doctor said there was no major problem. Maybe she caught a cold from the recent temperature drop. Just observe for a while, and then you can go home. But sixth brother didn't believe it. Then why is my sister still unconscious? Why won't she wake up no matter how we call her? The doctor told them not to worry. She just sleeps deeply. Sixth brother let out a long sigh. He naturally sent fifth brother back with Xiao Xianquan. Since dogs weren't allowed in the hospital, he stayed to look after Wanwan. Fifth brother had no objections and told him to call home when he had time. Don't let them worry. But it was too late. Their father and grandfather came running to the hospital bed crying. Wanwan, my dear daughter, wasn't she fine before we left? How did she suddenly get a fever? Grandfather also couldn't help but cry, oh, my precious granddaughter. Sixth brother, afraid the two elders would make a scene, quickly explained that Wanwan was just hot, maybe kicked off her blanket during her nap. Her fever had already gone down on the way here. She should wake up soon. As he finished speaking, Wanwan groggily opened her eyes. Their father immediately burst into tears. Wanwan, you're awake. How do you feel? Do you have a headache or feel uncomfortable anywhere? Wanwan was startled by the scene before her. Her brain suddenly froze and she started reciting French fries, cola, hamburger, chicken wings, potato beef stew, premium bear's paw, classic abalone, big lobster, small lobster. Looking up, she saw 4 stunned faces. Scratching her head embarrassedly, she asked where she was. Hee, Wanwan is hungry. Just after leaving for a while, their little girl ended up in the hospital. Upon waking up, she first recited a food list, which scared their father. Until they heard her stomach growling, that surreal feeling disappeared. If she's hungry, she must be fine. He directed fifth and sixth brother to handle Wanwan's discharge, while he picked up Wanwan, saying they'd go home for chicken legs and abalone, pork trotters, lobster, king crab. Hearing this, Wanwan beamed with joy. But the doctor got angry. What kind of parents are you? How can you let a sick child eat such things? You're typical irresponsible parents. Look at these foods. Are they suitable for children? And now the child is weak. How can she eat so much? The whole family was stunned and unanimously said, sorry. On the way home, their father was still worried about Wanwan. Are you really feeling better? Wanwan shook her head like a rattle drum, saying she just wanted to go home to watch Ultraman. Housewife Wanwan should tell them immediately if she feels unwell. Then Sue and Ji went home separately. Before entering, they heard from the maid that Dr. Allen had arrived. Little Lee had just been wiping third young master's body and noticed his hand moved slightly. Their father was instantly excited. The maid got dizzy from being shaken, but still confirmed it was true. So we immediately contacted Dr. Allen. The doctor said it's the dying light phenomenon. Looking at the red-haired man before them, they instinctively disliked him. But father said this was the expensive top medical team he hired from Rambo. We just examined your son's condition. We found that the bullet in his brain has connected with the nerves, but his bodily functions have improved greatly. Based on my decades of experience, this is definitely the dying light phenomenon. How could such a handsome man have such a mouth? Wanwan finally understood why her master hated Rambo's people. Third brother's condition improved clearly because of her nightly acupuncture treatments. Dad, let's go upstairs to check on third brother. As soon as they entered, they saw a crowd around third brother, chattering about something. Wanwan's expression grew increasingly serious. Finally, she couldn't hold back anymore. Dad, what are these foreigners saying? Their father could only laugh awkwardly to hide his embarrassment. He had forgotten his daughter couldn't understand foreign languages. Although Wanwan was skilled in medicine, third brother's condition made them hesitate. After much consideration, Su Jizhou decided to tell Wanwan the truth. The doctors said third brother's condition was very serious. His brain was damaged. Even if they removed the bullet from his head, he wouldn't survive. Wanwan's little face darkened with anger. She pointed at the handsome redhead and called him a quack. Look at my third brother. Does he look like someone about to die? Though the redhead could understand the family's feelings, he said, but you must believe that our country's medical level is world-class. Maybe our medical technology isn't as good as yours, but it's not bad either. If you can't cure him, it's because you're not capable. Having his ability questioned by a 3-year-old, the redhead angrily pointed at third brother. The bullet in his brain is connected to the nerves. Even if we could operate, it would be useless. The brain is the most delicate part of the human body. If we accidentally cut even one nerve, who knows what might happen? I'm the world's best brain specialist. If I can't do it, then no one in the world would dare to perform this surgery. Third brother's life was hanging by a thread. Yet Wanwan drove away the world's best brain specialist just because he said third brother couldn't be saved. Dad, since they can't treat third brother, let them go. The redhead became furious. I'm your honored guest. Is this how your country treats guests? Su Jizhou wasn't a pushover either. If you can't cure him, then leave. Just as the redhead was about to feel smug, he realized Su Jizhou wasn't saying what he wanted to hear. Incredulously, he asked, "What did you say?" "I said if you can't cure him, then please leave." The redhead had never met such unreasonable people. Don't ask me to come back later. Wanwan put her hands on her hips. As if we care. My third brother will definitely wake up. Dad, Wanwan doesn't want to be Ultraman saving the world anymore. Wanwan has a new dream. Su Jizhou played along and asked what her dream was. Wanwan's eyes were full of determination. Wanwan wants to be a doctor like senior brother. Su Jizhou was never one to dampen spirits. Congratulations on your new dream, Wanwan. But the most important thing now is, you just said your third brother will definitely wake up. Do you have a way? Wanwan nodded cheerfully. By the way, Wanwan medical school requires very high scores. But Wanwan showed no signs of backing down. She would definitely work hard. The next day, Wanwan was very serious while eating a lollipop. Even between brothers, accounts must be clear. I want these. Regarding his sister's actions, second brother could only say, as expected of my sister, I'll give you this. The two quickly reached an agreement, but poor Xiao Xianquan. Second brother told Wanwan not to see them off. He'd return Xiao Xianquan after filming. Wanwan watched as man and dog disappeared from sight. Then she heard Dad say 24th senior brother was coming. Fu Hao let his 3-year-old daughter have her way, driving away the top medical team from Manhwa, just because a child said this vegetative patient who had been given a death sentence could still be saved. The next day, they invited a young handsome man, 24th senior brother. He was the master's best student in medicine. After exchanging pleasantries, they went upstairs to see third brother. His condition is stable. It must be Wanwan's merit. Wanwan was amazed. You can tell that just by taking his pulse? 24th senior brother, you're amazing. Imo Jingchun looked at her like a cute little thing. No, he still has acupuncture marks on his head. Wanwan giggled, somewhat embarrassed. Meaning, although Wanwan's treatment had helped to some extent, the surgery was extremely difficult. There was only a 50% chance of recovery. Su Jizhou's eyes filled with tears. 50%? Wanwan could empathize with her father. But Master said every surgery is a gamble. Doctors, patients, and families are all ordinary people. Each has their own life and death. The doctor will definitely do their best to save him. Su Jizhou understood this principle, but this gamble was too big. If we lose this gamble, your third brother will be gone. But third brother wouldn't want to lie in bed forever. Though third brother is in a vegetative state, I can feel he's suffering every day. Wanwan promised her father that third brother would be fine. Wanwan's words convinced Su Jizhou, not because of her promise, but because he knew third brother wouldn't want to live like this forever. Young Master Imo, I trust you. Imo Jingchun nodded solemnly. Then let's schedule the surgery for next Wednesday. The whole family anxiously waited outside the operating room. Their father couldn't help pacing, not knowing how things were going inside. Wanwan looked around and told them not to worry. Third brother will really be fine. Wanwan has calculated. Second brother is actually the one with the shortest life in the family. Second brother was at the hospital when this sadness came from his sister's mouth. Wanwan didn't realize how upsetting her words were. She even tried to comfort second brother. Although you'll have a short life and be single forever, after you die, Wanwan will definitely put your urn in the most beautiful and lively place. Second brother wasn't comforted at all. If fifth and sixth brother hadn't held him back, he would have gone up to hit this girl. TSK, 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 your second brother will live to be 100. Death is still far away. One could imagine future headlines: top celebrity dies unexpectedly, or top male star murdered on street. He couldn't help but cry out, "Woo, I'm going to die young. I have 20 bank cards under my pillow. It's milk powder money I earned for you." Wanwan grabbed second brother's sleeve. "Can you give it to Wanwan now?" Shot with another arrow. Second brother got angry. "You ungrateful little thing. Whatever, it'll be yours sooner or later anyway." Watching the account balance soar, Wanwan spoke more confidently. "When you all die, there'll be enough for tombstones." Sujijo dragged the hopeless second brother back. "Wanwan, we'll walk a very long road with you. Let's talk about tombstones after we die." Wanwan scratched her head, thinking it made sense. "Okay, I'll talk to you about it after you die." Just then, Big Brother, who had been held up at the company, rushed in. Before he could ask about third brother's condition, second brother hugged his leg. Being hugged right away, Big Brother disgustedly pushed away second brother, who was wiping his nose on him, asking what was wrong. Second brother cried even harder. "Big Brother, why is my life so miserable? When I was young, I couldn't win any fights with you guys, and I had to take the blame for all you brothers at home. Finally got into high school, but then the exam results came. Got exactly 380 points. Big Brother helplessly listened to his complaints while comforting him. But he wasn't finished. "You must have heard about my troubles in the entertainment industry. Every day I step in dog poop when I go out. Sometimes I even get hit by vases. Finally got through all that, and now I turn out to be short-lived." Big Brother finally heard something different and angrily asked who dared say his brother was short-lived. Second brother pointed pitifully at Wanwan. Who else would dare say that besides her? Who else would dare say such things? Wanwan immediately protested. "Big Brother, he's slandering me. This is defamation. I only said second brother would live the shortest in the family." Second brother exploded. "Isn't that the same as being short-lived?" Wanwan retorted. "Even 99 years is short-lived." Second brother froze. "What? 99? Then a shout erupted outside the operating room. Grandfather contentedly patted Wanwan's head. Thanks to this commotion, everyone wasn't as tense as before. Determination filled Wanwan's eyes. Third brother will definitely be fine. The surgery light suddenly turned green. The family was extremely nervous. "Senior brother, my third brother? That's great, great. Wanwan's third brother is saved." The family wept with joy, extremely grateful to Imo Jin-chun, who performed the surgery. "You're welcome. I'm a doctor. This is what I should do." But to Wanwan, he said differently, "I'm exhausted this time. Placing these safety talismans." Wanwan generously replied, "Do I get a share of the advertisement?" A head suddenly popped up behind Imo Jin-chun. It scared Wanwan. "Xiaobai, why are you here?" "For such a difficult surgery, of course I had to do it." Assistant Sujijo stopped Wanwan from continuing the conversation. "Why don't we let Dr. Imo rest first?" "Yes, these 8 hours. Dr. Imo hasn't rested at all." Wanwan sensibly urged him to go rest. Imo Jin-chun didn't push himself, saying they could find Xiaobai if needed. Xiaobai heard this and protested. "Tell me clearly who's Xiaobai?" Wanwan turned to sixth brother, wanting to know about the gunshot wound on third brother's head. Sixth brother panicked when he heard this, saying he wasn't very clear either. "Why don't you wait until third brother wakes up and ask him yourself?" "So third brother really isn't Ultraman?" Her big eyes sparkled with innocent foolishness, making sixth brother struggle to hold back his laughter. He said very seriously, "No, he's not. But third brother was fighting monsters. Have I time traveled?" But whatever happened, surviving came first. One punch felt like hitting cotton, and the monster disappeared before his eyes. He struggled to open his eyes and saw an unfamiliar child. Could it be that ugly creature? He threw a punch without hesitation. Before Wanwan could finish calling third brother, she was sent flying. She felt so wronged. Wanwan learned for the first time how much being hit hurt. But she never imagined that the person who hit her would be the third brother she had been thinking about for so long. Su Jijo wanted to check on Wanwan out of concern, but she cried and wouldn't let him. Imo Jinchun rushed over when he heard the news, startled. What happened? Hearing from Su Jijo that third brother was awake, he asked, "Isn't that good news?" "Good news? Look what he did to my daughter." Wanwan cried while complaining to senior brother, frightening Imo Jinchun. Wanwan was so upset by this reaction that she cried, "Daddy, third brother hit me. Third brother doesn't like me." Imo Jinchun scratched his face. "Wanwan, your third brother just woke up. He needs some tests. Why don't you go let brother Su Ibai treat your injury?" Although Wanwan felt wronged, she understood what was urgent. She walked out slowly while crying. That she could take such a hit was thanks to her previous conditioning. The only person present who didn't know what was going on, third brother's head was full of question marks. Meanwhile, Su Ibai, who was just about to take a bite, heard Wanwan's piercing cry. He turned around anxiously and saw Wanwan's face all bruised and swollen. After a moment of shock, he burst out laughing, Hey, what happened to you?" Mentioning this made Wanwan feel wronged again. Wanwan wanted to give third brother a surprise, but ended up startling him, and he directly punched her. While treating Wanwan's wounds, Su Ibai remarked that it was fortunate he had been bedridden for so many years, otherwise that punch could have destroyed your eye. Wanwan was still worried whether her face would be permanently disfigured. "If third brother hadn't been bedridden for 3 years, that I would have been lost." Wanwan felt so wronged. She just wanted to give third brother a surprise. "Will I be disfigured?" Su Ibai patiently said no, though there was some blood in the eye. "But don't worry, the eyeball isn't damaged. Just need some eye drops later." For the first time, Wanwan thought Xiaobai wasn't so bad, but she didn't expect him to ask if she had WeChat. "Xiaobai, are you finally going to add me?" Xiaobai looked relieved. "That's good. By the way, I just paid 18 yuan for you. You'll transfer it back, right?" Wanwan was thunderstruck. Mo Jinchun rushed over after finishing his work, but was startled by the scene. Xiaobai was on the verge of tears. "I was just joking, little ancestor." But Wanwan wouldn't let it go. When Xiaobai heard Imo Jinchun's voice, he saw him as a savior. "You finally came. Quick, take this little ancestor away." But Imo Jinchun just thought they were getting along well. He has time to care about Wanwan's eye. "If I stay any longer, I'll be in trouble." Imo Jinchun picked up Wanwan and asked if she wanted to see third brother. This miracle was unprecedented in medical history. Third brother just felt his head hurting and asked, "Dad, what happened to me?" Su Jijo was still angry about him hitting his daughter and didn't want to respond. But unexpectedly, he dared to ask about the child outside. Their eyes met, and Wanwan's eye started throbbing with pain. Imo Jinchun comforted her, saying not to panic. "I see your eye hurts too." Su Jijo wanted to hug Wanwan with concern, calling himself Dad. Third brother looked at him like he was a scoundrel. "Dad, you actually found us brothers a stepmother, and even have a child?" After waking up from his sleep, not only had his father found him a stepmother, but there was even a child. Third brother accused him mercilessly. "It was just 2 years of sleep. How could Dad be so fickle?" Su Jijo angrily told him to shut up. "Say another word and I'll kill you. This is your biological sister, same father and mother." Looking at the bruised little one in his father's arms, third brother felt guilty. He had punched his own sister the moment they met. He quickly asked if she'd seen a doctor, and what the doctor said, brother really didn't mean to. It was just a reflex. Although Wanwan felt wronged, how could she really blame third brother? "Don't worry, Wanwan is fine." But Wanwan has some questions for third brother. "Is Qin Liuyu your wife and Su Yuqing your daughter?" Third brother's heart, which hadn't settled yet, jumped again. He asked Su Jijo in confusion, "Sister-in-law Qin is brother Lu's wife. Why did Qingqing change her surname to Su?" "Back then, Qin Liuyu brought you back when you became a vegetative state, claiming you were already husband and wife. We couldn't verify it, so we could only treat her as the Su family's daughter-in-law. She temporarily stayed with the Su family. The daughter also insisted on changing her surname to Su." Third brother was too shocked to speak. He must be crazy. During the final stage of Operation Mianchuan, someone suddenly betrayed us. Brother Lu and I were surrounded by enemies. During the standoff, Brother Lu was unfortunately severely injured. Before dying, he entrusted me to care for his wife and daughter. Afterward, I went to Brother Lu's hometown and found Qin Liuyu washing clothes for others. I found it strange then that child called me Dad the moment she saw me. If Brother Lu hadn't helped me, why would I bring them back? In that case, third brother, you can't bring them mother and daughter back home. It's either them or Wanwan, not both. The 3-year-old was being unreasonable, not letting third brother bring back the widow of his savior. Third brother hastily agreed. After all, that mother and daughter weren't good people. They took advantage of him being in a vegetative state to enter the family and steal his property. Wanwan, does it still hurt? Third brother really didn't mean to. Please forgive third brother. Wanwan immediately said she had already forgiven him. You're the first person who could hurt me. Third brother patted his chest in relief. Good thing sister forgave me. Otherwise, what if you were disfigured? Wanwan exploded immediately. What disfigurement? Wanwan was no longer the cutest kid in kindergarten. Third brother watched Wanwan cry in front of the mirror, feeling a bit scared. But he still said against his heart, no, you're still very cute. Early the next morning, Wanwan refused to go to school, clinging to the car door, saying she didn't want Xiaoqi to see her like this. Having a woman with such great strength, Su Jizhou really felt tired. Haven't you been talking about teacher Mianmian and brother Xiaoqi lately? What if they get taken by other kids if you don't go today? What do you mean brother Xiaoqi getting taken away? Wanwan instantly became alert. No way. Brother Xiaoqi is mine. Seeing his daughter's spirited attitude, Su Jizhou couldn't help but remind her, make sure to admit to the teacher if you haven't finished your homework. Wanwan's heart ached terribly. She immediately took off her small backpack and happily tore up her homework notebook. Before even entering the classroom, teacher Mianmian discovered her. Wanwan, what happened to your eye? Wanwan nervously told her not to worry. My third brother, who was in a coma for 2 years, accidentally hit me. Wanwan happily tore up her homework, thinking this would help her avoid being scolded. Her guilty demeanor quickly gave her away. Teacher Mianmian sighed deeply. Wanwan, why are your hands shaking? Wanwan tried hard to control herself, looking up with a smile. I'm not shaking. The teacher took Wanwan's homework, looking at her skeptically. Did you really finish it? Wanwan, with her swollen face, tried to act cute. Teacher Mianmian, can I go now? The response was Teacher Mianmian's angry glare. Wanwan immediately confessed honestly, I'm sorry, I didn't finish it. Teacher Mianmian held her head in frustration. At least you're honest. How about completing your homework when you get home later? Okay? Wanwan burst into tears. Teacher Mianmian, can't you just make me run 3 laps around the playground instead? Please don't make me sit. But Teacher Mianmian was determined. Wanwan slumped on her small desk. Life is so hard. As soon as Gu Fangqi entered, he saw the dejected Wanwan and worriedly asked what was wrong. Wanwan doesn't want to do homework. Wanwan is so sad. Gu Fangqi was amused by her drowsiness. Don't worry, I'll help you tonight. Really, brother Xiaoqi? I love you the most. Lacking love? Gu Fangqi's face couldn't help but turn red. But when he saw Wanwan's eyes, he felt sympathetic and kept blowing on them gently, wanting to ease the pain. Does your eye feel better? Although Wanwan wasn't in pain anymore, she asked, Brother Xiaoqi, did you grow taller again? Gu Fangqi didn't understand why she was surprised. Wanwan looked around and was almost crying. Xiaopeng grew taller. Huahua grew taller too. I've become the shortest kid in kindergarten. While Wanwan was crying so miserably, I couldn't help but laugh loudly. I've become the shortest kid in kindergarten. Gu Fangqi hadn't expected this was what Wanwan was more concerned about. He immediately took her small hand. No matter how you change, I will still marry you. But Wanwan seemed unconvinced. Just as Gu Fangqi was continuously reassuring her, Teacher Mianmian asked everyone to be quiet. This is our new classmate for this semester. Wanwan instinctively turned her head, and when she saw who it was, she felt completely unsettled. Before she could say you, Teacher Mianmian scolded her to sit properly in her chair. She wanted to introduce the new student and asked everyone to get along well. But Gu Fangqi only had eyes for Wanwan. Do you know brother Xiaoqi? I don't like Su Yuqing. Gu Fangqi comfortingly patted her head. I don't like him either. Wanwan was grateful that someone in the kindergarten understood her. Hello everyone, I'm Su Yuqing. I'm 6 years old. I hope to be friends with everyone. Wanwan scoffed coldly, 6 years old and still in the junior class. Teacher Mianmian looked around. She arranged for Su Yuqing to sit next to Gu Fangqi. Initially happy about this, after seeing Gu Fangqi's face, he couldn't help but shrink back. In his previous life, although Gu Fangqi was a ruthless business tycoon of the Gu family, he showed endless love for the timid Su Wanwan. I finally managed to kill Suin, but when he discovered it, he imprisoned me in the dungeon. It was dark and bloody there, and he broke both my hands and feet. No, since I've been reborn, I won't repeat the same mistakes. Though his hands and feet were broken and he was locked in a dark dungeon, he didn't think he had done anything wrong. As a business tycoon, Gu Fangqi didn't like him, this white swan, but instead liked the timid Su Wanwan. In this new life, he absolutely couldn't repeat the same mistakes. But the shadow of his previous life made it impossible to face Gu Fangqi normally. Even though Gu Fangqi was still just a 6-year-old child now, I don't want to sit next to him. Let Xiaopeng sit next to me. I'll take Xiaopeng's seat. Su Yuqing hadn't expected that even as a 6-year-old, Gu Fangqi would reject him. Looking at the still runny-nosed Xiaopeng, Su Yuqing instinctively wanted to refuse. But seeing Gu Fangqi's cold demeanor, Xiaopeng became the best option. Xiaopeng happily sat between the two girls. No switching back allowed. Okay, my full name is Jiang Ming, but everyone calls me Xiaopeng. Su Yuqing endured his discomfort and greeted Xiaopeng. This sight made Wanwan feel disgusted. Teacher Mian, who witnessed all this, cried. It seemed things would only get harder from here. As soon as she got home, Wanwan hugged Su Jizhou's arm and complained, "Dad, today was so frustrating." Su Yuqing came. Su Jizhou was somewhat confused. Was it the Su Yuqing he was thinking of? Wanwan nodded firmly. Su Yuqing came, and he has to sit with my brother Xiaoqi. Su Jizhou felt this wasn't so simple. Qingqing should be 6 years old now. Why would he go to kindergarten in the junior class? He was clearly targeting Wanwan. But this silly daughter only had romance on her mind. My brother Xiaoqi said if Wanwan doesn't like something, he won't like it either. He's already 6 years old, yet still attending junior kindergarten class. Su Jizhou looked at his little daughter. His intention was clear. Wanwan, would you like to go to another kindergarten? Meet other kids? Wanwan was confused for a moment before firmly refusing. I have many good friends in kindergarten. What will they do if I leave? Su Jizhou couldn't persuade Wanwan and could only tell her to stay away from Su Yuqing in the future. But Wanwan thought her dad was being fussy. Of course, only a fool would like him. However, the next day she saw Su Yuqing steal away her beloved teacher Mian. It was strange. The features of Zhu Yuqing and Qin Liuyu seemed deliberately erased. I couldn't make out anything at all. But every time I see him, I have the urge to kill him. Wanwan saw him smiling happily. She was determined to protect teacher Mian. The two were startled by Wanwan's sudden appearance. What are you talking about? Can Wanwan listen? Teacher was telling Qingqing about the kindergarten singing competition. Wanwan became anxious upon hearing this. She insisted she could do it too. Teacher Nian was skeptical, but Wanwan said if Su Yuqing could go, she definitely could too. My dad and second brother said Wanwan sings as beautifully as a bird, but she didn't know there were many types of birds. Crows are birds too. Now teacher Mian was in a dilemma. Qingqing had won many music awards and was clearly the best choice. But Wanwan was so enthusiastic about participating. It wouldn't be good to discourage a child's enthusiasm. How about this? During class later, you can sing together with Qingqing and we'll see who sings better. Wanwan wasn't convinced. Second brother and dad said I sing like a bird. How could it not be good? Teacher Mian was troubled. One was enthusiastic, one had won numerous awards. How to choose without hurting either child's feelings? Finally, she left the choice to their classmates. Su Yuqing easily began singing. All the children were amazed. They couldn't help but applaud and wanted to hear another song. Wanwan wasn't convinced. She confidently stepped up to perform Miracle again. Seeing her confidence, the children were full of anticipation. They focused intently, not wanting to miss this heavenly voice. The first lyrics were, "Dawn quietly crosses the horizon," but everyone felt like the sky was falling. Xiaopeng asked in disbelief, "Gu Fangqi, this surely can't be Wanwan singing." But Wanwan thought everyone was mesmerized by her beautiful voice. The teacher was the first to recover and asked if everyone liked Wanwan's singing. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. Loud applause broke the silence. Gu Fangqi generously expressed his joy at Wanwan's singing. This put Xiaopeng in a difficult position. I'm Wanwan's best friend. Now that Gu Fangqi is saying it's good, if I don't agree, won't Wanwan be disappointed? But Wanwan's singing is really terrible. Gu Fangqi is sitting right there. It feels like if I say one word of no, he'll put me in an air fryer and turn me into human jerky. Equal to 3.1415926. Wait, why would I, a little kid, know this? After much hesitation, Xiaopeng stood up. Hearing everyone's praise for Wang Langwei, teacher Nian became even more troubled. Wanwan felt her dad was right. She must be a lark, otherwise why would so many people like it? She didn't notice how difficult it was for everyone to praise her. She insisted on singing more songs. Teacher Mian quickly covered up this deadly voice. Not wanting to hurt Wanwan's feelings, she said, "Our kindergarten has a choir. Since Wanwan loves singing so much, you can join the choir. There are many little singers there." Wanwan instantly understood the teacher's meaning. She was being asked to be the lead singer. Teacher Mian accidentally shouted, "Off key." Wanwan asked disappointedly who could be more suitable than her. When told it was Su Yuqing, Gu Fangqi immediately said he would join the choir too. Teacher Mian was surprised. Su Yuqing's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly put on a sinister smile. Although Gu Fangqi had killed him in his previous life, this time he was still just a child. "If I can subdue this future business tycoon, won't my path ahead be smooth sailing?" But before he could implement his escape plan, Gu Fangqi rejected him. Because the Gu Fangqi before him had also been reborn and vowed to protect Wanwan. "This time you won't hurt Wanwan again." Teacher Huahua was happy to see the two of them coming. The shortest child should stand in the middle. Wanwan felt uncomfortable. Just as she was about to protest, she heard Gu Fangqi say that was the C position. She immediately agreed. But teacher Huahua's happiness only lasted until the first rehearsal began. She felt some strange sound entering her mind. Who in this row is singing off-key? On her first time joining the choir, she was sent back. Only then did Wanwan realize her voice wasn't like a skylark's. She was an ugly duckling, and single-handedly threw off the entire choir, making the children complain. Wanwan was heartbroken. "Can't I stay in the choir anymore?" The teacher tactfully said, "The time is too tight this time. Let me teach you next time, okay?" Su Yuqing snorted coldly. It was clearly because she had no talent. Gu Fangqi knew this was true but felt there was no need for such mockery. He grabbed Wanwan's hand and headed for the door. "If Wanwan can't participate, I won't either." Wanwan stumbled as she was pulled. She called out pitifully. Su Yuqing clenched his fists in anger. "No." Gu Fangqi couldn't leave. He stepped forward with a smile. "Brother Shaoqi, why are you leaving?" Gu Fangqi coldly retorted, "I told you not to call me that name. You're not worthy." Su Yuqing trembled at the shout, hating his own weakness. Why was he still afraid of him in this life? But this was his only chance to turn things around. He forced himself to say, "Gu Fangqi, our choir needs you. And so many children are waiting to hear you sing." But Gu Fangqi remained unmoved. "Don't make me say it a third time." Su Yuqing wanted to retreat, but knew he couldn't. He tried to convince himself. Gu Fangqi was still just a child now. He grabbed his arm, but was thrown away mercilessly. Su Yuqing was in so much pain tears came out. This frightened the teacher, who immediately called both parties' parents. In her previous life, she died at this man's hands. In this life, she decided to make him her husband. But even though Gu Fangqi was still just a 6-year-old child, she instinctively feared him. But this was a future business tycoon. How could he give up so easily? But reality hit him hard. The teacher watched as Su Yuqing was thrown by Gu Fangqi and anxiously called the parents. "Qin Liuyu." The teacher ordered Gu Fangqi to apologize to Su Yuqing, hoping to settle the matter. But grandfather arrived with a broom and questioned, "Teacher, what happened?" "I know my grandson's temperament. Unless provoked too much, he would never hit someone." Gu Fangqi hadn't expected grandfather to trust him so much. The teacher was angry. Gu Fangqi wanted to leave the choir with Su Wanwan. Qingqing tried to stop them for the class's honor. Before she could finish, the old man interrupted excitedly. "You're saying he wouldn't let my grandson leave and tried to stop him?" The teacher, intimidated by his presence, nodded quickly and said yes. The old man immediately said, "I'm sorry. Our child doesn't like being touched by others." So he got a bit excited. "We'll cover Su Yuqing's medical expenses. Our Gu family will take full responsibility." Qin Liuyu was still unsatisfied. "We don't lack money for medical expenses. Look what your grandson did to our child. My daughter is going to be a big star. What if she scars? What will happen to her future? Our Gu family will contact doctors. We won't let your child scar." Xing Liuyu was still unsatisfied. Su Yuqing saw this as an opportunity. What male lead wouldn't like a kind, innocent flower? It's just children playing rough. But Qin Liuyu insisted, saying her daughter would become a big star and scars would affect her future. "Our Gu family will contact doctors. We absolutely won't let your child scar." Before Qin Liuyu could say more, her daughter interrupted. I'm sorry, Gu Fangqi. I didn't know you dislike being touched. It was my fault. She thought no one could dislike such an innocent flower, but she didn't expect Gu Fangqi to be different. Really? Su Yuqing trembled in fear but forced himself to say yes. And our choir needs you. I hope you'll stay. What's it to me? Your injury is your own fault. I warned you many times. Qin Liuyu, already unhappy with her daughter's change of heart, became even more angry hearing this. How dare you speak like that? Our Qingqing got hurt and still apologized to you. Su Yuqing, hating how his mother was ruining his plans, could only pull her while crying, Enough, Mom. Those two heavy words made Qin Liuyu afraid. But Qingqing, look how badly they've bullied you. The grandfather, who had been observing everything, frowned. This mother-daughter pair isn't simple, so calculating at such a young age. Our child was wrong to push, so we'll take responsibility for any issues that arise. I respect that, but if you continue to make trouble, don't blame this old man. After speaking, he left with the two children. Qin Liuyu's eyes were full of resentment. Qingqing, you've been bullied like this. Why won't you let Mom seek justice for you? Her usually vengeful daughter had been bullied yet apologized voluntarily. Mom couldn't understand. Gu Fangqi's grandfather is a nationally famous painter, and his grandmother is a renowned entrepreneur. His father is on par with the Su family, and many of their enterprises work for the state. If you're too aggressive, when we push them too far, none of us will have a good outcome. Qin Liuyu realized her rashness. When she tried to check her daughter's injuries, she saw her daughter give a sinister smile. Gu Fangqi, we have plenty of time ahead. Meanwhile, Wanwan was furious. That old demon, how dare they set their sights on my little brother Chi-Chi. Grandfather told Wanwan not to use bad words. Gu Fangqi asked confusedly, who's the old demon? That mother-daughter pair is very strange. Wanwan couldn't read their faces. A guess crossed Gu Fangqi's mind. Wanwan snorted coldly. My father was right. This old demon not only harmed my third brother's reputation, but also wants to harm my little Chi-Chi. When my third brother leaves the hospital, I'll let him deal with them personally. Qin Liuyu, following behind, was thunderstruck and anxiously questioned what Wanwan meant. I said my third brother is awake. Just wait for him to come deal with you. The demon mother and daughter couldn't believe this was true, especially Su Yuqing. If he woke up, all his plans would be ruined. Wanwan thought she had scared them. Little demon, if you dare touch my little Chi-Chi, I'll strike you with more lightning. Su Wanwan, stop slandering my mother. Su Yuqing viciously tried to push Wanwan down. She nimbly dodged. He fell flat on his face. The commotion was so big it attracted passing children and parents. Qin Liuyu helped her daughter up lovingly. Just as she was about to make a scene, her daughter stopped her. Wanwan, please leave us alone. Wanwan was confused by this act. But I'm telling the truth. TV says your behavior is like a wolf's ambition, wolf's heart, and dog's lungs. Better to help a dog than help you. But uninformed passersby only thought Wanwan had hit someone. They thought she was being too bullying. Wanwan was furious and tried to defend herself, but no one believed her, only because Su Yuqing on the ground was still making excuses for Wanwan. Although Wanwan hit me, she's still young. She can be forgiven. Wanwan was steaming with anger. What nonsense was this person saying? But Gu Fangqi understood the most important thing was to get Wanwan away from here first. Our family's lawyer will contact you about compensation later. Don't pursue this further. Wanwan was pulled away by Gu Fangqi, very unwillingly. The criticism further cemented his image as an aggressor. Hearing the discussions around, Su Yuqing curved his lips. Let's see how you can stay in school now. After school, wherever they went, there were classmates' accusations, saying he not only bullied Su Yuqing but also hit people badly. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person, playing with the little cripple every day. Wanwan cried while explaining she didn't hit anyone, and that little Chi-Chi wasn't a cripple. Gu Fangqi covered Wanwan's ears caringly. I'm fine. Wanwan, don't be angry, okay? Not listening. Turtle chanting sutras. What angered Wanwan wasn't their misunderstanding of her, but them calling Gu Fangqi a cripple. They're talking nonsense. Your leg is already healed. Wanwan didn't want to go to kindergarten anymore. Not just because of Su Yuqing mother and daughter's scheme. Now she had become the bad kid in all the children's eyes. More because she felt she was too inadequate, couldn't do anything, couldn't participate in kindergarten competitions. Gu Fangqi couldn't bear to see Wanwan so wronged. No, Wanwan is the best child. Su Jizhou finally understood why Wanwan was wronged. But Gu Fengqi's words also successfully caught the attention of this future father-in-law. When did this kid show up? Since your car is here, hurry home. Gu Fengqi, forced back into the car, still persistently said, Wanwan, you're the best. The car door slammed shut. Her daughter still needed her comfort. Your daddy's one and only treasure. Besides, other children can't draw talismans, only Wanwan can. Wanwan is unique in the whole world, but Wanwan wasn't buying it. But they say I sing like a crow, and I can't play piano. I can only play the eru and swona. The father knew Wanwan needed a platform to prove herself. Our Wanwan has competition events too, right teacher? Teacher Mian immediately nodded. Wanwan has so many competitions, there must be something suitable for her. Wanwan was half believing. Teacher Mian pointed to a poster on the bulletin board, asking Wanwan how about this. Wanwan instantly regained her confidence and excitedly wanted to sign up. As soon as she arrived at the training base, she knocked down all the students. Even the coach who had won the National Martial Arts Championship for 3 consecutive years was knocked to the ground. But he couldn't believe he was beaten by a small child. Let's have another round. Everyone disapproved of the coach sparring with a 3-year-old. Don't try to stop me. I'll go easy on her. The students were almost crying. If the child makes you cry, our base's reputation will be ruined. The coach had never seen such foolish students diminishing their own master's authority, forgetting he had just been knocked down once. Wanwan told them not to argue. Don't worry, I'll control my strength. These words sparked the coach's competitive spirit, but as they fought, he noticed the child's movements. Her initial moves were fierce. Though her techniques were messy, they seemed strangely familiar, as if he'd seen them somewhere before. Wanwan also felt it was tricky. This uncle's techniques were quite powerful. She needed to think of something. The students were confused. What was happening? Why weren't they attacking? You don't understand. This is called, if the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. And look, their eyes are starting to change. Look, there's Ultraman. While everyone's attention was diverted, Wanwan jumped up, her short legs aiming for Coach Pei's neck. The life-threatening crisis made Coach Pei instinctively punch, hitting Wanwan directly in the face. She flew 2 meters away. Everything happened too fast to react. Coach Lei didn't even know what he had hit until he saw Wanwan crying, covering her eyes. He wanted to check Wanwan's eyes, but she refused to let him see. My beautiful little face is ruined again. I'm not cute. Look, this time the coach didn't cry. The child is crying. I heard she might be the tycoon's daughter. Wonder if her father will send bodyguards to put you in a sack? Coach Pei felt despair. It's over. Hold on. We'll go to the hospital right now. Men shouldn't be so stubborn. Now look what happened. He hit the tycoon's daughter. Her father will definitely send bodyguards to put him in a sack. The despairing Coach Pei thought he could still salvage the situation. He picked up Wanwan and rushed to the hospital. When Suibai saw who it was, he couldn't help but laugh. You got hit again? Didn't you say you were a human lucky koi? That you'd win the lottery whenever you went out? How come you didn't predict your eyes would get hit again? Wanwan pouted angrily. The coach was shocked speechless. These two actually knew each other. That made things easier. Worriedly, he asked the doctor to check Wanwan quickly. Suibai told him not to worry. The little one had experience now, and the medicine he bought last time wasn't finished yet. No need to waste it, just keep using it. The coach was still worried. Suibai had started chatting casually. I heard from Emojin-chun that you're not singing anymore. Switch to martial arts instead. Little one, that's quite a change. At this mention, Wan was fired up. Her abilities were being questioned. I'm very good at martial arts. I knocked down the best coach at our base. Right, coach? The best coach? The coach nodded repeatedly. He dared not offend this little ancestor now. Wanwan, how about I get you a VIP card? It's 20% off. Wanwan proudly pulled the coach away. No thanks. This is a place I don't want to visit often. Outside the hospital, the coach couldn't help sighing. I hurt you. Your father will definitely send people to put me in a sack. Wanwan was very confused. Why would they put you in a sack? The coach had no time to answer. His mind was full of images of himself being beaten, but as an adult, he had to take responsibility. With a resigned look, he dialed Su Jizhou's number. His daughter was beaten into looking like a panda, but Su Jizhou wasn't worried at all, instead laughing and comforting the coach. Don't worry, Wanwan must have suddenly appeared in front of you. The coach never expected things to turn out this way, but as an adult, he would still take responsibility. Su Jizhou told him not to worry about it. Where are you? I'll come pick up Wang. This isn't the little one's fault. She suddenly appeared in front of her third brother before and got punched then too. It hasn't been long and she's already forgotten. Coach Pei still felt guilty. Su Jizhou told him not to worry about it. Those who practice martial arts are bound to get some bumps and bruises. Let's go back and accompany them. The coach was still feeling remorseful. When he heard Wanwan say she would bring backup, he felt helpless. He never expected her to bring another child. Is this your backup? Why don't you let him join the elementary school group? Wanwan was blindly confident. My brother Chi is very skilled. I won't join the elementary group. If you teach me, I'll get my dad to invest in you. The coach felt pressured again. Was this the power of money? Just as he was hesitating whether to give in, Gu Fangqi named an amount he couldn't refuse. For 10 million, he would teach even if they had no foundation or even no pants. When the students saw this, they all held their heads and cried with joy. Our base finally has money. Thank you, little brother. An hour later, Coach Pei happily sent them home, telling them to come back tomorrow. Looking at the injured Gu Fangqi, Wanwan was worried, but he said it was fine, as long as he could accompany her. Really? Of course it's true. I'm happy to train with Wanwan. 10 million for the chance to train with Wanwan. Little brother thought it was worth it. But can we skip the extra half-hour practice? His protest was invalid. The daily beatings were increasing. When he stood at the kindergarten gate again, he scared teacher Mian Mian, who worriedly thought he was being abused at home. This won't do. I need to make a call. Before Gu Fangqi could stop her, the call was already connected. Gu's father cheerfully said it was nothing. I enrolled him in a martial arts class. Got beaten by the coach? It's fine. He can accompany Wanwan. Sharing the hardship, right? Haha. Before the call ended, Wanwan ran over. Brother Chi, how's your practice of the butt palm technique I taught you yesterday? The teacher saw Gu Fangqi's difficulty. She immediately changed the subject, saying today was the choir competition. Let's go watch. But Wanwan pouted. But I don't like Su Yuqing. The teacher didn't understand. How could such a sensible little girl not like Wanwan? But Wanwan couldn't explain why. I can't see her face clearly. Hearing this, the teacher felt the same way. Qing was only about 6 years old, but she always spoke and acted flawlessly, just like an adult. The teacher suddenly shivered and hurried Wanwan inside. The rehearsal was about to start. Listening to Su Yuqing singing on stage, Wanwan had to admit her voice was really beautiful. She couldn't help sighing. Life isn't fair from the start. How can the gap between people be so big? Gu Fangqi was moved hearing this and was about to comfort Wanwan. She grabbed a nearby stuffed toy and punched it. Himph, when I get the chance, I'll definitely ask my master to find the king of hell and ask why he choked my throat during reincarnation, making me unable to sing. It's so frustrating. The confused Gu Fangqi got a poke in his leg. It was a sweet pain. The grievance was too much. Wanwan just wanted to leave with her brother Chi, but was publicly criticized by the teacher for being impolite. It started because Su Yuqing, whom she disliked, got a perfect score and tried to take away her brother Chi. Himph, brother Chi. Wait until Wanwan wins you a national martial arts trophy. Teacher Hua, thinking of the kindergarten rumors, immediately scolded Wanwan for being impolite. Su Yuqing curved her lips in a victorious smile. As expected, just like in the previous life, so impetuous. Teacher Mian Mian was also angry and confronted Teacher Hua directly. No matter how wrong Wanwan was, you shouldn't scold her in front of so many people. Let's discuss this back at kindergarten. Fine. But Teacher Hua felt this was favoritism towards Wanwan. I know you like Su Wanwan, but what was that look in her eyes? Just because she can't sing well, she's jealous of others who can sing well? Wanwan denied being jealous of Su Yuqing. I admire her good singing, but the way she talks gives me goosebumps. Teacher Hua angrily roared that Wanwan's behavior was still wrong. Su Yuqing hadn't expected this life's Su Wanwan to be like this, but she thought if she acted pitiful, everyone would still take her side like before. But before she could speak, Wanwan fearfully stepped back. No, don't come closer. If you fall again, don't say I pushed you. Su Yuqing hadn't expected her scheme to be so clearly exposed by Wanwan. She fell towards the audience like a rainbow. This time Wanwan was clever. Seeing Su Yuqing about to fall towards her, she smartly stepped back, not forgetting to ask Teacher Mian Mian to witness. You all saw it. She didn't push her. Little Pang supported his good friend. Teacher, I'm a witness. Teacher Hua anxiously tried to help her up. He didn't see Su Yuqing's venomous gaze. He couldn't understand why this life's Su Wanwan was so unlikable. Wanwan was happy that she wasn't falsely accused this time. She pulled little brother Chi away, wanting to avoid any more trouble. On the way home, she couldn't help but brag to her father that this time she didn't use force to resolve things. But Dad, they all got certificates. I've never gotten one in my life. Then when we get home, I'll give Wanwan a most adorable award. Suddenly the car came to an abrupt stop. Sujijo asked sharply what happened. Boss, there seems to be a multi-car accident in the tunnel ahead. The tunnel entrance is blocked. Not sure what's going on. We probably won't make it to the training base today. Sujijo, with a grave expression, told him to notify their hospital's doctors to come provide support. The confused Wanwan looked around. She saw ambulances rushing past. After some calculation, she realized the crash inside wasn't an accident. It was deliberate. She wanted to run to the scene. The Goo kid wasn't one to back down either, insisting on accompanying Wanwan. This worried their father greatly as he grabbed them both back. Why are you running so fast? It's dangerous. Wanwan's little hands moved quickly. There's a deadly disaster ahead. She urgently asked her dad to put her down. In 1 hour, if the people trapped in the tunnel don't get out, something terrible will happen. A 3-year-old child trying to rush into a multi-car accident scene. Her father wouldn't let her go alone. Unless he went with her, it was too dangerous alone. Uncle Zhou, let me go too. Put me down. I need to protect Wanwan. Sujijo looked at the 2 struggling children in his arms. He was torn inside. Wanwan would never joke about something like this. If they delayed, the consequences would be unthinkable. But Gu Fangxi absolutely couldn't go. Wanwan can protect herself. You can't. Stay in the car. Little Wang was told to watch him. Gu Fangxi disagreed. Uncle Zhou, I still need to protect Wanwan. But he was still locked in the car. Wanwan, Dad knows you're capable, but you're still young. Let Dad handle this, okay? Seeing Wanwan nod in agreement, Sujijo then took her inside. He notified their family's bodyguards to come help. Gu Fangxi wouldn't easily give up. While little Wang was on the phone, he quietly slipped out of the car. Inside the tunnel, workers were discussing rescue plans. They needed to clear the traffic jam ahead first to let rescue vehicles in more easily. The captain said they were sending more people. The tunnel was about to collapse. Suddenly, a childish voice caught their attention. They turned around in shock. Whose child are you? Wanwan said, I'm my daddy's child. The captain thought this troublesome kid was just here to cause problems. He picked her up to send her out. Little one, who's your father? Wanwan pointed to the side. He's there. Unsurprisingly, Sujijo got criticized. How do you watch your child? What if she runs into the tunnel? How can you bring a child to such a dangerous place to watch? Parents these days are so irresponsible, bringing children to accident scenes to watch. What if they run into the tunnel? Gu Fangxi said angrily, we're not here to play around. We came specifically to look. Wanwan nodded solemnly. That's right. Sujijo was upset. When did you get out? Weren't you supposed to wait in the car? But Gu Fangxi stubbornly insisted on staying to protect Wanwan. The captain blamed it all on Sujijo. You're not young yourself, yet you bring children to such a dangerous place. While they were arguing, a worker came to drive them away, saying it was dangerous here. The captain intervened. We've made contact with the trapped people. From what we know, at least 50 cars are involved in the pileup. Sujijo knew they would only hinder the rescue if they stayed, and prepared to take Wanwan out. But Wanwan was worried and didn't want to leave. The exit is blocked by a sudden collapse. We can't evacuate the people inside the tunnel. Someone said there were cracks in the tunnel. We've called experts. Everyone knew what tunnel cracks meant. The tunnel could collapse at any moment, and traffic hadn't been cleared. Cranes and tow trucks couldn't get in. During their argument, they heard the child's voice again, saying she could help. Everyone froze for 2 seconds, then turned away in unison. Wanwan became anxious. Uncle, Wanwan really can help. She was answered by the mournful cries of crows. A 3-year-old child insisting on entering a collapsing scene, but was ignored. Yet they had no solid rescue plan, just endless arguments. Wanwan watched anxiously. The tunnel would collapse soon. Sujijo didn't understand how she knew, but she had calculated correctly. Plus, death energy was seeping out of the tunnel. The people inside were likely in grave danger. Sujijo looked at the scene before him. He knew his daughter's abilities. This was a major accident, and perhaps Wanwan could save some families. Go ahead, Wanwan, but be careful. Determination filled Wanwan's face. Don't worry, Dad. I'll definitely save them. After just 2 steps, she was caught again. The staff looked reproachfully at Sujijo, telling him to keep his child under control. Don't interfere with their cleanup work. Just as Sujijo didn't know how to explain, third brother's puzzled voice came from behind. Dad, why are you all here? Su Jizhou was so angry his mustache trembled. I should be asking you that. Shouldn't you be resting in the hospital? Why are you here? Third brother scratched his head guiltily. Well, I've recovered. Before he could finish, a huge boom interrupted him. Third brother didn't waste time and quickly organized his team for rescue. But Wanwan grabbed him. Those childish flowery pants appeared bright and clear before everyone. Third brother helplessly asked Wanwan to listen. Third brother needs to save people. Go home with dad. But Wanwan wouldn't let go. Third brother, Wanwan can really help. The flowery pants exposed third brother's preferences. The team members were holding back their laughter. Third brother was completely embarrassed. Dad was being reckless, wanting him to take 3-year-old Wanwan for disaster rescue. He has some abilities. Let him try. Dad, you know this isn't what your daughter-in-law wants. Trying to grab the pants from Wanwan failed miserably. Third brother, Dad isn't lying. Saving people is urgent. Take Wanwan with you. Later we can move those big rocks away. To prove it, she let go of third brother and was about to rush forward. But after one step, she stopped. Everyone thought something terrible had happened, but she just pointed at the forgotten Gu Fangqi and said, he needs to go too. Third brother had heard about Gu Fangqi from his brothers. He didn't expect him to be so calm and composed. He immediately agreed to let both children come along, instructing them not to run around. Before leaving, Wanwan solemnly told Su Jizhou to bring Howling Dog, as he could enter the tunnel to find people. Su Jizhou asked expectantly, and then, but was sent home by his daughter. As Wanwan's dad, he wasn't as useful as little Gu Fangqi. He felt quite hurt. Wanwan had no time to comfort his feelings, as she felt something was wrong with the car in front. If she wasn't wrong, it should be here. Third brother watched nervously as Wanwan crawled under the car, making him quickly call for her to stop. But Wanwan said she found something. Looking at Wanwan's angry face, Gu Fangqi asked confusedly what it was. Bad people used a misfortune talisman to steal all of Uncle Driver's luck. 50 cars in a chain collision. All because of one talisman that stole the driver's lifetime of luck. Third brother urgently wanted to know the talisman's source. In Mianchuan, many mystics helped businessmen. An old Taoist once explained, once touched by a misfortune talisman, all luck in this life would be drained away. Without luck, there's only one outcome, death. Stop. What happened to the 3 truck drivers at the tunnel entrance? One was pierced through the heart by rebar. Another had glass in his head. Both died instantly. The last driver still had vital signs when we rescued him, but he didn't make it after getting in the ambulance. As time passed, the situation in the tunnel got worse. But the 3 trucks blocking the entrance sealed off all access. Rescue vehicles couldn't get in at all. Let's just move the trucks to make a gap for the firefighters. Third brother's suggestion was immediately rejected. The trucks are too heavy. This is pure fantasy. But it was the only way. It's just one truck. I don't believe hundreds of us can't make a small gap. I'll help too. The survivors all joined in. The scene was filled with passionate determination. I'm not leaving. Even if it costs half my life, we must get those people out safely. Everyone pushed together. They pulled with all their might, but were shocked by the scene inside. All they could see were wrecked cars. Cries of pain filled the air everywhere. Tears welled up in Wanwan's eyes. She shouted to the sky, "Howling Dog, save them." Having just had the bullet removed from his head, he was about to enter the collapsing tunnel. The leader disapprovingly held him back. We don't know the situation inside. You haven't recovered from surgery. Better command from out here. But third brother was determined to go. You two know the situation better, and I'm better at investigation. I also have something to check inside. Please look at this. The two were shocked. Where did this come from? My sister found it under the car. Please call the Celestial Masters Association later. Ask them to send someone to look at it. When Wanwan heard third brother wanted to contact the Celestial Masters Association, she immediately perked up. Perfect timing. Wanwan is a special advisor to the Celestial Masters Association, the chairman's trusted advisor. Looking at everyone's dumbfounded faces, Wanwan proudly thought they were shocked by her title, not knowing they simply didn't believe her. Children say the darndest things. Let's hurry and save people first. As Wanwan was pushed inside, she became anxious. Wanwan isn't lying. Gu Fangqi, seeing himself being left behind, quickly volunteered to help, but Wanwan stopped him. Just stay outside the tunnel as a lucky charm. With your purple energy here, the tunnel won't collapse for a while. Gu Fangqi wanted to insist, but considering his weak abilities, he agreed obediently. Be careful, Wan. Wan used magical gestures to search for something. Suddenly, Howling Dog appeared carrying a 5- or 6-year-old girl. As Wanwan treated the child, her face grew darker. Damn it, just wait until I find out who did this. After treating the child, she placed her back on Howling Dog's back, instructing him to take the child out. Wanwan looked around. Such a major accident couldn't have been caused by just a few misfortune talismans. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. To verify her suspicion, she kept walking deeper into the tunnel, frightening third brother. 50 cars in a chain collision, 3 truck drivers dead on the spot. Such a major accident couldn't be caused by just a few misfortune talismans. Wanwan stubbornly walked deeper into the tunnel. Had she discovered some clues? Third brother followed worriedly. He was shocked by what he saw. What's going on? Just as I thought. Someone set up a misfortune array here, making everyone passing through become sacrifices. Wanwan said confidently. With a rumbling sound. Bad news. The tunnel's collapsing. Third brother immediately wanted to send Wanwan out, but she refused. Third brother, it's fine. She even raised her watch phone. It's shocking that someone would use such an ancient harmful array. Third brother, step aside first. Wanwan needs to break the array. 9 palaces in motion. Laws return to origin. 2 and 4 for evil. 6 and 8 for pawns. Left 3 right 7. Where 9 step 1. Center shock breaks all. As the serious little voice finished, the tunnel's royal nature. Suddenly Wanwan covered her eyes and screamed, frightening third brother. Had the spell failed? As he anxiously moved forward to check, Wanwan's pitiful voice rang out. Third brother, dust got in my eyes. Third brother's hand froze in mid-air. Finally, he sympathetically pulled Wanwan's hands away. Don't rub your eyes. Let third brother take a look. The array is broken. Wanwan nodded pitifully, accompanied by the sound of the tunnel ceiling cracking. It's too late. The array has activated. Breaking it won't help now. Now, we need to rescue the people trapped inside first. Before third brother could hear everything, he picked up Wanwan and ran out. I heard you run very fast. When the firefighter brothers come in, follow them out. Don't stay in the tin car pileup area. The tunnel's about to collapse. Moans of injured people were everywhere. Third brother led people in a race against death, but his 3-year-old sister refused to leave. Third brother, put me down. Brother Fangchi is outside. It won't collapse for a while. Wanwan is strong and can help. Besides, Wanwan's master said, as a celestial master, people's safety must come first, regardless of life or death. On one side were people needing rescue. On the other was his sister whom he couldn't bear to see even slightly hurt. Third brother struggled, but was finally moved by Wanwan's words. Okay, third brother will help you. Together they saved many people, but also witnessed many tragedies. Looking at a dying woman, Wanwan felt helpless. Since third brother had let Wanwan stay, he gave her absolute trust. Wanwan, third brother will take her out first. Be careful, run out if there's any problem. But plans don't always work out. The loudspeaker announced, all rescue workers evacuate in 5 minutes. Third brother immediately ordered Wanwan to leave. But Wanwan didn't want to give up. There are still so many people here. Third brother knows, but experts estimate the tunnel will collapse in 10 minutes max. Wanwan wanted to argue, but she knew they couldn't save everyone. Just then, Su Jijo brought Xiang Desho and others running in. Hope suddenly appeared in their eyes. Xiang Desho learned the array's core was broken, but the activated array couldn't be reversed. Looking at the scorched tunnel ceiling, he recognized these were misfortune talismans. Junior brother Desho, how did you know? That's amazing. Xiang Desho explained that this wasn't his first encounter. Senior sister, to be honest, over the past half-month, our Celestial Masters Association has discovered several similar cases, but we couldn't find who's behind it. These are real lives at stake. How can we just give up? But experts have predicted that this tunnel will only last 10 minutes at most, before collapsing. Wanwan didn't want to give up, but knew they had reached the point of no choice. Just as she was feeling discouraged, Xiang Desho brought good news. Do you remember the path and array formations Master taught you? Wanwan firmly stated she remembered everything Master taught her. Xiang Desho instantly gained confidence, leading the Celestial Masters to form an array protecting Wang Lang. After a series of gestures, the peachwood sword sank into the ground. Golden light spread in all directions. Wanwan's eyes were filled with excitement. It worked. Third brother has told the 2 commanders outside that we can hold on for another half hour. Third brother put aside his surprise and immediately ordered the team to continue rescuing the injured. Everyone worked non-stop, even though they had reached their limits. Fortunately, everyone was saved. Su Jizhou finished reading the discussions about this incident on Hot Search. He sighed in relief. Luckily, the car leaked oil. Wanwan's face was quite dirty. She was about to trend again. Meanwhile, the little kid and dog being praised in the video were fighting over watching TV. Wanwan, who had agreed to watch for just an hour, still had 2 minutes left, but the dog wouldn't let go of the remote, barking complaints that Wanwan always cheats. Su Jizhou took a deep breath. Wanwan needs to keep her promises. You should go find second brother to do homework. Wanwan reluctantly went upstairs, but found second brother doing. Can Wanwan learn? The top celebrity wasn't filming, but doing rituals at home with his phone. This made Wanwan very curious and insisted on learning. Second brother was helpless. I'm not doing rituals. I'm live streaming and interacting with fans. The fans on screen exploded. Who is this child? How dare she talk to our brother Sure like that? This little girl is so impolite. Brother Sure is too nice, not even getting angry. An insider friendly explained, this is our 10th brother's little sister. Dear baby, these siblings were always loving yet fighting. Wanwan always pranks her brothers, and our 10th brother doesn't mind. Fans, don't be angry. Wanwan watched the rapidly scrolling screen. Second brother, what are they saying? Second brother was relieved Wanwan wasn't good at studying and couldn't understand these negative comments. Changing the subject, he asked why she came. Wanwan grudgingly put her homework on her head. Second brother, Wanwan came to do homework. Second brother was surprised. This little one actually took the initiative to study. Not watching TV anymore? Wanwan spread her hands frankly. It's Howling Dog's turn now. I can't compete with him. As soon as she finished, Howling Dog's barks of dissatisfaction came from outside the door, expressing his displeasure. Wanwan roared at the door. I know it's your turn now. Second brother was amazed at how they communicated. But now the most important thing was to end the live stream. Wanwan didn't understand. Aren't you a top star, brother? Why do you need a live stream? Second brother explained helplessly that his studio just started and needed more online exposure. Second brother was pleased seeing Wanwan writing her homework properly. But why was 3 plus 3 is equal to 7? Looking at the answer in the notebook, second brother nearly fainted. Wanwan, if you have 3 sausages, and brother Chi gives you 3 more, how many sausages do you have total? Wanwan thought seriously for a moment. Wanwan doesn't eat sausages. Second brother collapsed instantly. Then what about candy? Wanwan looked at him like he was stupid. Second brother, Wanwan isn't stupid. I know I have 3 candies, and brother Chi gave me 3, so I have 6 candies total. After saying this, Wanwan had an epiphany and carefully corrected her notebook. Second brother sighed. Wanwan, if you rank last again this semester, even your favorite teacher Mian might want to go to heaven. But Wanwan reassured him. Our teacher Mian said meeting me has given her a heart of steel. Besides, the kindergarten's rooftop has railings now. Second brother wondered what kind of thick skin it takes to say such things. By the way, Wanwan, want to watch an idol competition? He hadn't expected Wanwan wouldn't know what that was. It's where handsome guys like your second brother sing and dance on stage. Wanwan got interested and insisted on going. Second brother proudly said, finish your homework, and I'll take you. Wanwan immediately started writing furiously, even making fewer mistakes. Just as Wanwan finished and was about to leave with second brother, she suddenly remembered something and hesitated. Can Wanwan really go? Won't the director be upset? Female celebrities and male stars become fathers painlessly, making the 3-year-old sister quite envious. Second brother felt uneasy. He was the show's main investor. Besides, he hadn't asked Wanwan to focus on this. He just wanted to tell Wanwan not to be afraid. With him as the investor, no one would dare mess with his sister. Well, forget it. Just watch less TV. Anyway, once at the set, Wanwan would understand her position in the crew. Watching the director enthusiastically greeting second brother, Wanwan set her sights on the beef brain soup nearby. After getting second brother's permission, she ran over. The director was still flattering second brother until he saw his milk flying. How can a child do this? But Wanwan didn't think she had done anything remarkable. She confusedly asked the director what he was looking at. The director's terrified expression was something second brother was used to. My sister trains at the Beijing martial arts training base. She's just strong. Was it too strong? But neither sibling cared about his shock. They went to watch the handsome guys, chatting and laughing. Second brother was proud and wanted to introduce them to his sister. But he hadn't expected these trainees to be so incompetent. Their dancing was messy, and they couldn't even get up after falling. This dance is too difficult. We're not geniuses like Su Yushir. This statement resonated with many. Even the team captain could barely practice. If you won't practice, then get out. Second brother's voice came from behind. Several people jumped in fright. I stayed up last night choreographing these moves. Not a single bit of grace. Nye sighs. You're the captain. Explain why. Second brother was fuming. He missed picking up his sister from school last night just to work on choreography for these brats. But today none of them dared to try. Nye sighs. You're the captain. Explain why. Since you're here, practice properly. Being in class 1 already shows you have some issues. If you don't work hard, you'll be the next to go. But Teacher Su, Nye sighs said, the moves you choreographed last night are too difficult. We practiced all night and couldn't complete them. But second brother didn't think there was anything wrong with his arrangement. Nye sighs brought up without hesitation that backflip in the chorus. We've never done it before. We can't flip over. Can we change it to something simpler? Second brother refused without thinking. You have 7 days in total. The moves you choreographed before exposed everyone's weaknesses. Although the new dance has many unfamiliar parts, we still have 7 days to prepare. The young men knew this was their last chance. Just as they were struggling with their decision, Wan, who had been quiet, spoke up. Second brother, I finished the milk. Second brother couldn't believe it. So fast? That was a whole box. Wan nodded and let out a milk burp. Everyone watched as the fierce Teacher Su, who had just been about to eat them alive, suddenly became gentle, wiping the child's face and asking if she wanted something to eat. When she agreed, he prepared to leave without hesitation. You all practice first. I'll be back to check. Can't even do a backflip, but want to debut as idols. A top star personally choreographed, but they gave up saying they couldn't learn, wanting to switch to something easier. Second brother was angry at their lack of effort. Either practice or wait to be eliminated. Several people watched his disappearing figure and fell into thought. Captain, do you think we can do it? Nye sighs wasn't confident either, but second brother was right. Since they were here, even knowing they might not stay, they should cherish this last chance. The dance boys seemed energized. Before coming, his mother had given an ultimatum. If he couldn't make it this time, he'd have to work in a factory. Since it's the last time anyway, I want to give it my all. Nye sighs was also infected by his emotion. After all, his whole family opposed him entering entertainment. If I can't debut through this competition, I'll have to go home and inherit the company. Everyone said they didn't understand rich people's world. 20 minutes later, second brother returned with Wan. They still saw chaos. The well-fed Wan was puzzled. What are they doing? What big jump? Second brother frowned. Still like this? Where are you stuck? Hearing it was the backflip, Wan, who had just picked up some snacks, got interested. I can do that. As if afraid they wouldn't believe her, she stuffed her snacks into second brother's arms and did one. She received unanimous praise from the handsome guys, but Wan wasn't satisfied. Haven't practiced in a while. Before, when Wan was with senior brother, I could do 100. The older trainees felt their hearts sink. The stubborn Nye sighs asked second brother, your sister isn't from a circus, is she? Second brother shrugged. These are just warm-ups for her. Don't feel too pressured. Suddenly, an idea came to second brother. He immediately whispered with Wan, just to teach these older kids backflips. Second brother had to exchange 15 bank cards. Wan wasn't buying it. Second brother, didn't you say this money was for Wan's milk powder? Your money is Wan's money. Second brother shot back. Then what about your money? Wan defensively covered her little pocket. That's still mine, of course. Second brother couldn't believe his sister was such a money-minded sibling, even wanting to keep clear accounts. He reluctantly took out his phone to scan and transfer the money. After receiving the money, Wan immediately got to work. Don't worry, brothers. Wan will definitely teach you properly. First, you need to learn to use both hands to flip over quietly. That's step 1. Once you're skilled enough, you can do it hands-free. Try it first. If anyone feels uncomfortable, you can take a break. Frequent use of tricks can cause strain and problems, so you don't need to practice too often. Just as Wan finished explaining the essentials, second brother said their father was calling them home. Third brother had something urgent to discuss with them. Neither Neither of them saw how excited Nyesai's was behind them. He also had learned to do backflips. More than this, Wanwan wanted to know what third brother needed them for. They hurried back anxiously, and before entering, Li Hua surprised Wanwan with congratulations. Wanwan, who couldn't read, had no idea what was written on the banner, only knowing that third brother, whom they hadn't seen for a long time, had finally returned. Yes, today, I mainly came to bring Wanwan a banner and prize money. The banner isn't important. Hearing about prize money, Wanwan got excited. It must be a lot, right? Second brother realized for the first time that the power of money was so great that Wanwan, who ranked last in math, had learned to count. Little money lover, don't forget tomorrow's martial arts competition. Time for bed. The next day, the whole family came out to cheer for Wanwan. Wanwan sat cross-legged, watching the stage. She said matter-of-factly, "Dad, that sister in red will lose. Although her moves are sharp, her footwork is unstable. Her attacks lack follow-through, leaving too many openings." This analysis was so impressive it caught the attention of a handsome boy behind her. "Are you here to accompany your brother in the competition? Your brother must be very skilled, right?" Before Wanwan could answer, she heard the staff calling her to prepare. She showed the handsome boy through actions that she wasn't here with her brother. Her brother was here with her. The handsome boy's mouth gaped open. Such a small child participating in the competition? The staff had similar doubts. Could this little one really do it? Did you come to the wrong place? Such a little sister competing? Wanwan turned around at the voice. She saw a pretty young lady and firmly told her she wasn't in the wrong place. "I'm number 250. Waning was charmed by Wanwan's cuteness. "What if sister makes you cry during the match?" Wanwan assured her not to worry, she wouldn't cry. As people were getting up to draw lots, Wanwan said confidently, "Sister, just make sure you don't cry when Wanwan hits you. Wanwan hits really hard and won't go easy." Wan Ying's hand paused while drawing lots. "I hope you don't draw me." Wanwan looked at her lot and nodded seriously. I see." Everyone waited expectantly for her to announce her opponent's name, but she handed the paper to the staff, saying she couldn't read. The staff member took it helplessly, but when they saw the name, they couldn't stay calm. It was Wan Ying, who had won the National Youth Championship 3 times in a row, and she was Tang Mo's disciple. "With your size, Wan Ying could take on 10 of you with one punch." After hearing this, Wanwan got excited and said she definitely wanted to have a good match. Wan Ying was dumbfounded. Was this the fearlessness of youth, or just being overconfident? But still, she was just a 3-year-old child. "I'll go easy on you later." Wanwan watched this sister's retreating figure in confusion, quite puzzled. Soon it was Wanwan's turn. Third brother, watching the confused Wanwan, asked second brother worriedly if she had become nearsighted from watching too much TV. Second brother explained this wasn't about poor eyesight. She simply couldn't find her direction. With the staff's friendly help, Wanwan got on stage. When the referee announced Wan Ying's name, the whole venue erupted. This was the national champion's disciple. Wonder who was so unlucky to draw Wan Ying in the first round. Wanwan realized on stage why that sister had said those things earlier. "Oh, so you're Wan Ying. Sister, you're so tall. Wanwan likes you." Wan Ying was speechless. "Don't think I won't hit you just because you say nice things." Wanwan patted her little chest. "Don't worry, I can take a hit.